How do I fucking pick up and now pick up and with how, bro? Welcome to the live show, live show, live show. Welcome. To the live show, live show. Shout out. Shout out to the gang. You know what time it is. We back, we back, we back, we back, we back. Yo, Zima. I can't even begin to tell you.
All right. Let's bring in Republican Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance. Senator, good to see you. Your thoughts? Did you hear this speech? What'd you think?
Well, look, my response to this is they cannot say that Kamala Harris has lowered your grocery prices because she hasn't. They can't say that Kamala Harris has lowered the price of housing because she hasn't. They can't say that Kamala Harris has secured the border because she's opened the border. What they can say, Brett, and what so many of the speakers did, including Tim Walz, is basically say that if you want a better life for your children, if you want to vote for Donald Trump to change the direction of this country, you're a bad person. And I think that's just a fundamental message that falls flat for Americans who have suffered under the policies of Kamala Harris. Where is the vision? Where are the details? Where can they say that Kamala Harris's record has actually made your life better as an American citizen? Because they can't do that, I thought it was actually a very dark and ominous tone where they attacked Donald Trump and they attacked the people who voted for him rather than offer a compelling vision for the future. So it fell flat to my ears. Of course, the American people will make the ultimate decision.
Senator Vance, Martha McCallum here. So, one of the most fundamental responsibilities of a vice president is that you're one heartbeat away from the presidency. It's a very serious responsibility. What do you think you heard tonight in terms of Governor Walz's ability to step into that Oval Office?
Well, I didn't hear much on that account, Martha. I mean, what I heard was a guy who was trying to defend Kamala Harris. And importantly, he talked a lot, Martha, about Kamala Harris's vision for all the things that she would do to lower the cost of this or that. And I kept on wanting him to say, this is what she's already done, because it's one thing to promise things in the future. But when you're defending the sitting vice president of the United States, day one of her administration is not 6 months from now. Day one of her administration was 1,300 days ago, and she hasn't done anything. It's been her policies that have actually caused so many of the problems. So these people can't get up there and offer all these promises and the vision for the future. They need to be able to say, we did this thing and it made your life better. And because they can't say that, it's a lot of rhetoric and a lot of generalized promises about the future. But that's not going to help the American people afford groceries or housing. In fact, Kamala Harris's policies have done the exact opposite.
Yeah, Senator, there was one point where Governor Walz said that you all have a playbook, and he depicted what you and your ticket, the former president, and you are going to do. And he got specific. Here it is.
I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress.
Okay, so will you jack up the costs on the middle class? Will you do all of the
Brett,
list of things there?
No, Brett, of course not. The amnesia required to utter those words from Tim Walz. When Donald Trump was president Prices for the middle class were the lowest they had been. Wages were rising. The border was secure. It's so preposterous to say that Donald Trump is going to jack prices up on the middle class. When he was president, the middle class had the best rising take-home pay that they've had in a generation in this country. And again, it just highlights the extraordinary contrast. Donald Trump can point to 4 years of successful leadership and say, I delivered rising prices, rising wages for American workers, rather I delivered rising take-home pay, and I delivered a secure border. These guys are accusing Donald Trump of doing what Kamala Harris has actually done during her 3.5 years as vice president. I think the American people are way too smart to buy it.
Okay, but the other two things, will you ban Affordable Care Act?
No, in fact, Brett, as you know, when Donald Trump was president, he fought to deliver higher quality, lower cost health care plans to the American people. A lot of Americans can't afford health insurance right now because it's one of many things that's gone through the roof. They can't get access to the doctors they need. They can't get access to the prescription drugs that they need. And Donald Trump has actually fought for affordable health care for the entire American citizenry. What I found so odd about this, Brett, about this entire speech and all of the things I heard from the convention speakers is they're painting this very dark and ominous portrait of the presidency of Donald Trump when Donald Trump's presidency delivered peace and prosperity for the American people. Why can't they run on Kamala Harris and what she's accomplished?
Because she ain't done nothing. Yeah, she's done nothing. That's why, come on, fans. You know she ain't done nothing. You know that. There's nothing to run on. There's no performance. There's no results. Absolutely nothing to run on. So, of course, we're going to bash the former president of the United States and make sure we brainwash people from actually remembering that we didn't do nothing. We didn't do anything for the past 4 years.
Why do they have to lie about Donald Trump? It suggests that they actually don't have a whole lot to run on.
Well, what did you think about his comment? You going to Yale, so, calling you basically Mr. Fancy Pants Ivy League.
Well, as you guys know, I grew up in a very poor family. I was raised.
You don't have to be like they're trying to make Vance feel some type of way, like sad because he grew up in a poor home and he was able to go to Yale. Come on, man. Come on. All right, you know what time it is. Shout out to Andrea. And shout out to Ellie. You know what time it is. Stilly back. Diana Banana. Daniel Jones. American Muscle. 600 Plant Life. You know what time it is. Mr. Rogers. The Prince of Amsterdam. Zima.
By a grandmother who didn't graduate from high school, much less from college. And I'm proud of the fact that she really worked her tail off, that she went to her grave fighting to give me opportunities. I'm not ashamed of the fact that my grandmother sacrificed for me and I was able to live the American dream. I'm proud of what I accomplished. And more importantly, I'm proud of all the people who sacrificed in order to give me a better life. I would think Tim Walz would want to praise people who sacrificed to give their children and grandchildren a better life, not put me down. But I guess this is the political order of the day. He's going to attack me. That's fine. But yeah. I'm proud of my family. I'm proud of what they sacrificed to make my life possible.
Are you looking forward to debating him? Are you looking forward to debating him?
Of course.
Martha, I'm looking so forward to debating him that I volunteered to go and do the CNN debate in mid-September. But of course, Tim Walz talks like a tough guy and is running from that CNN debate. I think it's important, Martha, for us to stand before the American people, answer tough questions, and actually persuade them. I'd love to do it. I will gladly accept a Fox News VP debate, but I don't think Tim Walz will. But I appreciate you guys offering.
All right, Senator Vance, we appreciate your time and your reaction tonight. Thanks.
Good to see you.
Hey, Sean Ham.
You definitely know Tim Walz ain't coming to goddamn. Tim Walz ain't coming to Fox. You know that. Everybody know that.
It's no secret. One of the most important swing states by far this year, must win for Republicans, is the great state of Georgia. Joining us now for an exclusive interview, the governor of that great state. I spent 4 wonderful years there. I'm very fond of Georgia. Actually, Governor Kemp is with us. Governor, I ran into the son of Martin Luther King Jr. tonight. We had a long conversation. Really enjoyed my time with him. When I was there, I got to know all the great civil rights icons. Maynard Jackson welcomed me to Atlanta, my first day on the air there. So I have nothing but fond feelings for the people of Georgia. Thank you for being with us.
Hey, great to be on with you, Sean.
Yeah. So I'm glad you're here. I know all that you are doing in Georgia to and honestly, I know also that it's working. I can see that it's working. The betting markets in Georgia, maybe people didn't notice, Poly Market, for example, shows that, since you have gone all in to get every Republican on the ticket, including Donald Trump elected, that the odds of Trump winning now have jumped, from below 50% to over 64% today. And I would attribute that success to you, your operation that is second to none in the great state of Georgia. What's going on the ground, Governor?
Well, Sean, look, we got to win. We got to win from the top of the ticket on down. I've been saying consistently for a long time, we cannot afford another 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I think, Kamala Harris and Tim Walsh would be even worse. So we need to send Donald Trump back to the White House. We need to retake the Senate. We need to hold the House. We need to hold our legislative majorities that we have in the great state of Georgia. And it takes hard work. That's what we've been doing. We've been in the field since after the 4th of July, knocking doors, really working in swing districts where we have vulnerable legislators, but also making sure that we're turning out the base for the whole ticket so that we win from top to bottom. And I just want to urge everybody out there, we cannot take this for granted. We have got to get the vote out. We got to stay focused. We got to stay focused on the future. We need to do like you just did and like Stephen Moore just did, continue to hammer Kamala Harris's record and the record of, really the Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and the other people that have been really for 12, like Scott Jennings said, Sean, for 12 of the last 16 years punishing the American people. And I was thinking earlier when you were on with Stephen Moore, I feel I know the Democrats have been talking about joy at the convention all week, and I feel like the joy is subsiding. And when the sugar high, the convention subsides, people are going to really start thinking it's not so joyful when I look at my bank account. It's not joyful when I can't make my car payment.
It's not joyful, bro. What you like? That's the thing. I'm gonna be hiding on joy. Oh, it's joyful. No, it ain't joyful like that, bro. People are suffering, bro. What the hell you mean it's joyful? Come on.
Or my rent payment, or I have to decide whether I'm gonna buy gas or buy groceries.
Tim Walz goes like this. He's happy to be the vice presidential nominee.
And I know former President Trump was at the border today. People have not forgotten the disaster at the border and the millions and millions of illegal people that are in our country that are getting better benefits than some of our hardworking Georgians and hardworking Americans out there.
Governor, are you as surprised as I am at the tax plan, for example, that was announced today, or the whole idea, for example, price gouging when grocery margins, the profit margins are 1.6% historically in line where they've always been. Are you surprised when you hear Kamala talk about decriminalizing illegal immigrants, free housing, healthcare, education, the fact that she tweeted out the bail fund, wants to get rid of ICE, defund, dismantle, no bail laws on crime, which is it's happening in your state, it's happening around the country, or no fracking, no drilling. We'd economically, unilaterally disarm. This scares me. Your reaction?
Well, I mean, they're moving back to who they really are, Sean. I mean, we saw that the day they took office when they changed the policies at the border that were working. We know that firsthand. I told somebody.
This is my governor right here, Governor Kemp. Did you know in Georgia you can have a gun? You don't need a license. Yeah, you can have a gun. You don't need a license. Of course, you can be a felon. So you can be a felon, but you can have a gun without a license in Georgia.
The other day, when Donald Trump was in office, we were working with his administration, sending our National Guard troops to secure the border. Now we're having to do that with Governor Greg Abbott in Texas because this administration doesn't want to secure the border. They had complete power in Washington, D.C. The Democrats had the White House, the House, and the Senate, did nothing about the border, did nothing but really ramp up spending, create these bad policies that created 40-year high inflation. Now they're trying to take credit for driving inflation down. They created it to start with, so we don't need to let them forget about that. They're trying to move away from some of those things and flip-flop on their positions. And I think when the convention is over with and the race settles back down, we get past Labor Day, get to the debate, it's going to be really focused on the issues and changing your position at this stage of the game. We cannot let her get away with that. We need to stay focused on her record. It's been bad when she was in San Francisco and representing the state of California, and it's going to be bad if she gets back in the White House.
Governor, I go back to where I started, and I know you've gone all in to get every Republican, top of the ticket, bottom of the ticket, elected. How do you get that message out? How do you bypass the media that's refuses to play Kamala, her radical extreme views in her own words, or Tim Walz, his radical extreme views in his own words? What would be your recommendation?
It's you got to raise money. You got to go knock on doors. You got to make phone calls. And then when early voting starts, we got to get the vote out. Every person we can get to go vote Republican from the top of the ticket on down, that's one less person we got to worry about as we move into Election Day. I was at an event today, Sean, with two legislators that are in vulnerable districts. And I asked them, I said, how are y'all feeling? And they said, we're feeling good. We know we're hearing your people are knocking on our doors. They're turning our base voters out, but then we're also trying to get persuadable voters to get out in these tough districts in suburban and metro areas. And then we also got to just keep working hard to run up the score in real Republican counties, in South Georgia. I know J.D. Vance was down in Valdosta today with the Democratic sheriff of Lowndes County, who's a great American, a great Georgian.
Is this like a Southern accent or country accent?
And a great.
Or are they the same, country and Southern? Who knows?
Supporter of President Trump and Senator Vance. And so those are the things that we got to keep doing in Georgia to get the vote out. We cannot take this race for granted.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I know that also you have tackled the issue of, bringing integrity to the election process, basic common sense measures. I don't know why any party would resist proof of citizenship, voter ID, signature verification, updated voter rolls, chain of custody controls, partisan observers watching the voting all day, the vote counting all night. You have taken huge steps in Georgia, Governor, and I think the country can learn a lot from what you've done down there.
Well, when I was Secretary of State, Sean, we sued the Obama administration to implement the citizenship check when you register to vote in Georgia. That's still in place. We've had photo ID since 2006, so we have voter ID in place. As you know, after the 2020 election, we passed one of the strongest elections integrity acts in the country that simply makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And we added the photo ID or voter ID requirement to absentee ballots. So we've done a lot to make sure our elections are going to be secure in Georgia. I would urge people, volunteer to be a poll worker, be a poll watcher, get involved in the process. I feel like we're going to have a secure, accessible, fair election in this state. And if we turn our people out and vote from the top of the ticket on down, we're going to put Georgia back in the red column for a presidential race, unlike we did in 2020. But I believe we can do that. We did it in 2022 against Stacey Abrams and the Democratic machine. And I believe we can do it again this year with a lot of hard work between now and November the 5th.
Governor, with your team and your leadership and, you going all in for the country, I think at an inflection point.
You better go all in, Governor Kemp. You better go all in because
Point is so critical, so important. I'm very grateful for all you're doing. Governor Kemp, thank you so much for being with us. We hope you'll come back. Thank you, sir. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Yeah, because we don't want no 2020 going on here. Yeah, we do not want 2020 no more. We don't want 2020 no more, no more, no more.
Well, Kamala Harris' big acceptance speech wrapped up the fourth and final night of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy is live on the floor of the United Center. Peter, I understand you had a few words with Kamala Harris after her speech.
We did, yes, Trace. You can see many of the 100,000 balloons that fell are still on the ground, but in the tunnels on the side of the arena, we did have a chance to talk to the vice president as she was leaving the stage.
Madam Vice President, congratulations. Are you ready for your Fox News interview?
What's Santa Dog 81 says this guy is underestimating how many black women are in Georgia, but the same black women voted for Governor Brian Kemp. So, and he was running against Stacey Abrams, and Stacey Abrams was a black woman, okay, or he is a black woman. So that don't really count. If he's gonna win, he's gonna win. Governor Brian Kemp won in 2022 the gubernatorial election. So.
Vice President Harris said tonight that she wants to move past the bitterness of the past. That is, of course, even though for the past 3 years she has been in office.
With this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
But you've been so you want us to move past you because you've been the vice president for the past 3.5 years, almost 4 years now, Kamala. So you're trying to tell us to move past you? You are in charge right now.
Harris started to paint a picture of her economic platform with a broad brush, promising a middle-class tax cut that she says would impact 100 million people.
Opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
The DNC ultimately did not cave to pressure from outsiders, including the 400,000 member UAW union, to include a pro-Palestinian speaker on stage. When Harris brought up the war, she threaded the needle like this.
President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Sit down. Sit down. What have you done for the past 4 years? Now you're reading speech, teleprompter, and shit, talking about you know what you finna do. You ain't done nothing for the past 4 years now. So we want to know what you've done for the past 4 years. That's what we want to know.
And with that, the convention is over. Vice President Harris wound up being the star of the show. They have not, which is notable because there was a lot of buzz about the possibility of a surprise musical guest. Didn't happen, and they have not yet told us where her first post-convention swing state visit will be. Trace.
Beyonce was a no-show. Peter Doocy was great.
I just don't get it. I do not get it.
And Levin Saturday. Thanks for being here. We have two great guests, Newt Gingrich and Joey Piscatelli. Who's Joey Piscatelli? Very important. Stick with me. But before we get to our guests, democracy, voting. You know who likes the word democracy the most? Dictators, fascists, Marxists, autocrats. And apparently the Democrats, who don't really like to practice democracy. You know, they have voting in places like Russia and Iran, Venezuela and Turkey, North Korea, Syria, Cuba, Uzbekistan, Zimbabwe, Somalia, and 100 other dictatorships, brutal regimes, genocidal regimes. They claim to be democracies that have the vote. The vote, when you go in...
Yo, y'all remember she said one word, don't. Girl, say it down.
And you vote, or you mail in your vote. That's not enough. Anybody can vote in any place on the face of the earth. Dictators use voting as a cover for dictatorships. But voting is crucial, isn't it? In this country, we vote for a representative government. We vote for a constitutional republic. When we vote, we want to be informed. We want to have knowledge. Who are we voting for? Who are we voting against? The president's extremely powerful. We've had wars to protect our constitutional republic, our representative republic, our right to vote. We had a civil war to end slavery in order to allow people to vote. We adopted the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. We've had civil rights battles for 100 years, more than one, in the streets, in the courts, in the halls of Congress. We have fought for the right to vote, for everybody to have the right to vote. But to vote for what? What separates us and the way we vote and our voters from voters in Russia and Venezuela and Turkey? Information, knowledge. You're not supposed to just go to the polls. Oh, Democrat, Republican. Oh, woman, man. Oh, white. Oh, black. It's not identity politics, it's substance. You're voting for the most powerful representative in the nation. In fact, you're voting for the most powerful representative on the face of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris and her party are running the dictator's election. This is a facade. What kind of nonsense is this? They pulled it with Biden, now they intend to pull it with Kamala Harris? No, I don't think so. She's making a mockery of democracy. She's making a mockery of voting. Kamala Harris, your selection as the Democrat Party nominee occurred well before last week. And that so-called convention that looked to me more like a Roman circus. You're running a campaign akin to a dictatorship, a monarchy. There's nothing democratic about it. You're the first presidential nominee who's never received a single vote from any real citizen to run for president. You blew out the nominee who did receive the votes, 15 million of them. We've never seen anything like this. And you talk about democracy. You usurped the primary process, and now you seek to circumvent the general election process. America, she's hiding from us. She's concealing her views from us. They're so radical. They're so repugnant. They're so immoral. She knows if you figure out what her policies are, or the 72% of the American people who aren't clear what she stands for, that you will defeat her in a landslide. Kamala Harris, you have a greater obligation than any candidate who's ever run for president to reveal yourself, to be questioned, to be scrutinized. That's right, to be vetted by we the people. That's our right.
Yo, if this lady wins, y'all are gonna know what time it is. Bro, look at your president right here.
Any candidate who's ever run for president to reveal yourself, to be questioned. Obligation than any candidate who's ever run for president to slide. Kamala Harris, you have a greater obligation than any candidate who's ever run for president to reveal yourself, to be questioned, to be scrutinized. That's right, to be vetted by we the people. That's our right. That's your obligation. You want to be president of the United States, then earn it. Earn it. Engage. Debate. Tell us what you believe. Tell us where you're going to take this country. Don't hide it. Everybody's telling you. All the radicals in your party. All the grifters. All the pollsters. Shh. Wait till after the election. Then you can drop all the weight on the shoulders of the American people you want. They won't be able to do a damn thing about it. You need to mix it up. You need to meet the people. You need to be clear and precise about what you believe and what you stand. Who the hell do you think you are to disregard the people, to deceive the voters? You're running a campaign like Putin. You're running a campaign like Un. You're running a campaign like Xi. Well, this isn't communist China. It's not fascistic Russia. And it's not the inbred country of North Korea. It's not Iran. It's not Venezuela. It's not Cuba. It's the United States of America. And you're not running an American campaign. You want to be president of the United States? Then act like it. Oh, we have 2 debates. Who cares? You already ducked one because it's Fox. You're afraid of Fox?
Yeah, she is. What you mean? You know she is. Come on now.
You're not going to be able to stare down Xi. You're not going to be able to stare down Putin. You're afraid of Fox? Seriously? You don't want to earn the presidency. You want it handed to you. And so we get into all the race stuff. We get into all the sex stuff. We get into all the stuff that doesn't matter when people are trying to put food on the table, when they're trying to pay for the fuel in their car, the school supplies, a roof over their head. None of the rest of it matters. What took place in Chicago at that convention was phony. It was a Hollywood show. Did you learn anything about Kamala Harris at that event? You didn't learn a damn thing. Nothing. Now, she's proposing, for those of us in the 28% who know what's taking place, she's proposing nation-changing, life-changing, society-changing, economics-changing policies. The most radical policies of any candidate in American history, if she sticks to those policies. Now, she's trying to persuade people who are paying attention. I'm not that radical. I'm not really going to do that. But she won't allow herself to be questioned. And by the way, she doesn't personally flip-flop. Her staff flip-flops.
Thank you for watching the live show. You know what time it is. God bless you. I see you, Andrea. I see you, American Muscle. I see you, Dan. I see you, Dope Boy. I see you, Junebug, Santa Dog 81. Even if you don't like me, shout out to you for spending your time here. You could just swipe, but you want to spend your time here. God bless you, my boy. Ethan Moore, Lean, Miss Joyce, Pussy, Mac, Bill Parrish, Shadow Band, Opinion, Diana, Banana. You know what time it is. Warrior Life. Let's get it. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Also, if you're voting for Kamala, tell me why you want to vote for Kamala. And if you're voting for Trump, tell me why you're voting for Trump in the chat. Let's go.
For her. Now, if you're going to turn America into some kind of a Marxist Islamist state, some kind of a hellhole, then show yourself, reveal yourself. Be the tough prosecutor. Be the courageous senator, the tough questioner. And let us confront you. Let us question you. Let us challenge you. You're running for president of the United States, not for the student council in some middle school. This is
Howard. Goddamn, Howard. Oh, Lord Jesus. I was waiting for a comment like that. Howard Bramer says, because she is not Trump. What is Trump? Define Trump.
This isn't some backwoods third world country where you can get away with this stuff. We know what the media are. As I've been calling them, the state-run Pravda, Al Jazeera media. You have them in the tank like Putin has the media in the tank, like Un has the media in the tank, like the communists in Venezuela and Cuba have the media in the tank, like Al Jazeera for Qatar, state-run media. So the media don't help us. We don't need media interaction. We don't need the media to interpret for you what you believe to us, particularly when you own them. They're bought and paid for.
Junebug says, I really wish there were a third option, but given it Harris or Trump, I gotta go with Harris. I have a kid. Yes, you have a kid. And you about to experience inflation, my brother. You're gonna explain to your kid why the grocery high.
We need you to speak the we the people directly, without media, even without debates. Donald Trump goes everywhere. He goes in the black communities in the Bronx. He goes to Detroit. He goes to Philadelphia. He goes to small town USA. He goes to the suburbs. You only go where people will support you, in front of audiences that support you, the campaign of a dictator. Why don't you go into communities and reach out to all Americans? You want to be...
Andrea said the border. I'm voting for Trump because of the border. Diana Banana says Trump because I want the border closed with proper rules in place to come in and to afford life again and afford life in general. That's to say, she ain't affording no life right now. She working hard. She probably has 2 jobs. In the goddamn economy, everything high right now. Oh, Lord Jesus. You can never make this up, bro.
President of the United States or the president of the blue states? Who are you, Kamala Harris? You're the tough prosecutor, you're the Soros prosecutor. Open borders, close borders.
Of course, Junebug. Dude, Junebug says, dude, I was born in the 80s. You don't got to tell me about inflation. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not telling you. I say you are going to tell your kid about inflation. I ain't about to tell you. You already know. But now you're going to explain to your child what inflation is, okay? Vote for the great and wonderful Kamala.
Fracking, no fracking. Government-run healthcare? No. Not government-run healthcare. Government-run food supplies and pricing? Oh, I didn't really mean that. No, not really.
K Gamer, Lord, I've been thinking about this for a while. I said, this might happen. I'm not even gonna say it out loud. K Gamer, I see your comment. I see your comment. I feel like it's coming closer and closer and closer every day, especially with this election. I see it, but I hope it does not happen. I just hope it doesn't happen because goddamn.
Who are you? What are you? People in this country have fought and died for the right to vote, which means the right to vote with knowledge, the right to vote with information, to know who the candidates are. We fought a revolution over representative government. People died. They put their lives on their line.
Mark Nash TV says, bro, you don't even sound like you're American, respectfully. Okay.
And all the way up to this moment, people put their lives on the line, their careers on the line in order to vote. Not like they do in communist and fascist regimes, but like we do in the United States of America. You denigrate us. You dismiss us. You blow us off. You laugh about it. You're joyful about it. And you tell us, just listen to what everybody says about you. You've got the dancers, you've got the singers, you've got the media. Why do you support destroying women's sports? Why do you oppose parental rights in schools? Why do you oppose parental rights when it comes to gender mutilation? What is a wealth tax but a tax on ownership, on our homes, on our businesses, so the government can come in and steal them from us? Price controls. If you control the price of food, you control us. We can't survive without food. The government's going to control food. National government-run healthcare. How's that going to work? Open borders, illegals, access immediately to Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, and you want them to vote. Well, what's that going to do to our country? You believe in...
LB Things says, this is not 1860. The United States military will not let a civil war happen. Just relax. Oh, what happened in 2020 in Minnesota when they were burning down the police station? Oh, we didn't have a military then, did we? I think we did. When Trump offered to send National Guard to the Capitol on J6, what do y'all say? We don't need a guard. We don't need it. That's dictatorship. You talking about the military? Man, you finna find out what's going to happen.
Nationalizing our drug companies. You said you want to snatch their patents if they don't lower their prices.
So how does civil war start? How does it start? How does it start? You think that everybody has a group chat saying, yo, it's about to be, yo, really? You ready for the Civil War? You think it's a group chat? It starts from the goddamn riot, LB.
That means nationalizing drug companies. You want to eliminate the oil industry and gasoline. Do you know where electricity comes from? You don't want us to have a choice of what kind of car we can have.
He was impeached twice. The first time he was impeached for what? The Russia hoax. And the second time for the J6 situation. And both times it was a scam. We know.
What kind of toaster? What kind of lawnmower? What kind of home we can have? You want to eliminate the Electoral College. You want to stack the Supreme Court. You want to eliminate the filibuster. You have a thoroughly Marxist socialist agenda. We want to talk to you about it before you destroy our country, turn it inside out and upside down. You want to run for president? This is your agenda? Then tell the 72% of Americans who don't know you exactly where you stand. Defend it. Persuade them. Explain it. It's the United States of America. What?
Man, I feel like she should not do what bro, I have headache already, bro. It's just surprising that people would just say, I'm voting for Kamala because she's not Trump. What is Trump? Wealthy? He's been a president before. So you hate him. Because the media says he's a racist. Because the media says he wants to cut taxes for rich people. Because the media says he doesn't respect women. Especially black women. He doesn't respect you. Because you know he's racist, right?
Why are you hiding? Now, a couple other things about this convention. Every 4 years or so, the Obamas pop up that tell us what a racist nation we are. Every few years, they pop up, they go on stage, and they trash one Republican or another. I'm sick and tired of it. The Obamas live in the lap of luxury, despite all their revolutionary talk, despite their class warfare. I have a question directly for...
I feel like Obama is the real OG, bro. He knows how to play this game, bro. He knows. Just say, all we got to do is come out and we show off to our people. You know what time it is. Hug me tight, man.
I'm sick and tired of it. The Obamas live in the lap of luxury, despite all their revolutionary talk, despite their class warfare. I have a question direct.
Obama lives in the whitest community in the United States. This is supposed to be the #1 black president in the world. Yet, the great Obama, the great one that was spoken of before he came, lives in the whitest community. Now, I got nothing against my white brothers and sisters. Y'all know I love my white brothers and sisters. Hispanics, Latinas, all of y'all, I love you guys so much. But there's no way he's about to be living in the whitest community in the United States. You are our hero. So come live in the South with us, okay? Come live with your people. Stop living with the white folks, okay? Because when you need votes, what do? You talk to the black people and the ships that follow you. Obama said we should vote for Kamala. We're going to vote. As long as Obama said I should vote for her, I'm going to vote for her. But yet, he lives in the whitest community. Rich as hell. This man rich as hell.
Exactly for Barack and Michelle Obama. What exactly have you done for the black community? As president, what did you do, Barack? Since you've been president, you've become a multi-millionaire. What have you done for the black community that you claim to represent? How about Michelle? What have they done?
Nothing. Yeah, nothing. No, you ain't got to say it, bro. Nothing. Bro. They can't even live in Georgia. That's the thing. The fact that you cannot even live in Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, how the hell you gonna say? This is the thing. I feel like if Obama was living in like Louisiana, Alabama, Detroit, Georgia, it would have been better. Like there'll be not, even if, because I've met a lot of black people that say, you know what, the Obamas didn't do anything. But in my mind, I'm like, I don't care. As long as he was the first black president of the United States, I like him like that. Then I figured out this man lives in the whitest community. God damn.
Donald Trump has done more for the black community than you can ever do. When Donald Trump was in the private sector as a developer and a builder,
Jessica, I just told you there's absolutely nothing wrong with him living in a white community. There's nothing wrong. You can live there. But don't be asking for no black votes when you need votes because you're not even living amongst us. So why the hell are you asking black people for votes when it's time for elections? You need to live among the people that you say you represent.
he hired black people, as well as Latinos, Asian people, men, women, straight, gay, transitioning. It didn't matter. They got good salaries. They were able to get pensions and medical care. What the hell have you done? Donald Trump fought for school choice. Like your two daughters went to one of the most expensive private schools in America, let alone D.C. Well, Donald Trump thinks that all children should have that opportunity, including poor kids.
Wait. Hold up. You mean Obama's daughters went to a private school? Man. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I didn't even know that. So they went to a private school? I thought they were broke. I thought they came from the slums. How the hell you went? Trump is a white man. He doesn't need to live in a black community. He should go live with the white people because he should. Look, this is the thing. I believe I don't discriminate. Okay, this is the fact. Even though I'm married to a black woman, I believe black men need to marry a black woman. Doesn't mean if a black man falls in love with a white woman, fine, Gucci, do what you got to do. It is what it is. I just believe that Hispanics should marry Hispanics. If you fall in love with a Caucasian person, fine, do what I'm not discriminating. I'm just saying Indians marry Indians. You know what I mean? Like heritage. It's like you understand your culture. I'm not saying you can't fall in love and whatever you want to do, you can do. I'm just saying that I just feel it's better that way. I don't know. Okay. I just feel it's better that way. But if Trump leaves with his people, of course he should live with his people. But there's no way you say you are for the black community and then all your neighbors are white. Rich as hell people. Come on, man.
Kids, including poor black kids. You opposed it. You fought it. Donald Trump, working with Tim Scott, set up almost 9,000 opportunity zones, meaning what? Zones in which you get tax breaks and other breaks for businesses to invest in poor communities, minority communities. What did you do?
Yeah, don't know.
Criminal justice reform. You didn't push criminal justice reform. Donald Trump got criminal justice reform. And I could go on.
So now Jessica says we are Americans. We don't need discriminations. But yet you discriminate against Trump. You say he's racist, is this, is that, is this. I'm just giving you the same energy.
And on. At that convention, they claimed to represent the middle class, blue-collar workers. How so? Did you see many of
LB things, as long as Obama's children went to a private school, he has nothing to say. LB things, did you or your children go to a private school? My man Mark Nash TV, my man Mark Nash, Blah, blah, blah. Mark Nash TV, calling someone racist isn't discrimination. Okay, it's not discrimination. I get it. I've seen Mark. There are people who have said, I'm voting for Kamala just because she's black, because she's a black woman. It's just like someone here, just like someone said it in the chat. Someone said, I'm voting for, it's like, okay. Someone said in the chat, the person said, it's just like someone saying, I'm voting for Trump because he's white. But we are allowed to say, I'm voting for Kamala because she's black. What if a white man says, I'm voting for Trump because he's white? Then he's racist. But if you say, I'm voting for Kamala because she's a black woman, then it's cool, right? Bunch of shit.
Of them, I didn't know Oprah was a blue-collar worker or Legend was a blue-collar worker. I didn't know Pritzker was a blue-collar worker. It was a convention of multi-billionaires, oligarchs. Donald Trump, developer, builder, built a skyline. He worked with plumbers and electricians. He worked with painters and bricklayers. He worked with tile layers, drywall installers.
Man, this man trying to sell me. You ain't got to sell me. I'm voting for Trump. You ain't got to sell me, boy. I'm voting for Trump. You don't need to sell me. You can sell the people listening to you. But me, I'm voting for Trump. I got a 4-year-old daughter, and she ain't about to be in this goddamn economy with high inflation, high mortgage rate, unsafe border, high groceries, high gas prices, goddamn billions of munitions sent to Ukraine. Man, fuck that.
Dollars.
Oh, this is the thing about black people. I could tell you, Mark says, nah, not racist. It's called preference. So a white, Mark, I'm asking you a question now. A white man can say, I'm voting for Trump because he's white, and you're gonna be cool with that? You know you ain't gonna be cool with that, brother. You know you ain't gonna be cool with that, brother. We never vote based on someone color. Speak for yourself, Jessica. I've spoken with people, women and men, telling me directly, face to face, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. So speak for yourself now, Jessica.
All the buildings trades, all of them, all hardworking men and women, union, non-union, minority, majority, woman, male, everybody. And you didn't discriminate. What have you done, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama?
LB things. That's what I'm saying. You're saying, so what? What I'm asking you now, LB, is if a white man or a white couple comes around you and they say, we are voting for Trump because he's a white man, how are you going to feel, LB thinks? You know you ain't going to feel because you're going to be, we're back to 1940s. But you're going to say you want to vote for someone because they're black.
Obama, for the hardworking middle class. You haven't done a damn thing. Oh, and one other thing. Josh Shapiro, I hear you're Jewish. You're the Democrat governor of Pennsylvania. You were overlooked by Kamala Harris and her party. And you went up and you gave a speech, a disgusting, pathetic speech. And you accused
Mark, oh my God. Mark says they don't have to say it. We know it is. Now you ain't know it is, bro. You know you ain't know what it is, bro. No. So me voting for Trump, what is that? Me voting for Trump, what is that? I'm a house. What y'all call it over here? I'm a corner. You guys say so many BS, so many BS. So what am I called here? What am I called here, Mark? I know you know the names now. Call me the names they call people like me that vote for Trump. Call me the names. Please tell me what the names are.
Donald Trump of using anti-Semitic tropes. Let me tell you something, Josh Shapiro. You're a gutless wonder. As the Jewish American governor of Pennsylvania, you should have gotten up at that podium and you should have made a Martin Luther King-like speech.
No, he can't.
To your party that you would not tolerate the growing anti-Semitism in your party. You should have called out Tlaib and Omar and AOC and Bernie Sanders by name. You should have condemned the fact that your candidate for vice president, Tim Walz, embraced not just any imam who supports the evisceration of the state of Israel, which means the extermination of the Israeli Jews. You didn't say a damn thing about that. You should have spoken up about your presidential nominee, who you wanted to run with. How dare she not undertake her function as the president of the Senate to welcome the Prime Minister of Israel into the halls of Congress. She meets secretly with the mayor of Dearborn, who's an Israel hater. She'll meet with anybody, but she wouldn't meet with him. Tell me, Josh, what have you done for the Jewish community? You haven't done a damn thing. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, the man you attacked up there, you ask the Israeli people who their favorite president is, Donald Trump. He moved the embassy. He acknowledged the Golan Heights as sovereign to Israel. He cut off the PLO that had terrorist warrants on the heads of Jews and Americans. He cut off UNRWA that was funding Hamas. He had Iran on its back. He was starving that government. They didn't have a missile to fire at Israel. Hezbollah was in a box. The Houthis were in a box. You ask the Israelis, the Israeli Jews who they support for president of the United States. And Josh Shapiro, you got up there.
Mark Nash, thank you for your service, bro. I seen you wrote you are a veteran. Thank you so much for your service. However, I would say, why are you voting for Kamala? Can you tell us why you're voting for Kamala? Can you give us reasons, like based on results? What has she done for the past 4 years? Can you tell us what she's done that she deserves your vote as the first woman president of the United States? I would like to know, for real. I'm learning now. I'm not telling you I know everything. I'm just saying, I'm just sick and tired of Black people saying I'm voting for this person because they're a woman or because they're Black or because they're a person of color. What has she done? We should be voting based on policies, based on performance. It shouldn't just be because of race or gender. So tell me, what has she done to deserve your vote?
You not only made an ass of yourself, it was contemptible. That was your moment to be a statesman, and you were not. You learned nothing from that convention. Now, the question is going forward. We have an election, an early election that starts, I believe the first date is Pennsylvania on September 16th. The earliest of the early votes, the Keystone State is the key state. Are we going to allow our country to be...
You see why I can't take people like chat. You see why I can never take people like Mark Nash TV serious. Is answer. I said based on performance, what has she done to deserve your votes? My man says she's not a convicted felon. Can never take people like this serious now.
Turned into some joke, mockery of a democracy to allow a Democrat candidate who didn't even get the legitimate nomination of her party to run for office like no other candidate in American history, to slide into the Oval Office, to conceal her Marxism, socialism, and her Islamism, to change the country after the election? Is that what we're going to do? I sure as hell hope not.
What we look, okay. Y'all are going to watch some movies very soon. But they're going all right. It's not just a random error from our conversation. Y'all do beginning by
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Shout out to you, my brother, but I'm asking you a question. You don't have to debate me. It's a question, bro. Like, why are you voting for Kamala? Your answer was because she's not a convicted felon. That's why you're voting for her. So she has nothing for you to be proud of, nothing for you to be able to say, because you obviously don't have any points. It's not a tricky question, bro. No. I'm seriously, bro. I'm asking you. Bro. I'm not trying to like, I'm just asking you, what has she done for you to deserve? No, for her to deserve your vote. No, what did you say? I'm gonna go back. I promise you, I'm gonna go back. What did you say? You said I didn't see it. I didn't see it, bro. I promise you, I did not see it. I did not see it. Please put it in the chat. What has she done to deserve your vote? Anybody voting for Kamala, tell me why you want to vote for Kamala. What has she done to deserve your vote? And if you're voting for Trump, tell me why you're voting for Trump. What has he done to deserve your vote?
But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he.
Okay, Mark Nash says, I said it twice, I said it 3 times. Trump wants to cut veterans' benefit. Okay, Mark, I know you're a veteran, so obviously I think you know what you're talking about. But who else do we have in the chat that is a veteran that can confirm what Mark has said? If you are a veteran, put it in the chat, because most of the veterans that I've met that are my friend, I have 2 veterans that are friends with me, and they say during Trump's time, they were balling. So if you are in the chat and you are a veteran too, tell us if Mark is, you say he wants to cut veterans benefit. Did he cut, Mark, this is another question, okay, just to like confirm. You said he wants to cut veterans benefit. In 2016 to 2020, did he cut the veterans benefit? Just a yes or no. From 2016 to 2020, did he actually cut the benefits for veterans? From 2016 to 2020, did he cut it? That's how we know if he's going to cut it, right? If he did cut it in 2016 to 2020, then it's like, okay, great. Then we cannot obviously trust him. So let me know. From 2016 to 2020, Mark Nash, did he cut benefit for veterans?
He lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off.
Sit down. Iran explained. No, but he wasn't saying he was going to cut it dead. He's saying it now. You see why I cannot, bro, I promise you, I take Mark seriously. When did he say he's going to cut? Show me, put the video in the chat, and we're going to play the video today when he says he wants to cut the veterans benefit, Mark. God damn, Mark, come on, man. Don't let him, come on, bro. Come on, man. I respect you, Mark. Come on, man. Don't do me like this, Mark. God damn, Mark. Reducing veterans access to healthcare, taking away support and service for veterans with. Man, Buddha Hat, you've been capping all through the month. You've been watching me for like a month now. Because I just started going live like a month ago, right? And Buddha Hat has probably been here for like 2 weeks. And it's been saying the same thing. Lies on lies. And when Trump says, no, I don't want to do that, she's going to say, no, he's a liar. And this one right here lies straight to us. Y'all don't see nothing wrong with that. But Minecraft is hard as hell. I played it for like 2 hours. I was having headaches.
The mob and send help. He did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again.
Make gas cheaper. Make grocery cheaper. Inflation gonna go down. The wars in Ukraine that y'all love so much, it's gonna end. The one in Israel and the Palestinian people, it's gonna end. So what else? What else are you gonna say, beautiful Kamala? What else are you gonna say now? What else? What are you gonna say? You are currently the first colored woman vice president in the United States ever. Girls don't even know your name. Like girls that you're supposed to inspire don't even know your name if you weren't running for president. When you were vice president, nobody knew what you are, who you are. Nobody even knew your name because you were nowhere. Oh, now they're offended I said colored. Okay, let me just say black because they ain't gonna let me talk. They ain't gonna let me talk, man. That's the only thing they could say. None of her accomplishment. That's the thing. I asked people, what has she done to deserve your vote? What has she done to deserve your votes? The only thing now you want to argue about color or black or whatever. What has she done to deserve your vote? You have nothing to tell me. This is sad. This is really, 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 really sad, bro. You have nothing? No, he said Trump wants to cut veterans' benefit. He didn't say what she's going to do.
Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty.
Yes, American muscle. Yes. Her poll numbers went down since the DNC. I'm telling you, because that speech was weak. I'm telling you, the speech was weak. It was just straight teleprompter, hand gesture, and that's it. No, nothing. No connection with the audience. People were just screaming because they were told to scream. No one can or try to convince you from the chat. It's one, but no one can or will try to convince you from the chat. Mark, I promise you, you can actually convince me. If you tell me you're talking at us, not with us. No. Mark, are you married? Mark, are you married? Do you have kids? Oh, Ben is back. Oh, Hillary had much more. In my opinion, Hillary did a better job than. Mark says, yep, he has one daughter. God bless you, my brother. God bless your family. So you're not married, right? Okay. I really think that she should, first of all, she should be doing interviews, press conferences, talking to the media before the debate. My man Nash. Yeah, I've been married for almost 7 years now. It ain't easy, Brody. It ain't easy now, but I'm learning a lot as I go. Biden seem to get done nothing. They've done nothing for the past 4 years. Nah, my husband and father, not the baby daddy. Hell yeah, Nash. Hell yeah. But like, I just want to know what she has done to deserve your vote. What has she done? It's like you need to, if you want to vote for her, do what you got to do. But why are you voting for her? Based on what? Based on what has she done? What's the performance rate like?
Military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
So will you. Yeah, so will you.
Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails.
Man. Here we go. I want to go to the goddamn. Do we want to watch RFK's speech one more time? I feel like that speech was like absolutely superb. The Dem Party has always dealt with the Kennedy going against the establishment.
The Democratic Party, in the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate, that its candidate could win in a fair election at the voting booth.
For more on RFK Jr.'s decision to suspend his presidential campaign, let's bring in David Avella, the GOPAC chairman. So give us your analysis of this decision and what it means. I mean, why does a guy whose name is long associated with the Democratic Party, why does he, sort of jump ship and endorse the former president?
John, RFK Jr.'s campaign was over.
Now, for a veteran that have served the country, I wouldn't expect you to talk about RFK's voice because that's a disability. He actually has a medical condition. It's not funny to make fun of his voice. It's actually a medical condition. Okay, that's the thing. Y'all be wilding up here, man.
About 12 days ago, when a court in New York said he couldn't be on the ballot because he lacked residency. It underscored how the Democratic elites first set up the rules to make sure no one could get the nomination other than President Biden. And now they are determined to make sure that RFK Jr. couldn't get on enough ballots to be able to get the 270 votes that you have to be president. It's the ultimate sign of weakness. And it could be an underscoring of the fact of how weak Vice President Harris is, and that she may have already peaked in this election. Because keep in mind, you have a state like Wisconsin, where in 2016 and in 2020, it was decided.
Jessica, oh Jesse, are you ready? Nobody is saying a woman should be in the kitchen all day, every day, forever, okay? Nobody is saying a woman should be in the kitchen. However, I truly believe that every man's dream is to be able to provide for his family, wife, and kids to an extent that his wife don't have to work, except she decides to work. This is every man's dream. I don't know if you know, man, this is what we dream about. We want to be able to be so comfortable financially that we want to be able to give and provide for our family, provide and protect our family, that we don't want our wife to work. Currently, my wife isn't working. Currently, my wife is not working. Because really, my goal from the gate was I want to be so financially free that I don't want my wife to work. If she says, hey, baby, I want to work, fine. But it's like, okay, great. All right. But every man, this is the facts. Every man that I have spoken with, they're like, yo, if I could, I wouldn't want my wife to work. Because this is what we dream about. We want our wives to take care of the children. Do you know how hard it is to take care of kids? So you want your wife to go work, then take care of the kids, then take care of the home. Like taking care of children, bro, is the hardest job ever. I would rather go work 12 hours, bro, than take care of the children. Even though I do it. I'm just being fact. Like I do it. I love taking care of my daughter. I love to spend time with my daughter. I'm just saying it is really, really, really hard to train a child. It is. It is. I ain't gonna cap.
By 1 percentage point. You take a candidate like RFK, and maybe he doesn't have 1% that goes towards Trump, but maybe Trump picks up another 2,000 votes or 3,000 votes. In an election in Wisconsin that's going to get decided by 25,000 votes, all little things matter. And RFK getting out may seem like a little thing, but it could prove.
Shout out to Jasmine Rodriguez. You know what time it is. Yeah. You would impact your children so much that they would always remember their mom. We used to spend time with mom. We used to do this with mom. We used to do that with mom. Most children these days are trained by public schools. The school system is training the children. So the parents don't even know the children. The parents these days don't even know their kids. Too sad. Ethan Moore says, does it make you recoil? I'm a stay-at-home dad. Wonderful. Great. But I don't know your arrangement with your wife, though. Is she like the breadwinner? Like she goes to work and you take care of the kids? If that's your arrangement with your wife, fine. I'm not going to, shit on your arrangement with your wife. But that's your arrangement. It is what it is.
Proof quite decisive in the swing states.
Yeah, he's been criticized even by members of his own family for the decision that he's made. Essentially, I guess you could say he's leaving the Democratic Party. But the Democratic Party that exists today is not the Democrat Party that, elected his father.
Obviously, Jessica, you have no kids. The professionals were there. Was it a professional that gave me my baby? The professionals. Somebody deleted her a message. What do you mean professionals training my baby? I don't need no goddamn professionals training my baby. My baby is not a product. She's not like water or phone or like computer. No, she's a human being that has my genes, my blood. I have to show her how life works. I have to hug her, give her my energy. Like
his uncle.
You don't have kids, Jessica. Not yet. Hold on for a while.
And his father.
It's somewhat funny, though, John, given that it was RFK Jr.'s dad who ran against and helped push out Lyndon Johnson in 1964. It was his uncle Ted.
I'm not saying a teacher cannot educate the children. What I'm saying is, okay, let me just tell you. When my daughter started daycare around like 3 years old plus, she used to go to daycare from like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. to like 5 p.m. That is basically the whole day. And I said, what? Hell no. Hell no. She ain't about to be going. Like, you say you want to spend time with your kids, right? But your children go from 5 a.m. or no, from like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. to like 6 p.m. So what time do you have to spend time with your children? You basically don't have any time. So everything your child learns is from school. They don't learn anything from you, especially if you work. You're tired. So when you pick your children up from school, you're ready to eat and go to sleep. So imagine you do that 5 days a week. You only have Saturdays and Sundays. That's why kids grow up, they don't even know their parents. Look, what's wrong with school system? Yeah, I ain't talking to you.
Eddie Kennedy, who ran against Jimmy Carter and ultimately helped lead to that defeat in 1980. The Democratic Party has always had to deal with a Kennedy who wanted to go against the establishment. RFK Jr. is just the latest. But now we're at a point, John, where it's exactly where Republicans need it to be. Because we get to make the case that do you want the American dream? As Donald Trump talks about free market capitalism, and he talks about bringing regulations down, and he talks about fair trade deals and a secure border, You contrast that with the American nightmare that ultimately Vice President Harris would bring to us. It's that they're going to tell you what car you can drive. They're going to make your taxes go up.
Buddha has says, Genesis, you want to be so successful your wife doesn't have to work. And also to not have your kids in school so they have time to learn from you. Yes, yes. I really like my dream, and I've told God, I said, God, make me successful that my children can be homeschooled where I can see what they're actually learning with the teacher coming to the house to teach them. You know what I mean? Like, because my daughter could be a slow learner. I don't know. She could now everywhere she goes, she's in pre-K right now. And this is not like I'm trying to get accolades or I'm trying to give her accolades. Her teachers said she already knows things that the children around her don't know. Just because she already had a teacher. I used to pay a teacher to come in twice a week to teach her how to write. And I also taught her how to write. Now she's gonna start reading lessons on the 1st of September. That would be like once a week. And she's just 4. And she's not even in like, she's just in pre-K. Now she's learning how to read. But if you actually go to pre-K, they're not teaching them how to read. But my daughter already knows how to write. So the teacher was telling me, yo, she's advanced. I'm like, that's what I want. I want her to be advanced. So that was because I took time out to also know that, look, I want my daughter to be advanced. I want to make sure she knows the basics: reading, writing, arithmetics. Like, this is what I want for my child. I only have one child. If I had like 2, 3, 4, okay, again, I'll be like, but I only have one. It would be so bad that my child turns out to be like wild. If you only have one, come on, man. You could do, come on, man. One, it's my responsibility to make sure she does good. As a matter of fact, I need to go find her book.
They're going to put government in more control of kids' schools than what parents will have. In example after example, look at her policies, and we're heading towards an American nightmare if Vice President Harris ascends to the presidency and continues the Bidenomics and the bad policies that has her and the president at 36% approval rating.
Buddha, what the hell are you talking about? Bro, I work. But I am a Christian and I believe God blesses people. You can work as hard as you want to work, baby. But if God doesn't bless you, your ass ain't going to be successful. That's what I believe. I work hard. I work probably 12 to 14 hours every single day. I get like maybe 5 hours of sleep, 6 hours of sleep. So I'm going to do my part, work hard. But I truly believe that God blesses the work of your hands. Okay? That's what I believe. I'm not trying to say God is going to come do the work for me. I'm just letting you know that God, that's what I believe. Okay, so this is a 4-year-old daughter. This is my 4-year-old daughter's book. I don't know if y'all can see it. Let me see. Damn, y'all can't see this. I don't know if y'all can see this, but it just makes me so proud that she knows how to write. Here we go. I need y'all to actually see this.
Yeah, we'll get into her econ policies a little bit later on in this hour. But RFK Jr., he has been complaining a lot about the media, and media coverage generally of Kamala Harris has been pretty fawning, wouldn't you say?
She's had a good bump as a result of the coverage that has been given to her, not unlike when many candidates first get into a race.
Chris says, Jasmine, I raised my niece. It's definitely a full-time job. It is a full-time job. It is a full-time job. Absolutely huge. So I respect women that have decided to take care of their children, because it's harder to take care of a child than to work for money. I'm not saying it's easy to work for money, but I'm just saying it's sort of easier than taking care of a child.
The key, though, is to make sure the media holds her accountable for her policy positions. And we just talked about a few right there, where she's got to explain to American people, what exactly does price controls mean? What exactly will she do to help bring inflation down, which is now at 20%? Does she think it's a good idea that the Fed's talking about cutting rates? I mean, go in policy after policy. What is she going to do to make lives Americans safer, easier, and better?
Shout out to K Gamer. Have a wonderful night. All right, Shauna. I hope you feel better too.
And the reality is, she doesn't have one that's going to make things better.
The quote from RFK Jr. was, "Who needs a policy?" referring to policy speeches that she's outlined. Who needs a policy when you've got Trump to hate? And that does seem to be a driving force.
That is a core part of their message. But you think about for Americans who are trying to get a better health care, and as the vice president and the president have allowed millions to come in across the border and get immediate access to healthcare systems, it only makes those who are paying the bill for healthcare to have to wait in line longer.
Wario, oh my God, Wario, how did you know? My daughter writes her name probably 10 times a week. A full name now, full name, 10 times a week, because that's how they grade these children. They grade them that way. So it's like when you take them to school and they're write your name, and they cannot write their names, then they say they have ADHD or they have some BS they don't even have, because they haven't been taught how to write these things. You know what I mean? I just feel like when you train your children and you take them out, they perform good, and people see it, and people treat people treat them better because they know this child is actually well trained. I've noticed these things like when we go out, when you have a well trained child, people treat that child differently because they know people their parent have actually invested time into that child, so they treat them accordingly. I'm just letting y'all know for real.
Only means they're going to have to pay more in taxes. And to RFK's point, it was his uncle who said that cutting taxes rises all boats, that we have a bigger economy if, in fact, we cut taxes. And as RFK pointed out, the Democratic Party is no longer a party that believes that. In fact, we'll have some Americans paying well over 60% of what they earn to the government if the vice president gets the plan that Joe Biden proposed and she is supporting.
Again, we'll be talking about her economic policies a bit later this hour. David Avella. David, thank you.
That's the thing. Y'all say you want to vote for Kamala, but what has she done? You guys would always go back to Trump because Trump is a felon. Nobody's talking about Trump. I'm asking you, what has Kamala done? Next thing you're going to talk about Trump. Again and again and again. God damn. All right. Here goes CNN.
All right, Trump is speaking in Glendale, Arizona. RFK Jr. is about to go on stage with him. You see him standing next to him. Let's just listen in here for a moment. Trump speaking and RFK Jr. will speak in a moment.
Tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that. And I also want to
Shout out to Andrea. Andrea loves to be a full-time mom. And it's okay if you don't want to be a full-time mom, but don't bash the full-time mom that loves what they do, because training a child ain't an easy job. It's not easy, okay? Do you know what it means to actually invest your time in training your child? You are actually training the future of tomorrow. You are investing time into the future of tomorrow, because our kids are the future of tomorrow. How can't you see that?
I want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a
Ethan Moore, I can agree with you on that one for sure, But sometimes children, like when you have a child, it changes you. Sometimes it changes you, and sometimes it doesn't change you. You know, everybody's different. You know, sometimes some people would be like, you know, I was like wild and crazy, but when I had my daughter, my life changed, or when I had my son, my life changed. So it's different for everybody, you know.
Panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life. So I just want to ask Bobby to speak for a little while. I'll stand aside. I'm going to stand aside. But I can only tell you, I've known him a long time. We've been a little bit on the opposite side of the equation, but I will say this, he is a brilliant, I still think of him as young. He's not that young. I always call him young, but he's not that young.
He's not that
But he is a phenomenal person, a phenomenal man who loves the people of this country as much as anybody can love the people of this country. So, Bobby, please say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States. And the safest, the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children?
Shout out to Warrior Life. God bless you for spending your time here. You are the best. It says, all right, Amal, good luck with the crazies. Andrea. Yes, Andrea is the best. You know what time it is. She is the best. Okay, if you're watching the live show, subscribe to the channel, like the live show, and enjoy the show.
Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Did you see that hug? That was a hug of welcome home, brother. Welcome home, brother.
You all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
All right. So you just heard RFK Jr. Those were very brief remarks. I'd anticipated actually, Philip, that it could have gone longer than that. But first appearance together, endorsement, obviously hitting on his key issues, chronic disease, which was the one that fell on the most fertile ears with a lot of people, right? Autoimmune diseases and infertility and obesity, big food, all of that. Foreign policy, neocons, make America healthy again. The line. All right. But as you say, those aren't specifically chronic disease, anything you've ever heard Trump say before?
Yeah, no, I actually looked earlier. I looked because what he just said there, what RFK said is what he said when he dropped out earlier today. I looked to see if Donald Trump could ever mention chronic disease.
Shut up.
A re-energized Democratic Party managed to turn that enthusiasm and support into a win, at least when it comes to TV ratings. Every night of the DNC had more Americans tuning in compared to the corresponding night at the RNC. CNN's media correspondent Hadass Gold joins us now. Hadass, what do the numbers show?
Well, the numbers show this is according to Nielsen. So across the television networks that Nielsen ranks, the DNC outshone the RNC every single night. You can see there all 4 nights of the DNC outshone the RNC when it comes.
I don't know who does this polls. Do you guys believe this polls? Do you guys always believe this polls? Because every poll that I've seen on Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, TikTok, every single poll has Trump winning. But on TV, Kamala winning big.
To the ratings across the 4 nights, the average was also even greater, 21.8 million for the DNC versus 19.07 million for the Republican National Convention. And then when we look at the actual candidate speeches of Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, Harris's speech brought in 28.9 million, whereas Trump's brought in 28.4 million. It's not a huge difference, but we all know that Donald Trump is obsessed with ratings, so I'm sure this is something that might be rankling him. Now, these ratings beat out the 2020 DNC and RNC ratings, but they do lag behind 2016, 2012, 2008. But keep in mind that the way we watch TV is of course changing, and Nielsen does not rank things like streamers, YouTube, Twitch, social media, and those. So we could even have even more millions of people who were watching on those streamers. But if you look at also where we were when these conventions took place, when Trump took the stage at the RNC, it was just days after his assassination attempt. It was the first time he was making a major speech after he almost lost his life. But Joe Biden was still the candidate at that time. He would end up dropping out just days after that. So there's a lot of interest in Kamala Harris as the candidate. There's a lot of excitement, a re-energized party. And also, the Democrats just had bigger names at their convention. They had the Clintons, they had the Obamas, they had Oprah, and they had big performers like Stevie Wonder, John Legend, and Pink. And yes, there was Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan at the RNC, but just when you look at the number of names, big names, these sort of marquee speakers, the Democrats just had more people. And then, of course, there were all of those rumors that Queen Beyonce was going to show up and potentially perform or somehow appear at the DNC. Of course, that did not end up happening.
Well, speaking of Beyonce, for example, should the DNC...
This is why I can never... Luke, what are you saying? Well, speaking of Beyonce, who cares, bro? Go to the border. Man, you can blend, yeah. Speaking of Beyonce, what are you saying?
Now, one person I did speak to about Kamala in her own words is my old friend James Carville about the state of the Democratic Party. Here's what he had to say. James Carville, sir. You know what it's like? You know, when I tell people on my radio show, I'm friends with James Carville. How many debates have we done around the country together? We did a debate. Tim Russert once moderated. Was that not a great day? We had a great time.
Sure.
All right.
You know, before we get started and get down to the nitty gritty, I just want to say something. I respect your longevity and your relevance. I may not agree with you, but I've seen a lot of pretenders and a lot of contenders come through Fox News over this century, and no one has been more relevant and survived longer than you have. So
I don't know what that means.
Hats off to you.
No, I
proceed
appreciate
with the questions.
But we've also had fun, but we don't agree. We just don't. But I will say this, you know, for example, I'm going to play a clip. Bill and Hillary Clinton. Okay, and this is them talking about abortion. And I won't play it, but they also, you know, Bill Clinton famously said the era of big government is over, the end of welfare as we know it. But here's Bill and Hillary on abortion. And as I ask it, keep in mind that neither Tim Walz or Kamala Harris want any restrictions on abortion at all, none whatsoever. That in the case of Walz, I mean, he wants gender-affirming care provided to children without parental consent, and he wanted to put feminine hygiene products in boys' bathrooms in schools. Listen, but here's Bill and Hillary.
Our vision should be of an America where abortion is safe and legal, but rare.
I have worked for many years is to make abortion safe, legal, and rare.
Our people have genuine and deeply felt differences on the subject of abortion, even if abortion is safe, legal, and rare.
Well, I believe abortion should be safe, legal, and rare.
So we've known each other all this time. I don't see James Carville as a radical Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Bernie Sanders, left-wing, lunatic. And you kind of said as much yourself. I mean, if the country knows who they really are, can they win?
Well, certainly they can win. And I agree with everything that President and Mrs. Clinton said. I think abortion should be safe, legal, and hopefully it'll be rare. And if we have aggressive contraception and aggressive availability, we can do that. Actually, abortion rate, the number of abortions gone up since this idiotic Dobbs decision. And I think that Roe v. Wade is right. It takes into account certain rights in the first trimester, certain rights in the second, certain rights in the third trimester. And I will disagree with you vehemently and friendly on one thing. I think offering tampons to students is one of the best ideas I've ever heard. Utah.
To boys in the bathrooms?
Tampons. It had nothing to do with the boys in the bathroom.
James, they changed the language. They changed the language.
You know what? It doesn't matter. There should be young people who are going through embarrassing enough to be a young girl to have to go through this. I am wholeheartedly for that. I don't care if they put it in the library, but wherever they put it.
You want it now in the library?
That argument. I'm really for it. Yes, I don't care where it is.
But wait a minute. But you're married, good parents. You love your kids. Would you want gender-affirming care without you being consulted?
We'll make those decisions. I don't really think about that very often. I think that Governor Rhodes is a patriot. I think he's a soldier. I think he's a football coach. He's a hunter. He's done some tremendous things. And if we're going to sit here and nitpick every little thing he did.
Nitpick?
And this and that. And I'm very comfortable with tampons being offered free to students in school. I'm totally 100%.
All right. So let's not belabor the point. You're okay with it in boys' bathrooms. Okay. You have no problem with it. Gender-affirming care. Forget what the parents want.
You can put it in the cafeteria for all I care.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
This man don't give a damn. He don't give a damn now.
We've got to have the courage to stop using the term radical Islamic terrorism and illegal alien. Let me play it for you.
Shout out to Alexi. God bless you, bro. Thank you so much. And shout out to Andrea. You're doing a wonderful job. Let's go.
Have the courage
to object when they use that term, radical Islamic terrorism, which ignores how Muslims have overwhelmingly been the greatest victims of terror. And we must also have the courage to reject that term illegal alien. I have seen some of the worst of criminal behavior. I have seen the worst of crime. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Do you think that's a little out of the mainstream to not say radical Islamic terrorism or illegal aliens? Who attacked us on 9/11? Well, who's entering our country illegally?
Well, okay, let's back up. In the last shootings in Buffalo, in Martin Douglas, the guy that shot at President Donald Trump, all of these shootings have something in common. They're all by white males who could get an assault weapon. I'd rather use the term radical terrorist. I would prefer to leave the term Islamic out of it because there's so many good people who follow the religion of Islam, and I wouldn't want to do anything that would bring any
But the word radical delineates.
As opposed to the term.
The word radical delineates between Muslims and radical Islamists. That's very clear.
I would just say radical terrorist, but that's
all right.
something
That's
I
you.
prefer. Whether I would call someone, I don't think any human being is illegal. But I do think you should have border laws. I wouldn't mind saying that they're undocumented, but I just wouldn't call another human being an alien. That's just, maybe that's the Catholic in me. I don't know, but I don't like the term alien applied to another human being.
Yeah, they're not playing.
Where the term illegal alien happens to be a government term, the one that they put in all their government documents. Anyway, James is a character.
Yeah. They called me illegal alien when I came. But we're not going to talk about that, are we?
Now, one person I did speak to about Kamala in her own words is my old friend, James Carver.
Anyway, so obviously we're here in North Carolina. We're headed to Omaha. But look, our message today was, look, we can actually have a much better national security policy if we just had a better change in leadership. And I think President Trump, the contrast between the accusation that he was this cowboy that was going to start nuclear war and 4 years where we had relative peace and stability all across the world, it's just really important to remind the American people that we could have that again. We just have to have better leadership. The final point that I'll make is, look, I mean, we're now, I guess this is Tim Walz's big day at the DNC. It is shocking to me that the entire argument of the Harris campaign is basically collective amnesia. They're trying to convince the American people that she hasn't been vice president for 3.5 years, while she's been a linchpin of some of the policies that have driven up the cost of groceries, driven up the cost of food, and driven up the cost of housing. So we just have to remind people she is actually the vice president right now, as much as she's trying to run from her own record. I have to take a few questions.
Today, after a conversation you had about national security, part of that is immigration.
I think JD is a very good addition to Trump's campaign. I feel like JD is actually doing what he's supposed to do. For real, he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's calm. He only talks about the issues, unlike Trump. I feel like Trump is sort of like a larger than, I don't want to say larger than life figure, but he's certainly above all of those things that you would want to point. You can point fingers, but he's proven that he doesn't care about what you think. But someone like JD has that calm, cool, smooth moves. He knows how to talk to the press, and he stays on topic. I think that's smart.
I suspected that a San Antonio sheriff is expected to speak on immigration and slam Republicans for Donald Trump for blocking that border deal. Senator Langsford was a big supporter of that, obviously. Co-authored it. How do Americans look at Republicans seriously on this issue if you guys block this process?
Well, it's interesting. So Jim Lankford's a good friend and he's a good guy. And if you look at throughout that process, one of the things that Jim Lankford said is that he was trying to push this bill to force the Harris administration to do its job. He admitted at the outset, this is not a necessary piece of legislation. We're trying to find a way to force their hand. And really the disagreement between Langford and everybody else, and of course the gross majority of the Republican conference opposed it, is we just said this is actually not going to force the administration's hand. They're going to be able to weasel their way out of real immigration enforcement. And what we're giving to the Democrats, on the other hand, is actually going to make the border crisis worse. So it's really preposterous for Kamala Harris to say we needed this border bill when she started out the administration with suspending deportations, suspending the president's remain in Mexico policy. They did this thing, and no amount of legislation is going to undo the fact that unless you have a president who's willing to enforce the border, you're not going to have real border security. So Kamala Harris needs to do her job. They need to fess up to the fact that they undid a lot of good President Trump policy, and because of it, we have a wide open southern border. Even if that bill had passed, and even if it had done everything the Democrats would have said that it would do, which of course is preposterous, but even if the Democratic argument was right, they're fundamentally saying we need to give Joe Biden new tools when he showed a total lack of willingness to use those tools, and Kamala Harris is right there every step of the way. Well, look, I think every convention, whether it's Republican or Democrat, they find some member of the opposite party that is actually very frustrated with their former party. I think it's much more telling that you have someone.
Wait. You guys keep saying stop with the eyeliner. Does he have eyeliner on? Is he currently wearing eyeliner? I don't know, because I'm not a woman. I can't really tell you guys. Is he wearing eyeliner right now? Because y'all can say, look, you guys would say anything just to. I'm not a woman. I don't even know what eyeliner looks like. Is he? I feel like it's just, I don't know.
Somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, who of course was a Democrat on the debate stage 4 years ago, criticizing Kamala Harris and actually endorsing Donald J. Trump's leadership. If you look at what the modern Democratic Party has become under Kamala Harris, they don't believe in border enforcement.
How is he wearing makeup? No, he just has the dark lashes. Thank you. Come on, man.
They don't believe in common sense economic policies. They don't believe in making housing affordable. They've just completely run away from their old base. And so I think if you look at the crossover vote, we're going to get a lot more Democrats on our ticket than I think you're going to have Republicans voting for Kamala Harris.
It's been just over a month now that of course, the rhetoric attacks on President Trump's wife back in Pennsylvania. I'm curious if you think, we're a month and a half out from that now or so. Has the political rhetoric, has the temperature of the political rhetoric dropped enough? Has it dropped at all? I'm curious on what you're seeing.
Well, I think it's dropped a little bit in part because of Donald Trump's leadership, right? I mean, he had every right to stand up after he was shot in the ear and get really pissed off and blame the Democrats. And what he instead did was call for national calm and national unity. I think to the extent the temperature has been dropped at all, it's been because of Donald Trump, which again, people accuse him of being a cowboy, but he responded to that moment with a remarkable amount of.
Is this another Donald Trump's plane? I feel like the plane that I know he has is the blue, red, gold plane. This is another plane right here. I guess this one is dedicated to Trump and Vance.
Clarity and calm. Look, I do think that Democrats recognize that when you say that the guy is an existential threat to American democracy, sometimes that means crazy people are going to take actions into their own hands. And so even the Democrats have toned it down a little bit. Unfortunately, yesterday at the convention, I feel like maybe they were starting to ramp up the rhetoric back up. So I hope that they remember when you tell the American people that this guy must be stopped at all costs, most people are going to respond to that reasonably. Some people are going to take crazy actions and take matters into their own hands. So I encourage my Democrat friends to maybe pump the brakes a little bit on the apocalyptic rhetoric around Donald Trump. So I don't know if that's true. No reason to question APC's reporting. I haven't been directly involved in those conversations. I've certainly been making publicly the argument to RFK and maybe privately to some of his supporters that the Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy, has been replaced by the Open Borders Party of Kamala Harris. So I'm very hopeful that RFK will eventually endorse President Trump, but I haven't yet talked to him personally, and I don't know if that's going to happen.
Do you think that changes the trajectory of the race?
Well, it's a big thing, right? I mean, you have a guy who ran for the Democratic primary, who dropped out of that primary because it was so biased and so rigged in favor of a guy, Joe Biden, who eventually dropped out of the race himself, and who I think really represents, the most famous name in American politics, Democrat or Republican, is the Kennedy name. And I think there are a lot of socially moderate or socially conservative Democrats who feel like the party's left them behind. RFK certainly represents that. And the other thing RFK represents is a real emphasis on medical freedom. It's sort of hard for a lot of Americans to remember, but 3 years ago, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were kicking Americans out of the military because they refused to take a COVID shot. That was a crazy period that I don't think we want to go back to, and I think RFK maybe reminds people that we actually can respect people's medical freedom while having reasonable public health policy. And unfortunately, like so many other issues, Democrats are trying to jump the shark on the public health stuff.
What did you think of the Obama speech last night?
I didn't watch all of it. I actually didn't watch most of it. But look, they're both very gifted speakers, and they're people who can drive a message. What I thought was interesting about it is that Kamala Harris wasn't there, right? Like, why? You have probably the most popular person in the Democratic Party, the former president of the United States, I guess before Joe Biden, the last Democratic president. Like, why wasn't Kamala Harris there? To me, it suggests that there is still some hurt feelings between the Biden wing of the party and the Obama wing of the party. Because look, the Obamas basically threw the guy out of the Oval Office and prevented him from running for president again. He's clearly pissed off about it, meaning Biden is clearly pissed off about it. And I think Kamala Harris, out of respect for Biden, decided not to show up. But it suggests there's still some hurt feelings in that party. I think that there are enough people who are a little creeped out that the president of the United States was forced out of the office by Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, and a few billionaires. I think that's.
What do you guys think about Kari Lake? What do you guys think about Kari Lake, though? Think she's going to win the election she's running for?
You just heard from former President Donald Trump in Glendale, Arizona, who promised a special guest tonight. And unlike Kamala, he actually delivered. A Kennedy, not the type of guy you'd expect to see at a MAGA rally. But today, he shook up the presidential race by announcing he
Andrea says she's all right. I care about Trump.
was suspending his campaign and endorsing Trump.
Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man who has been an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a long time. I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I don't think I've.
Yo, that intro was just wild. Damn.
Introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think it's true. I don't think I've ever introduced anybody that got applause like that.
Wait, somebody said Trump is getting sued for playing that song? Man. Oh my God. These people just be wilding, man. They just want money. Everybody wants money these days. Goddamn. Well, I want money too in this economy. Everybody want money.
RFK Jr. had some thoughts. Listen.
Call from the president. And we talked not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
The Republican Party is united, plus the Kennedy faction and any independents he brings along for the ride. Kennedy's not the one who abandoned the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party abandoned him.
I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960.
Yeah.
And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money.
Democrats used to be the party of democracy, and now they're hiding an ailing president, orchestrating a palace coup, and anointing a puppet who's never won a single primary. RFK Jr.'s running mate, she knows the deal.
Kamala Harris is dangerous to me because she is the ultimate puppet for an organization that has, I believe, since President Obama, not actually run real people.
Mm-hmm.
They have selected amongst a very small group of individuals that they can control and dictate policy over.
Kennedy dropping out and endorsing Trump could spoil the machine's party. They can't argue with Kennedy and what he's saying, so they attacked the medical condition that afflicts his voice.
This was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And trying to get any logic out of that is good luck with that. Because it's, one, you can't understand what he says. Two, if you can, you can't understand what he says. And reminded of a line in Mel Brooks's Blazing Saddles when somebody gets up and gives an indecipherable speech. He says, who can argue with that? That's authentic frontier gibberish.
The Trump campaign says in the battlegrounds, where RFK's been polling between 3% and 5%, his vote will split and break for Trump. In states like Arizona, RFK leaving translates to about 40,000 votes swinging to Republicans, 20,000 swinging to Republicans in Georgia. Now, last election, those states were decided by a lot less. If this election's a squeaker, the RFK factor could decide it.
This could squeak. This could be the toughest election because if Pennsylvania doesn't go the Democratic way and North Carolina doesn't go that way, it's tough. It's really tough.
Now, a honeymoon ends when a couple has their first fight. RFK Jr. dropping out might have been Kamala's first fight. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
Okay, so I want to play you Michaela Montgomery, or what's her name? I don't want to destroy her name. Michaela. Yeah, that's her. You know the girl from Chick-fil-A? She was interviewed. Let me see. She was actually interviewed by someone here. Hey, this one right here. All right, so we're going to play this first.
Michaela Montgomery is the state director of Blexit, Georgia, who met Trump at the Atlanta Chick-fil-A. I think you were the one that was hugging Trump. You're famous now. I think you wanted your mom to know about that. Michaela, when you hear Joe Biden give the commencement address, and that's his message, how does that make you feel?
I think it's interesting that somebody who spent a majority of their career punishing black men and locking them up for generations to come, it's very interesting that you would then get in front of a large pool of very successful and educated black men and try to, I guess, make up for the wrongs or act like we were supposed to forget. I think that it was a very tone-deaf attempt at them trying to win over an audience who, whether he realizes it or not, has been studying his administration, has paid attention to his policies, have been aware of his actions while in office, and they're not pleased with his performance. With that being said, no matter how many times you come and make a speech and mention certain things, oh, I have Morehouse men working in the White House. Morehouse men have been working in the White House since long before you were ever there. So that, I don't know what the point in bringing that up was, to say that, oh, you know, America doesn't love you. It's very interesting for you, of all people, to say that, considering it was you who passed the bills that made us feel unloved. And I just wonder how he could stand there and feel safe knowing that at one point in time, he would refer to that entire audience as a large pool of super predators. And I remember vaguely him saying that he didn't want his kids to go to school with those same kids that were graduating, because that would turn the school into some racial jungle. So regardless of what he got up there and said, not one time did he apologize for what he's done. So I don't think that any speech he could have given at the office or any campaign strategy in regards to engaging with HBCUs will undo his wrongs of the past. And considering he's had 4 years to try and right them and he didn't, it's going to take a lot more than a speech for us to like you.
Yeah, so Trump's been in Atlanta. Now he's campaigning in the Bronx soon. Why do you think former President Trump's getting traction in the African-American community?
Because much like our Bronx girl Cardi B, they're disappointed with Biden's performance. So not saying that Cardi B, of course, endorsed Trump. She said she's not voting for anybody. But if you have people who went so hard for Biden, the same people who recorded themselves crying when he won the election are now saying that they are very disappointed and they would rather not vote than vote for him, says a lot. Because everybody knows if there's two people running and you don't vote for one, that's pretty much you giving your vote to the other person. So whether or not you outwardly say you support Trump, if you're not voting, you're definitely giving Trump your vote.
All right. Michaela, who should have been the commencement speaker at Morehouse, maybe next year we'll give her a shot. We
They'll
love
call
it.
me.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You know what time it is? This is what we want from we men. Come out and have a conversation. There's no
but a
gaslighting
lot of the
anybody right
outsourcing
now.
in regards to the engagement. I was there for the Turning Point, People's Convention, things like that. And so when I heard he was coming to Atlanta, I just reached out to the team and I said, what are the odds that I can speak on Saturday? And
Her name is Michaela Montgomery. She was the Chick-fil-A lady. Didn't you guys see that video? The Chick-fil-A girl that was hugging Trump. This is the Chick-fil-A girl. That video went viral. You didn't see it? This was the Chick-fil-A girl. And this was the same girl that spoke at Trump's rally at Georgia or in Georgia.
And they said yes. And I made that request on a Wednesday night. And nobody, told me what to say. Nobody said, make sure you do this. Nobody made any edits to my speech. They literally let me write it out. I submitted and said, this is what I'd like to say. They said, all right, try to keep it under 5 minutes. That's probably the only rule that I broke, but I don't think anybody was upset about it.
You're very active in politics, obviously. Can you tell us how you got involved and why?
Yes. So I actually moved to Atlanta, Georgia from Las Vegas, Nevada. And just knowing, or not knowing, but observing the starking differences in the quality of education that I saw some of the students receiving, looking at development, specifically urban development, infrastructure, and how people are complaining about the roads. And even now, I've been here 10 years and people are still complaining about the same roads. I just thought, wow, there must be a way to do something about this other than complaining about it. And my senior year of high school is actually when I decided to change my major from pre-law to political science, because I knew then that I could really make change being in government. Before
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Thank you for spending your time with me watching the news. You know what time it is. Also, subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Let's get it. Shout out to the beautiful Michaela Montgomery. All right.
I thought that I could make change defending, the defenseless. But I'm like, wow, if I create laws that could help them before they ever, need to be in a courtroom, I think that would be better. And I was actually picked up by Miss Vivian Childs and Janelle King. Way back in 2017, Janelle King was working with the GAGOP at the time, let me know that internships were available. I decided to go ahead and take one up. I learned a lot. I met some amazing people, and I've just been doing the work ever since then.
So you're the organizer in Fulton County, Georgia for America First Works.
Yes.
Tell us what that is and the affiliation with the Trump campaign.
So as you know, the Trump campaign has shouted out America First Works, America First Policy Institute, the entire America First family tree. We're a big, I guess, I wouldn't say think tank, but a lot of the outsourcing in regards to the engagement, the outreach, the mobilization of voters and volunteers would all come through America First. We also do a lot of events and things like that. So my role specifically would be to throw events to encourage people to not just pay attention to the election, but get involved with the campaign, to encourage their friends to vote, to come up with a voting plan on election day or during early voting, all of those things. So at America First Works specifically, I am in charge of volunteer recruitment, coordination, and mobilization.
And how is it funded?
It's a PAC, so I imagine that the money comes from donors who support any of our pillars, whether that be for education, whether that be gun rights, whether that be pro-life enthusiasts, it would come from donors.
And why do you personally support former President Trump?
Because
I personally support President Trump due to my personal beliefs. So as a former foster child, I really love family. And I don't think that just because things didn't work out with my birth parents, that meant that I didn't deserve to be here. So that turned me kind of into a pro-lifer. I'm not the type to demonize people for the decisions that they decide to make. But me personally, if I'm going to vote for my personal views, I'm going to align myself with a pro-life candidate. Additionally, I am a mother now myself. So I do pay a lot of attention to the education that my child is receiving. And again, when I moved out here, I noticed the differences between the standards of education in Nevada and the standards of education out here in Atlanta, Georgia. And I didn't like how I came here and I felt like, not necessarily that I was smarter than everybody else, but I just felt like I was equipped with a better education than a lot of other people. And I don't know whether that be the allocation of resources. I don't know if it had something to do with property taxes. I don't know if maybe I just got lucky and had amazing teachers all throughout my life. But as a mother now, I think it's very important that parents have a say-so in their child's education and that parents can remain hands-on. For instance.
Damn. God damn. I respect this woman right here. I absolutely respect a woman who is open, articulate, ready to converse, and not run away. This lady has done more than Kamala has done, in my opinion. Speaking, answering questions. This is what we want from Kamala. She better replace Kamala real fast.
Since I don't believe that there's 53 genders, and I refuse to allow my child to sit in a classroom in which they're going to tell her that that is what is true, and she will be tested on said thing and possibly failed if I tell her that there's only 2 genders, and I don't care what the teacher says. Lastly, as a single mother, as a woman who, I think I'm gorgeous. So just being able to protect myself, having my Second Amendment rights protected regardless. I do not want to live in a world in which your personal firearms are expected to be surrendered, because in a world like that, the only people who have guns are criminals and law enforcement. So if someone were to break into my home, which actually has happened to me recently, I wouldn't be able to protect myself. And whoever was breaking into my home would also know that. And the person breaking into my home would probably be equipped with a weapon, because just like drugs, if people want something that's illegal, they're going to get it. And so those are my 3 main reasons. Additionally, I have a brother that was formerly incarcerated, so he is now a returning citizen. And I think it's unfair that migrants can commit a crime by illegally migrating over here, and they get rewarded with the same resources that my brother would be turned down for. So my brother cannot get food stamps. My brother cannot apply for a luxury apartment. My brother cannot just go out for a corporate job without knowing somebody who knows somebody. Yet a migrant can come over here illegally and be awarded food stamps, be awarded housing assistance, be granted the opportunity to pursue a higher education, all of these things. Yet my brother, who was born here, bred here, when he worked, paid taxes here, he can't get those things, but a migrant can. So when I look specifically at policy and my personal experience, everything that I would want aligns with what I see on the Trump side.
All right. And if you'd like to join our conversation with Michaela Montgomery, you can do so. Our lines are Republicans.
She's speaking facts. I'm not, she's definitely speaking facts. You can tell she's, a very articulate person. She knows what she's talking about, and she's proud of herself. That's why she smiles every time she talks. You can tell she had good teachers, like she mentioned. And she's a mom too. Well, a single mom. She spoke about her brother. You gotta respect a woman like this. I respect her.
Serve the culture. What is that about?
So Conserve the Culture is mainly a mobilization group. So almost a staffing company. So I started out as a door-to-door canvasser, actually. And when doing those projects, the field director would usually be like, do you have any friends that can join you? Can you bring some more people with you tomorrow? And me being a poli-sci major at an HBCU, all I would have to do is go to class and tell people, hey, I'm doing this work for this election. They're going to pay us. Do any of you want to come? And of course, everybody would want to come with me. So I would get everybody to my house. We would wait for the van, the bus, the Uber, whatever, to come pick us up. We would go to the neighborhoods. We would canvass those neighborhoods. We would go right back to my house, which was on campus. So everybody would go to their respective dorms afterwards. So that was something I started getting calls.
Don Diva the boss. Are you you're saying she's delusional? Like this woman is delusional? Or you're just talking about something else?
Darn near every other week. And so I was like, this is very interesting. And eventually I ended up working for this man named Edward Muldrow. And after mobilizing the team, getting them out there, getting them home, I'm going to pick up the money so that I can compensate the workers. And he gave me a nice little bit on top of what I was supposed to be, what was owed. And I was like, what's this? And he basically let me know, if you recruit, train, mobilize, transport, and pay these people, you are a manager. And it's about time you start carrying yourself as such. And so Conserve the Culture was created from there. And now it's primarily not just jobs.
Yeah. She's so cool. She's absolutely so cool.
Gave me a nice little bit on top of what I was supposed to be, what was owed. And I was like, what's this? And he basically let me know, if you recruit, train, mobilize, transport, and pay these people, you are a manager. And it's about time you start carrying yourself as such. And so Conserve the Culture was created from there. And now it's primarily not just jobs, but of course I make an effort to make sure they have the opportunity to meet whatever candidate it is that they are working for. I bring them to different events, town halls, so that they can see their candidate debate or hear their candidate speak on the issues that are important to them. I have really done my best in exposing them to the different sides of politics. So while I may support Trump, I don't expect them all to support Trump, because my journey that got me here might be different from theirs. So all I can do is give them the same opportunities that were granted to me. And that's, let me get you in the room. Let me allow you to participate in these conversations. And let me let you know that, you do have access to your city councilman, to your commissioner, to your mayor, to your governor, things like that. You do have a right to speak to them. You do have a voice in regards to what your concerns are. So I bring my kids everywhere. They haven't only met President Trump. They've met presidential candidate or hopeful candidate Robert F. Kennedy as well. And if Joe Biden actually cared about the community, they would have met him too, but he hasn't made himself accessible. So with that being said, I just do my best to create a new generation of informed voters. Yes, Kayla rocks this way, and I'm gonna bring y'all to wherever I'm at so you guys can see why. But if you still don't rock with it, here's what's going on over here, and here's what's going on over there. Now let's have conversations about what you learned in this room and how it differs from what was said in that room. This, I think, is how we're going to solve the issue of voter apathy. And low level, how we have high levels of voter registration and low levels of voter turnout.
So, Kayla, the Atlanta rally that we were talking about, where you introduced former President Trump, a few days before that, he spoke to the National Association of Black Journalists, and he talked about Vice President Harris's racial identity, that she had become Black. A lot of critics said that that hurt him with Black voters. What was your reaction?
I don't know why it would hurt him with Black voters, because it seems like Black voters are offended by everything except the conditions in which their reality is set. So while we might be offended that a rich white man is questioning the nationality of a quote unquote Black woman, that Black woman does not claim to be Black outside of campaign season. So we saw her be Black as she was vying to be VP. The hot sauce on the pork chops, the marching with the band, all of a sudden she's paying attention to her AKA sorority sisters. But then once sworn in office, you didn't see the acknowledgement of her sorority or her HBCU. She didn't wear pink, she didn't wear green, she didn't wear anything HU. She also did not acknowledge the Black community while in office. We saw bills signed for Asians. We saw bills passed for migrants, which primarily affect the Hispanic community. We saw bills passed for literally everyone but Black people. So for her, additionally, last thing, after she took...
She's cooking now. She's cooking, guys. She's saying what needs to be said. She's saying what needs to be said.
That oath of office, she went on record to say that she was the first South Asian vice president. At no point in time did she promote her Blackness. At no point in time does she acknowledge her Blackness. At no point in time does she market herself as a Black woman. And that was when she was Attorney General. That's back when she was DA. That's all the way until she was senator. And of course, as vice president. So the fact that, again, she's using this Black card during the election season just so Black people will turn out to vote for her. And then she will, if she were to win, she would be in office and then fail those same Black people who did everything in their power to get her in. I think that's disgusting. I think that's unfair. And I think that that's why I personally reached out to the Trump campaign and asked if I could speak, because I'm like, you guys might be offended when he says it, but what are you going to do when I say it? Because at the end of the day, I am a Black woman. I've lived a Black life, and therefore I pay attention to politics. So I was actually excited for her when she ran for president the first time. Just the fact that she was in the race, I was like, okay, HBCUs, do your thing. But she never acknowledged said HBCUs. In the first 100 days of the administration, they cut funding to HBCUs. She did nothing to support the very people that she's now leaning on to win this election. And I
Wait. Did she just say Joe Biden administration cut funding for HBCU now? Is that what she said? Kamala has just been a disaster, bro.
Disgusting. I think that's unfair. And I think that that's why I personally reached out to the Trump campaign and asked if I could speak, because I'm like, you guys might be offended when he says it, but what are you going to do when I say it? Because at the end of the day, I am a Black woman. I've lived a Black life, and therefore I pay attention to politics. So I was actually excited for her when she ran for president the first time. Just the fact that she was in the race, I was like, okay, HBCUs, do your thing. But she never acknowledged said HBCUs. In the first 100 days of the administration, they cut funding to HBCUs. She did nothing to support the very people that she's now leaning on to win this election. And I wish...
Goldenrod. She has actually spoken at a rally in Georgia. I'm gonna play that after this one. She spoke with Trump at I can't remember. I think Morehouse. Was he Morehouse? But somewhere in Atlanta, though, she spoke. I'm gonna play that after this one.
Wish that those same people would understand that if they were to support her in this election and she does win, we will see nothing but a repeat of the last administration, in which Black people, the same people that everybody touts when it's time to get elected, will also be the ones that are the first to be forgotten about once they're sworn in.
Michaela Montgomery, also at that Atlanta rally and at a news conference the week before, former President Trump attacked Georgia's popular governor, Brian Kemp. I want to show you a segment of that and then have you respond to it.
He's the most disloyal guy I think I've ever seen. But think of the wife. We can never repay you for what you've done, sir. We could have never won. And now she said 2 weeks ago that I will not endorse him because he hasn't earned my I haven't earned her endorsement. I have nothing to do with her. Somewhere he went bad. And you know what? Your numbers in Georgia are very average. Your crime numbers, your economic numbers, all of your numbers, you're very average. You can do a lot better, and you'll do a lot better with a better governor. You can do a lot better, just so you understand. But I don't want her endorsement. I don't want his endorsement. I just want them to do their job for Georgia. And you know what? He's the governor. He ought to support his Republican Party, because if he doesn't have his Republican Party, I could tell you where he came from, and it wasn't good.
Michaela, you're.
Damn. God damn. Trump don't, man, the goddamn Trump. Trump is Trump. That's all I can tell you.
Do their job for Georgia, and you know what? He's the governor. He ought to support his Republican Party, because if he doesn't have his Republican Party, I could tell you where he came from, and it wasn't good.
Michaela, your response to that.
Well, I feel like that Trump and Kemp had a personal relationship, a personal friendship. And the media, the current, I guess, narrative is that Trump called Kemp and asked Kemp to find 11,000 votes. It wasn't until this rally that I understood that that's not how the call went. The call was actually, can you make the call to start an investigation to see if maybe some votes had been lost? So I could understand why Trump, who used his political prowess to help Kemp get into office, would be offended at the fact that Kemp would not help him at least investigate something that he felt had gone wrong in terms of being reelected.
Man, somebody give this lady a cold lemonade. God damn. Somebody give this lady a cold lemonade. Somebody give this lady a cold ass lemonade right now.
So I don't see anything wrong with Trump personally feeling attacked or feeling like Kemp was disloyal for not making the call to start an investigation. Additionally, he spoke in Atlanta, and as a resident of Atlanta, I can speak that our crime rates are rampant. I can speak to the fact that people don't want to go out anymore because they fear getting shot or they fear their cars getting broken into. I can tell you that kids no longer walk to the park or go hang out at the bowling alley or the skating rink or anything like that, because crime legitimately is an issue here. Now, what more can our governor do about it? I honestly would not know, because that seems more like a mayoral issue. However, of course, Kemp can get up and shine a light onto the things that are happening in Atlanta and the surrounding cities in Georgia, of course, where they might be facing similar problems. So while I myself haven't received I haven't had a bad experience with Governor Kemp myself, I'm not going to act like I don't understand why Trump would get up and talk about his bad experience with Kemp. And additionally, the Republican Party is all about loyalty. So it kind of does make you want to say, yeah, it is pretty interesting that a Republican governor would not support the Republican Party's nomination for president. I can understand why Trump was upset that he did not get an endorsement from the two people he endorsed and helped get elected.
And this is a comment we got on X from Eric, who says, if you want to understand the problem Trump created for himself in Georgia, today on the radio, 9 out of 10 callers are women, and they're all mad at him for attacking Brian Kemp's wife. Let's go to calls now. Kayla, Charlie's in Jonesboro, Arkansas, Republican. Good morning.
Hey, I just wanted to ask you a little question about referendum voting. I think if we could vote on things ourselves, like this war in Ukraine or something, we could have some say in it. And at least this voting on John Smith or George, somebody, it doesn't matter who they are. They're not going to represent us. They'll get paid off. We have no say. This is an illusion of a democracy.
Thank you so much for watching the live show. You know what time it is. We are currently watching Michaela Montgomery at C-SPAN, and she's having an interview talking about the Republican Party, Donald Trump, and his presidential aspirations to the White House. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show, be kind in the comment, okay? Be kind in the comment, okay? Thank you. Shout out to the beautiful, 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 beautiful Andrea. Even though I've never seen her before, I know she's beautiful though. Shout out to the beautiful Andrea one more time. She's doing a wonderful job. She is our moderator, okay? So be kind to Andrea. All right. Thank you.
And I also wanted to say, I think Donald Trump's a wonderful person, a really good man. I'd like to hear what you think about the Mar-a-Lago visit and how he is personally. I just, since we can't have any say in our own government, I think he is the answer.
All right. Michaela Montgomery, any comment on referendum voting?
I agree. Much like President Trump always says, they're not trying to stop, they're not trying to do something to him. They're trying to do something to us, and he's just in the way. I think referendum voting is something that we should support because if the public had a say so in funding Ukraine's war, I doubt that the funding would continue. If the public had a say so in do we want little boys competing in little girls sports, I doubt that the Democratic Party would keep pushing that in the name of tolerance. I think that if we had a right to vote on really a lot of the government spending and a lot of the foreign relation things that are going on, if we even had the right to vote on the migrant issue and should migrants have, a clear path to citizenship or should they have to go through processes like we see in other countries, I think that that's important. And I think that that is something that should be talked about.
And Colin is calling us from Washington, D.C., Independent Line. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call and thank you for C-SPAN. I lived in Georgia during the 2020 election, and I didn't vote for Biden or Trump, but I do remember this same sort of rhetoric coming from Ms. Montgomery, trying to claim that black voters were going to change sides to the Republican Party. And in 2020, I think the black percentage was like 6% for Trump. So I just find it funny that every 4 years the same kind of song and dance gets laundered by the Republican Party. And I think it's worth mentioning that, Ms. Montgomery, she was the former city director of Blexit, which is a far right, we're going to try and get, we're going to try and quote unquote free the plantation mentality is a literal quote of the organization of black voters. And it's founded by Candace Owens, who's a far right loon. So I just think it's disappointing when C-SPAN, platforms people like Michaela Montgomery or Sebastian Gorka, or constantly refers to the Washington Examiner or the Washington Times, which are quite literally far-right newspapers that are made up. I mean, the Washington Examiner, go look up who founds them. Next, you're going to be, referring to the Epoch Times. So,
all right, Colin, we'll get a response from Michaela Montgomery. Go ahead, Michaela.
First of all, I'm a huge fan of Candace Owens, and I went to my first Blexit event here in Buckhead back in 2019. And the speeches that I heard, the visualizations that were presented to me, I was like, wow, this is great. And when it comes to getting off the Democratic plantation, that's a real thing. And I don't know why somebody would feel like I, myself, would be offended by that. If everybody thinks the same, has been fear-mongered into thinking the same way, living the same way, then yes, that's a plantation. Because how in the world were so many slaves who outnumbered their slave masters continuing to be slaves? It happened because they were fearful of doing something different. So when we say that Democrats are on this Democratic plantation, specifically talking about black people, it's because yes, you guys are all blindly following a leader and you're scared to do something different. Additionally, to think that somebody like myself who can clearly articulate their points, their opinions, their life experience that have led them to support certain candidates, it's very interesting that somebody would demean C-SPAN for having a guest like me on TV. There's plenty of people who think, act, and wish that a voice like mine had a bigger platform. So it's unfortunate that people like that feel like we should be silenced.
All right,
man, where's the goddamn cold lemonade for this lady right now? Who's going to give this lady a cold Chick-fil-A lemonade? Damn.
Let's talk to Ladley in Marietta, Georgia, Democrat. Good morning.
Yes, I did not know that you knew Candace Owens. Because she's pretty much been outcasted by the right because of her stances on Israel. But anyway, you will have a good job at Fox News at some point. I guarantee you that. And the things you point out on the Democrats, their failures, you're absolutely right on some of the things. The Democrats fall short, but at least we try. The Republican policies are just the complete opposite. Okay, last thing I want to say, they're never going to let you in the club. Okay, and you like the movie Django, you are the character of Samuel L. Jackson. I don't know the exact like terminology, but like not Uncle Tom, but like Uncle Tommy, or like you were a complete sellout.
What? Man, this is what y'all going through. Did you hear what he just called her? God damn. You could never make this up, I promise you that.
And the things you point out on the Democrats for their failures, you're absolutely right on some of the things. The Democrats fall short, but you know, at least we try. Like, I mean, the Republican policies are just the complete opposite. Okay, last thing I want to say, they're never going to let you in the club. Okay, and you like the movie Django, you are the character of Samuel L. Jackson. I don't know the exact like terminology, but like not Uncle Tom, but like Uncle Tommy, or like you were a complete sellout.
All right, and we'll go to Robert in.
Oh, I can't respond to that?
Oh, yes, you can.
Thank you very much. Because first of all, it sounded like that was a non-Black person telling me that. So as a Democrat, that sounds pretty racial and pretty divisive. Next, it's very interesting that I, again, would be called names or be compared to fictional characters because of who I choose to support. Again, these people who are calling and making these derogatory statements about me, who I choose to support, are denying the fact that, again, who are you to tell me that my personal experience is invalid? I think that that's something that a lot of Democrats need to look within, because how have you tried? Kamala Harris is in office right now and has not tried to do anything about the border, has not tried to not tax people on tips, and has not tried to do anything about our failing education system. So everything that she's promising she can do for you on day one, she could do right now, but she's not trying to. So that's something to, you know, for some Dems to take home.
Robert.
This should have been the Democratic presidential nominee. But what do we have? Word salad. That's what they gave us.
In Aurora, Indiana, Republican. Good morning.
Yeah, sweetheart. Miss Montgomery, I commend you, sweetheart. You are telling the truth. I want to tell you a little bit about me. I'm 87 years old. I went for my trade school. I didn't pass, but my dad served World War II. My uncle fought the Battle of Bulge. Back when I was a kid, we had black people working for us. There is colors, black, white, red, you name it, yellow. They ate at our table. They didn't have to go out in a barn or a shed or sit on the porch to eat. They ate with the family. And anybody that wants to do anything for their life, work for it. Work for it. There's jobs out here. They want to put Trump down, and he's worked his. Who would take a shot for this country? Who would take a shot for this country? And he wasn't in the military, no. But he did take a shot for this country, and it almost killed him. And you idiots out there that can't see that this man wants to do right for this country. He loves his country. He loves the people.
All right.
Vote for him.
All right, Robert. Go ahead, Kayla.
I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment that if you want something, you have to work for it. Again, I moved out to Atlanta 10 years ago with 2 suitcases and $1,500. Not an idea what I was going to do. No family. No, I don't have parents that went to college. I was literally on my own and I had to figure it out. I worked 3 jobs to get through college. Then I got pregnant. So unfortunately, I did not finish. But then I was like, wow, instead of sitting here and waiting on government assistance to come and help me take care of me and my kid, what can I do to therefore uplift us and make it so that I have the freedom to raise my child and not worry about money? And that's, of course, when I invested all of my time into Conserve the Culture and grew it into a business that allowed me to take care of my daughter. So I can't go for the complaints. I can't go for the excuses. I can't go for the woe is me. I wholeheartedly agree that if you want something bad enough, you are going to work your ass off to get it.
Damn. This lady inspires, bro. She has been an inspiration This is all we ask from Kamala to do. Go and speak to the media. Answer questions like this. She has been answering hard questions. She's not even running to be the president of the United States.
Aaron, independent in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I would like to address my comment to Mrs. Montgomery. If she doesn't know how she's in her current station of life based on resources or housing taxes or just her luck of the draw, I agree, you're not very smart. Thanks for taking my call.
Wait, Aaron. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Exactly. Let's sound smarter when we ask the question, please.
Well, yeah, you made a comment earlier when you were living in Nevada and you moved to Atlanta. I don't know if it was my resources in Nevada because I guess they had pretty good school system.
Actually, we don't. Nevada was ranked very low when it comes to education. It just so happened that our government allocates our dollars better. But go ahead.
But initially you said you didn't know if you were smarter, but if you think resources
in regards to how I feel my level of intelligence is in relation to the people that I've met out here.
Yeah, Michaela, let him finish. Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm sorry for talking while you're interrupting. Well, you go ahead. Carry on.
I think I understand what you're getting. You heard my sentiments earlier in which I said I moved out here, and I don't want to say that I feel like I'm smarter than anybody else, but was it the resources that were allocated to me? Was it the fact that I got lucky with amazing teachers? Nevada ranks very low on education. So let's not act like, oh, all of a sudden I'm not smart. No, I noticed that even with Nevada being ranked so low in education, I felt like the quality of education that I received was much better than the ones that kids are receiving out here.
Out the property taxes.
Okay, property taxes. So are you telling me that with all the black wealth that exists here in Atlanta, with all the black millionaires that live here in Atlanta, why in the world do 92% of APS students are illiterate? Make it make sense. And we have Democratic mayors, we have Democratic city council members, we have Democratic commissioners, and for whatever reason, 92% of the kids here cannot read. That statistic did not exist in Nevada. So again, I don't know if it was the fact that I got lucky. I can't say that, oh my God, it's the teachers that suck out here. I would never demean our educators here in Atlanta. But what we can acknowledge is the numbers, sir. And so while you want to call me not smart, please tell me what your side has done to fix the illiteracy rate that we see in our black children. Absolutely nothing. And in fact, not only have they not done anything to address the illiteracy issue, but then they're further confusing your kids by telling them that men can give birth, by telling them that there's 53 genders, and that by telling them that your love for your best friend must mean that you are gay, you are a pansexual, asexual. Kids under the age of anything high school should not be thinking anything sexual, period. Sexual should not even be in their vocabulary. So for you to say that I'm not smart because I'm willing to call out all of the degeneracy that exists within our current education system only points to your lack of intelligence and your lack of initiative to actually do something in regards to saving our children and saving our schools.
All right, let's talk to Sam in Rome, Georgia, Democrat. Hi, Sam.
Damn.
Hi, good morning. And I have a question I want to ask her first. And then if you will indulge me, I do have a comment I'd like to make after I hear her answer to my question.
Sure, go ahead.
Before we get into it, too, remember she did all that complaining about the lack of education, but we also have a Republican governor here who had a hand in that as well. So it goes both ways. Anyway, I want to ask her, she touts herself as a smart person, so let's test it. What is the mitigating factor that made the Democratic South turn over to the Republican Party? And I'm waiting for your answer.
What made the Democratic South turn over to the Republican Party?
What is the mitigating?
I don't know what answer you're looking for, and I wouldn't know how to answer that. But I can say, again, I only speak to my personal experiences, sir. So for people to question my intelligence as if my life is somehow invalid is very interesting to me.
So Sam, go ahead with your point.
Yes,
I believe you're talking about the Civil Rights Act.
The answer to the question is the Civil Rights Act.
The same
to
Civil
vote
Rights
the
Act that was
act
authored
against-
by Republicans? Okay.
Can I finish, please? Okay. The act that gave you the right to sit in the chair that you're sitting in right now and vote. People in the city that you just moved into 10 years ago died for that cause. There are people still fighting for that same cause as
In
we
America?
speak. That in America, they are still. They were in the southern part of this state to which I live and I love. They caught people trying to fake the electors in this state in the Republican Party.
We also caught illegals with IDs and trying to vote, but I guess we want to
if you will
acknowledge that.
if you will look at the history to which I'm sure you claim to know or you do know the history of your state, you should be aware that people have died for the cause to vote. And now the people that
also
are
died for the
in
cause for us
people-
to read.
Hold on, Kayla. Let him finish.
May I finish, if it's okay? Your mother should have taught you a little better than to interrupt.
All right, Sam. Just
Oh God! Now they're gonna bring the mother in. Hooey, Michaela, they're gonna come for you, girl. They're coming for you. You better know, cause you smart. So they're coming for you. Just keep cool, keep calm. Your presidential nominee, well, you're a Republican, but the other side presidential nominee can't even take half of the heat that you've taken to her. So don't worry about it.
Just go ahead and finish your point.
Thank you.
But the people that have died for this cause are still fighting for the same cause. Now, it's okay if you want to be Republican or Democrat, but not these Republicans. They are of a different ilk. They are of a different structure. They are the same structure that left the Democratic Party to come to the now Republican Party. And that's my comment.
All right,
Thank
Sam.
you.
Go ahead, Kayla.
All right, so let's start with the 1964 Civil Rights Act, or the Voting Rights Act, correct? That was all a ploy by Lyndon B. Johnson to get Black people to support the Democratic Party for the next 200 years. And unfortunately, the tactic worked because, much like you heard our caller say, they're still fighting for the right to vote. There's not one American citizen without a felony who does not have the right to vote. All you need is an ID and you can go vote. He also didn't acknowledge the fact that while he's saying we had fake electors, we also had fake citizens going to vote in our election. So, of course, I guess we just won't talk about election integrity in that sense. Next, the ploy to get Black people to vote for them for the next 200 years was a fear tactic because, again, Black people then thought that if they did not vote Democrat, they would lose their right to vote. And even though Ronald Reagan came in and didn't take away Black people's right to vote, for whatever reason, Democrats every election season get up and talk voter suppression, protect your right to vote. Black people died for the right to vote. Black people also died for the right to read. So I wish a lot of you would please go read the Willie Lynch letters. I wish a lot of you would go read more about Jim Crow and how, the systems were set up to basically make us believe that we were victims for the rest of our life. So now let's talk about the migrant issue and how it relates to the 1964 Voting Rights Act, correct? The Voting Rights Act was put in place so that Black people would be a loyal Democratic voting base. Black people are now leaving the Democratic Party.
Wait. Kayla, you're saying that the only reason the Civil Rights Act was passed was for votes?
No. The major portion of said legislation was the fact that it gave Black people the right to vote, right? And Democrats touted the fact that they gave Black people the right to vote. They then used fear-mongering to make Black people believe that if they did not vote Democrat, they would lose their right to vote and whatever other rights and resources that were granted to them by these Democrats, correct? Now that you see Black people leaving the Democratic Party, now that you see Black people calling out the Democratic Party, now that you see Black people tired of living in the same conditions that they were in when the bill was signed, they no longer have that loyal voting base. So you know what they're doing now? Now they're opening the borders. They're letting these migrants in. They're giving them these welcome packages full of food stamps, housing assistance, whatever else, that housing and clothing and whatever else it is maybe that they need in order to come over here and live comfortably. Why? Because now when you have these illegal migrants coming over here, and it's clear that the Republicans are like, no, get them out. Now you have a new loyal voting base who's like, oh God, if we don't vote for the Democrats, we're not only going to lose our right to vote, but we're possibly going to lose our citizenship as well. It's never been a thing where we're going to do this for the betterment of the Black community or the Latino community. It's always been, we're going to do this so that we can stay in power and we're going to manipulate the masses into believing believing that we are for them. And even though they will continue to vote for us, we will never do anything for them, but we will play on their feelings for stuff that we did 60 years ago.
Okay.
Okay.
And Dave.
Is she about to drink water? Is she about to drink that water again? Let's see.
Dave in Kemmerer, Wyoming, Republican. Hi,
Hey,
Dave.
she cooking, bro. Yo, she's been. Anyway, thank you for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. You know what time it is. Michaela Montgomery cooking right now.
Oh, yeah. My question is, I just want to tell her she's doing a fine job on air. Tell us how what's going on in this world, and I agree with her wholeheartedly. And I appreciate her as a young woman and her knowledge of everything she does. It's just wonderful to hear somebody with all of her zeal and her knowledge, and I thank her for that.
All right, Dave.
Thank you.
Let's go to Jill in Maryland, Democrat. Good morning, Jill.
Yes. First, I'd like to know why she feels she has to smirk, neck roll, eye roll, and insult everybody that calls her, speaking over them. First of all, she is not that knowledgeable. She has not had experiences that other people have not had and not come out bitter and turning on people who helped her. She's like the proverbial crab in a barrel who pulls down any crab above her.
Well,
that's
Jill,
moving on.
do you have a specific question for Kayla?
No, she don't. No, she don't. She just want to talk. She just wants to talk and pull Michaela down. That's what she wants to do.
Her. She's like the proverbial crab in a barrel who pulls down any crab above her.
Well,
that's
Jill,
moving on.
do you have a specific question for Kayla?
Yes, did she set up the Chick-fil-A Trump event?
Is that the question? The answer to the
Yeah.
question is no. I actually just got invited to meet President Trump at a restaurant, and I found out the next morning that it was Chick-fil-A, and nobody that wanted to meet him was offended by the fact that it was a Chick-fil-A, and neither was I. But to go back to the, I don't know why she smirked, why she neck rolls, while she talks over people. It's okay for you guys to get on here and call me an Uncle Tom, to call me not smart, to call me dumb, to say I haven't done my research, to say I haven't lived a life like you. But then if I smirk, if I laugh, oh my God, what is this person talking about? Now all of a sudden you're offended. I think that's very interesting. Next, to say that I'm a crab in a barrel and I'm pulling people down. Actually, how could I be pulling people down if I was in the bottom of the barrel with the rest of you crabs and I decided to crawl out? And now here I am calling out the discrepancies that I've seen in the Democratic Party and asking you, why is the hood still the hood? The hood was the hood when you were a child. The hood is still the hood now that I have a child. That's 3 generations in which the Democrats have done nothing to help you. So it sounds more like you're the crab at the bottom of the barrel trying to keep everybody down there. And I'm the crab that crawled out and I'm saying, hey, let's get back to the beach.
Kayla, we've got a text for you from Chas in Jacksonville, Florida. It says, Ms. Montgomery, you mentioned supporting ending the tax on tips.
I didn't. I wholeheartedly support.
Yes.
Ending tax on tips. Yes.
Yes. And then the question is, tell me what will replace the $38 billion that would reported that helps to run the country. So how would you replace that income?
Well, we would put it more on restaurant owners to actually pay their workers a living wage if we're not going to take tax off tips. And then that money would be recouped from payroll taxes, business taxes, sale taxes, things like that. To act like the money can't be recouped from literally any other, compound is pretty interesting to me. I don't think that taxing the tips of workers who are already underpaid and therefore have to go out of their way to earn a tip from the customer should then have to pay money on that tip.
So would you support a raise in the federal minimum wage?
I think that the federal minimum wage should reflect the cost of living, but I can't say that we need to change the minimum wage until we get the economy stabilized, because minimum wage might be sufficient if inflation wasn't so high. So until we get inflation under control, I don't think we can talk about wages, because if we raise the minimum wage right now, that would only make the current situation in the economy worse. There's so many things outside of raising the minimum wage that we would have to address before we could go do something that big.
Stella, a Republican in San Diego. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm grateful for the chance to say, Michaela Montgomery, you are speaking the truth. Keep speaking the truth because people are afraid to speak it. And you're absolutely 100% correct about the things you're saying. It is so totally and completely unfair in this country. The immigration crisis, the crime, it's absolutely out of control. We can't buy groceries. People are struggling. The fact of the matter is Kamala Harris is not coming out on television and talking about policies. She's going to hide behind the camera on a teleprompter. She's not going to speak the truth. You're speaking the truth. Keep doing what you're doing.
That's what I said. She's even doing a better job than the current presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. She's here answering hard questions.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Philip in Jackson, Mississippi, Independent Line. Hi, Philip.
Hi there, Mimi. Young lady, all I can really understand what you're just explaining to the folks that listen to the program today is that you believe that pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps is the way to go, and that if you just do that, everything else will work all right.
Those words didn't come out my mouth. I said if you want something bad enough, you'd work hard for it.
That's the perception I received by listening.
The reality is what I said, but go ahead.
Wait, hold on, Philip. Michaela, just clarify what you said.
I said that if you want something bad enough, you will work towards it. That does not mean that you will not receive outside help. That does not mean that somebody won't come along and give you a hand up, not a hand out. That does not mean that you have to do it completely on your own. But the fact of the matter is you will dedicate your time, you will dedicate your resources, you will dedicate your life to creating a better situation for yourself.
Okay, Philip, go ahead with your comment.
Okay. Now, what I wanted to really ask her was who or how many people can she name that she sees as leaders in the Black community that she believes in? And my final question would be, and does she listen or take into account some of the teachings of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan and Malcolm X in terms of self-improvement in the Black community?
What was the first part of the question? I know the second part about Malcolm X and Louis Farrakhan. What was the first part?
Well, let's take it from right there because.
So Malcolm X is actually one of the greatest people I think ever to touch this planet. I actually have By Any Means Necessary tattooed on my back. And that speaks to the whole, if you want something bad enough, you're going to get it. By any means necessary. Additionally, to question my support for the conservative party as if Malcolm X wasn't a conservative himself is quite interesting. Malcolm X preached that blue-eyed white liberals were the Black community's biggest enemy. And yet here you guys are touting blue-eyed white liberals or people who are, you know, a Black woman who's the face, but of course, you know, will be controlled by blue-eyed white liberals. It's very interesting to me that the Malcolm X enthusiasts or even the Martin Luther King enthusiasts would act like our leaders were not preaching these things to us 60, 70 years ago. Additionally, the first part of the question was, can I identify any Black leaders that we have currently in the community? Unfortunately, all of our leaders have been assassinated. Anybody who was going to get us to go against the grain, go against the status quo, to question our current economy, to question our current living situations, to question the conditions in which Black people live. Anybody who put up a fight against that was assassinated. So to say that we have a Black leader, unfortunately, we don't. We do have Black voices that are trying to shine a light on all the things wrong in the Black community. But as you guys have seen through this programming today, those Black people are attacked. We're called Uncle Toms. We're called Sambos. We're called dumb. We're called, oh, well, you haven't lived my life. It's very, very interesting because y'all would never talk about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King that way. But for whatever reason, we're going to forget their teachings. We're going to forget what they
Damn.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Damn. Okay, so you guys wanted to watch her, Michaela Montgomery's speech at the rally. I think this is it right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage founder of Conserve the Culture.
School bus driver.
Woo!
In a traffic jam.
I'm so happy you all came out to see me. So, my name is Michaela Montgomery. A lot of you guys know me as the girl from Chick-fil-A, but I am so much more than that. Not only do I serve as the CEO of Conserve the Culture, I am also the state director for Blexit down here in Georgia. I'm a Fulton County coordinator for America First Works, and I'm also launching a podcast on the Patriots Prayer Network, so put some respect on my name. Now, why don't we jump right into it? See, as a young single mother, I can tell y'all that rent is too damn high.
That's right. Rent is too damn high.
Now, why don't we jump right into it? See, as a young single mother, I can tell y'all that rent is too damn high. I can tell you that as a young black voter, groceries are too damn high. And as an American citizen, period, seniors like my parents should never have to choose between medicine or food. It should never be the quality of life versus the quantity of life. And I don't want to hear, oh, but we capped the price of insulin and lowered the price of all these medicines. Yeah, but you raised the price of everything else, so it's about time to start telling the truth to Americans and let them know exactly what they're signing up for if they want to vote for Kamala Harris. We need to vote based on facts and not feelings. See, under Harris and Biden, the average Georgia household is losing $1,060 per month, and inflation is at 21.4%. And due to the war on energy, average gas prices have reached record highs for the state. We also did a poll, and 80% of us Black Americans are not happy with the current state of the economy, so I'm going to need 80% of y'all to vote accordingly in November. They love me, they really love me. The left wants you to get in your feelings about things that have been said, but I want you guys to pay attention to what has been done. They don't want to talk policy. They just want to use propaganda to steal your vote. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the Black community, but all she's done is hurt the Black community since she came into the game. See, the first step in destroying the Black community is to dismantle the Black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about Black families? I wonder if Mrs. Willie Brown, a Black woman, is also with her. A few days ago, President Trump said he didn't know Vice President Harris was a Black woman. I'm trying to figure out what all the outrage is about because she's only Black when it's time to get elected. Did I lie? The same Black people who are mad at Trump for being confused about her race, ethnicity, nationality, whatever, are seemingly forgetting that while you're touting her as a savior for Black people, she identifies as an Asian woman. She chose her side and it wasn't ours. When asked if she would ever do anything specifically for Black people, she said no. Whereas Trump gave us the Platinum Plan, which specifically uplifted the Black community by increasing capital by almost $500 billion, creating 500,000 new Black businesses, and would give Black churches the ability to fight for federal resources for their communities. And why are we acting like strong borders aren't a thing literally everywhere else in the world? Since when has being patriotic been a crime? See, a few weeks ago at the debate, Trump mentioned Black jobs. And a lot of people got in an uproar as if they didn't know what he meant. Well, we go to the polls and cast our black vote. We go to the stores and spend our black dollar. We live in our black community, but for whatever reason, we draw the line at a black job.
Okay, for the people wondering, what is a black job? Can you tell her what a black job is, please? Now, can we agree that there's something called a black job? Okay, she's explained it. And if you didn't hear it, I'm going to play it again because y'all want to talk about black jobs.
Our black vote. We go to the stores and spend our black dollar. We live in our black community, but for whatever reason, we draw the line at a black job. Oh, but wait, because if you're wondering what a black job is, please, I encourage you all to drive through Atlanta at all these beautiful black-owned businesses and check and see who works there. Probably a black person working for a black entrepreneur, recycling the black dollar, creating black generational wealth. If they come here illegally and they're taking your jobs and your resources, then please believe my cousins in the Appalachians, they coming for you too. And y'all know Kamala Harris has yet to say Laken Riley's name. As borders are, she opened the border to millions of illegal immigrants that have flooded American streets with deadly drugs and gangs that have spiked overdoses by over 124%.
Is it just me, or are there so many black people in this rally? Like, back in the days, there wouldn't be so many black people for Trump, bro. Like, oh, Kamala is so cooked.
And brought more crime into minority communities. So how's that for black folks? But let's take race out of it. Just as a woman, period. How can you be a champion for women's rights when you're taking away opportunities from biological women and giving them to transgendered ones? I'll wait, y'all, because I wasn't done. See, how can you promote equity for women and you're allowing men to play in women's sports? And what kind of feminist would still allow men to enter their sacred spaces, i.e. our bathrooms and school locker rooms? Do I even need to mention the opening ceremony at the Olympics? Or the fact that Angela Carini was forced to fight a man and told us that she's never been punched so hard in her life. We cannot allow dangerous liberals who think things like this are okay into the White House, because my daughter will not be fighting a man at her wrestling match. And what I think both men and women can agree on is that national security is important. So who would y'all rather see lead us into war if it were so to happen? My silk-pressed sister Kamala or the big dog Donald Trump? And lastly, I could not get up here without mentioning my farmers, the backbone of this country.
Whew. Oh my God, this lady, this Michaela lady is killing the game, man. Dear Lord.
And aside from the Biden-Harris administration hurting you guys in ways we can't even comprehend, by the rising cost of everything, black farmers suffered even more due to the delays associated with the Inflation Reduction Act signed in 2022. Now, don't let the Biden-Harris administration fool you, because they waited until the 9th hour to sign off on disbursements as a last-minute attempt to garner support. But why would they hurt the agricultural industry? Probably because they're looking forward to making more money in the pharmaceutical one. And speaking of pharmaceuticals, because I promise I'm gonna wrap this up, when they bring up abortion and they talk about protecting your medical freedoms, don't be afraid to mention COVID. The Biden-Harris administration forced Americans to take an experimental vaccine and took away their jobs, their livelihoods, and their freedoms if they refused. Trump gave us a choice and Biden gave us a mandate. hey, y'all, because I'm about to kill him with this one. So the next time the left wants to tell you that, hey, abortion is a right and you need to protect your medical freedoms, remember that they took those freedoms away from men and women the second they got in office, and there's nothing stopping them from doing it again. Clock it. So lastly, again, I'm going to encourage you all to vote based on the facts and not feelings. Oh, he...
Based on the facts, not feelings. Okay? Independents, Democrats, Republicans, based on the facts, not feelings. Okay? Votes based on the fact, not feelings.
Again, I'm going to encourage you all to vote based on the facts and not feelings. Oh, he made me feel so bad when he said that. Okay, but they hurt your families when they sent all your tax dollars overseas. Oh, it hurts my feelings when he acts like that. Okay, but it hurts all of us when you see an administration failing their country that they were elected to represent. In which case, I'm going to leave y'all with, hey, mama, daddy, I made it. And my baby girl Amaya is somewhere in here, so we can all say, hey, Amaya, in unison, because she's the real superstar, y'all. But I'm going to go ahead and let y'all get riled up and ready for Big T himself. Thank you guys for having me.
Did she just say Big T? Man, she has done way more than Kamala in 4 years. Listen to what she said. Big T.
In unison, because she's the real superstar, y'all. But I'm going to go ahead and let y'all get riled up and ready for Big T himself. Thank you guys for having me. I look forward to seeing you all.
Hey, Michaela, I know you spoke. Just come up for a second. Come on.
Of course, Trevor Soul says, hope she gets paid good for selling out like that. Selling out what? What did she sell out, bro? This is all you have, Trevor. This is all you guys have. Pointing finger to someone is a sellout because she's what, brown skin? Man, go get some grits and some pancakes. Put some milk on it.
This young woman, I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was, but I walked into this restaurant. And we do it very quietly. We don't announce it. That's for, security reasons, everything. I walked in. She's behind the counter, and she didn't know I was coming. And she goes, it's President Trump. She looks at me. It's President Trump. You saved my college. And I said, how the hell do you know that? She said, this one is so smart, so sharp. She grabbed me. She gave me a kiss. I said, I think I'm never going back home to the First Lady.
You were supposed to keep that quiet.
See, now, for the average politician, that's death. For me, I don't care. I just want to tell you, you are an
Oh my God. This is why Trump is just legendary, bro. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? This is why. These are the reasons people are going to vote for this man, bro.
This young woman, I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was, but I walked into this restaurant. And we do it very quietly. We don't announce it. That's for, security reasons, everything. I walked in. She's behind the counter, and she didn't know I was coming. And she goes, it's President Trump. She looks at me. It's President Trump. You saved my college. And I said, how the hell do you know that? She said, this one is so smart, so sharp. She grabbed me. She gave me a kiss. I said, I think I'm...
Thank you so much for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Who is this? Howard Bramer says this man is lost. You could get lost too by just doing this right here. But you don't want to get lost. You want to stay with us. So thank you for staying with us, buddy. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Never going back home to the First Lady.
You were supposed to keep that quiet.
See, now, for the average politician, that's death. For me, I don't care. I just want to tell you, you are an unbelievable person with a great personality. You lit up the whole room. You lit up the whole room. I said, weeks later, I'd go, who is that person that was so incredible? She knew everything about me. She had no idea I was coming. She knew everything about me. And you know, the historically black colleges and universities, I gave millions and millions, billions of dollars to. They kept coming back. And I said, why are you doing this? And we gave them long-term funding. And she knew that because she said her college, which was, she loved her college. She said it was so great, right? You loved it.
The illustrious CAU.
Yeah, that's right. She loved her college, and she said, you saved my college. What was your college? Tell them.
The illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
And it was so impressive, and I felt so good because she really did. She really said, I said, did you like the college? She said, no, I loved that school. I loved that college. And that's what it's all about. But you are an incredible person. I think you have a tremendous future. I really do. And I'll do whatever I can to help you. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
If he wins, he better do something for this girl, because she's, and it's not like, give her a handout. Like she said, a hand up. She's articulate. She knows how to win the crowd. She knows how to persuade people. She knows the facts. She's confident, strong. She has done way more than we know who, than Comrade. You know what I mean? Like,
Great job. You want to say something else?
Man, I thought I was done. But I do want to add on to some of the remarks that were made by others, and we do need to do our best to get the message out there. The fight is nothing if all we do is talk about it amongst ourselves. So with that being said, since you said you'd help me, shameless plug, if y'all need anybody to knock doors, make phone calls, wave signs, get people out to the polls, call me at Conserve the Culture. Because not only do I mobilize the HBCU students so that they may get this message, but I'm the best person when it comes to black engagement in the black community. And nobody needs this message more than my folks. So do y'all care for real?
man, Andrea, where you at? You need to go to Andrea. Where do you stay? You say you're in Los Angeles, right? Or somewhere in California. You need to go do something. If you know you want Trump to win the election, you better go join the Republican, whatever they're doing over there, and get the work done now, Andrea. Because,
Are y'all with us for real? ConserveTheCulture.com for any and all inquiries. Y'all can follow me at Miss Kayla, baby. I'm going to give it back to Big T.
she said she gonna give it back to Big T. Yo, I need to play that part again, Brody. Come on. Oh, God.
ConserveTheCulture.com for any and all inquiries. Y'all can follow me at Miss Kayla, baby. I'm going to give it back to Big T. Oh, last thing, make sure you guys tune in to my podcast dropping soon on the Patriots Prayer Network. Thank you all.
That was good. Guys, that was so good. You can hate all you want.
Great. Thank you.
You can hate all you want now. You can hate all you want. Now you've heard, everybody heard her speak. Now let's go watch your nominee. She had no teleprompter. And she wasn't even running for the presidential election.
you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, we got to get to some business. We got to get to some business. Okay, thank you all. Okay. Thank you, 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 please, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an
Hey, Dougie.
incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring.
And history will show that you were beside him.
And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early
Chris, I promise you, every time I heard that part, I always think she was about to say, my mom was married to Donald Trump.
memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, stay close. But my father would say, as he smiled, run, Kamala, run, don't be afraid, don't let anything stop you.
Exactly. Don't let anything stop you, Kamala. Run to the media. Run to the interviews. Don't let anything stop you, Kamala. Yeah, run to the media, but you ain't running these days, are you?
From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. and it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health. And she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school. And there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right. And she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather.
Can you hear the difference between her and Michaela Montgomery? You see the difference between her, a presidential nominee, and Michaela Montgomery that we just watched? I don't know. I just don't know.
And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons.
Aquastar says she's introducing herself to the people. What did she do in the vice presidential debate? What has she been doing for the past 4 years? So she's now introducing herself to the people. After 4 years? Boy, you need to go to sleep, bro.
Reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case...
Yo. Alexis says the script writer is introducing her.
I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past.
To move past what? You are the current vice president of the United States. So you're saying we should move past you? I mean, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I really think she's a brave woman. Really, this is not like, I think she's a brave woman. To get here in life, it's hard, okay? So we can't just write her off like that. But to be the next president of the United States like this,
a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse.
She should have just stuck to her story and all of that stuff. Now she's talking about Trump, and I feel like this is where she lost a lot of people. In my opinion, people don't want to hear about Trump. People want to hear about the policies and your performance for the past 4 years. Because that's what people are complaining about Trump, saying he's talking about you, but now you've made the battle equal. It's now equal. Now you're talking about him. He obviously talked about you. So now it's like in my opinion, she's brought herself down from the high horse that she used to sit on, because she wasn't talking about Trump, but now she's talking about Trump. So she's going to lose at this point.
And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol, his explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy, his explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing.
When was he trying to cut Social Security? He said it multiple times.
Conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back.
Yes, we're not going back to your last 4 years. Hell no. You need to go home to Doug and let somebody who can reduce inflation, secure the border, stop the war, get in power.
And to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy. And
I feel like her sister, by the way, like they're so beautiful in their family. Just want to point that out. I also want to say her sister is always looking at her like, you got this. She's a very supportive sister. If you look at her right here, she's always looking at her like, you got this. Just stick to the script. You got this. Just stick to the script. You got this, baby girl. You got this. And that's what a good sibling would do.
And to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what.
You see what I mean? She's looking at her like, okay, Cam, you can do this. Okay, Cam, you got it. Just stick to the script. We rehearsed this. You can do it. You got it. This is what a good sister would do.
I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries.
Do it today. And you just mentioned before the speech started, you said Biden is the greatest president in the modern day times. So you and your best president cannot reduce the grocery prices. You want to do it in future after we vote for you? Man, somebody call Michaela Montgomery to come take over this speech.
We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage.
End it now. Go talk to Biden. Y'all come together and end it now. You just said he was the best president. So end it now. But you will. We always in future. Man, if y'all like whoever's voting for Kamala, you guys need to actually ask yourself, what has she done? Why am I voting for her? What is a performance like? Let me go check her results. Same thing with Trump. If you're voting for Trump, go check his performance, go check his results when he was president from 2016 to 2020. And I've checked, I've seen his results, and that's why I'm voting for Trump.
And protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories.
Aqua Star, are you do you actually live in the United States? If you do, then you wouldn't be asking questions like that. If you do, you wouldn't be asking questions like, how have we benefited from Trump's tenure as president from 2016 to 2020? What are you saying? How much was the gas prices? What was the inflation rate? What was the mortgage rate? How was the border like? How was Ukraine? How was the Israeli people? How was the Palestinian people? What was the mortgage rate during his term? And what is the current mortgage rate now? What is the current inflation rate now? What are we doing? Let's listen to the well-scripted speech.
Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing.
How does, oh my Lord Jesus, bro. Women miscarrying in the parking lot? Who writes these types of speech?
Sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women.
We don't buy it. Nobody buys it.
And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe.
Shout out to Alexi. God bless you, bro, for spending time with us right here. We are currently watching Kamala's presidential speech and acceptance speech at the DNC about like 2-3 days ago. Can't remember anymore. Thank you guys for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show, and turn on your notification. Let's get it.
Breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a cease.
You're working around the clock. We see it. The American people know you're working around the clock, because the gas prices are showing it, the groceries is showing it, inflation is showing it, the border is definitely showing it. Ukrainians are feeling it for sure.
Fire deal done. And let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
Oh, shoot. Edgar, is it for real? The president of Ukraine was was in comedy shows and Saturday Night Live interviews, chilling in a suite while his people who was being
And I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time,
Andrea, thank you so much. Thank you. You are the best. Get some sleep. I was about to tell you, Andrea, you need to get to sleep, But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you, Andrea. God bless you.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Thank you so much for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. And listen to Comrade.
And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible. That nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America.
So show us. Oh, you've already shown us.
Let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty. We must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth.
Why is she speaking like that? Is it? I don't know. Why is she going one word for word like that?
Fight for the ideals we cherish and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth. The privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there. Let's fight for it. Let's get out there. Let's vote for it. And together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're going to go now to the stage
we
because
just played Michaela Montgomery. We played Michaela Montgomery, guys. You saw that lady right there. You saw that lady right there. You saw her doing that thing. I could play her all day. You saw her speaking. You can never make this up, bro. That lady should have been the nominee. This lady right here should have been the nominee. I'm just letting you know. No, I mean this is free country, bro. I'm gonna give everybody's their turn to talk and stuff. Do you guys want to watch any Trump's rally? Oh, you guys are done for the night. We could come back here in the morning. We could come back here in the morning. We could come back here in the morning. You know what? Let's come back here in the morning, okay? Do you guys want to watch anything else? Or you want to come back here in the morning? Let's come back here in the morning. Is that it? Trump rally.
Secret Service. Stay away from the car. Stay away from the car. Oh my goodness. Whoa, back up. Yep, he's in handcuffs. Oh. Whoa. Uh-oh, Secret Service. Stay away from the car. Stay away from the car. Oh my goodness. Whoa, back up. Yep, he's in handcuffs. The guy that rushed the motorcade is in handcuffs.
What the hell was this guy doing?
Whoa! Uh-oh, Secret Service. Stay away from the car. Stay away from the car.
This guy definitely had 2 beers before he came to this job. God damn. Can't even run straight. Did you guys know Trump was at the border 2 days ago? 2 days ago. This isn't the president of the United States. This isn't the vice president. This is just a presidential nominee right now. And he's going to the border. A presidential candidate going to the border.
So thank you very much, everybody. It's a very sad time for this country in many ways. You had a candidate. I was no fan of Joe Biden, but the way he was taken out was a coup. He got 14 million votes, and the person running now got none. She was disgraced. She was figured out by the Democrat voters. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one out of approximately 22 people that were running for the Democrat nomination. She never even made it to Iowa. Beautiful place, Iowa. But she didn't. Plenty of people did. And Biden got 14 million votes. She got no votes. And now she's running against us. The good news is I think we're winning in the polls based on what I'm seeing. And after the debate, we were winning by many points, as you know, against Biden. They went in to see him. They said, "You're losing. You're not going to win. You can't win. We're going to get you out." It was a coup of an American president. And it was done with anger, and he's more angry than anybody. And again, I'm no fan of his. I think he was perhaps the worst president he was.
Do you know how hot it must be in Arizona? And he's at the border in the sun, and then they're going to say he's doing this for himself? Man, guys, you can't make this up, bro. You can never make this up. Anyway, guys, it is currently 5:20 a.m. right here. I'm going to be back in the morning. That I can promise you. But you guys are the best. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. And let's get it. Jordan said, it's 5:20 here too. So keep going. Is that what you're saying, Jordan? Are you saying keep going, or you're saying, you know what? I want to go to school too. Oh, I want to go to sleep too. Come on, Jordan. You said keep going. Chris says let's go. God damn. Y'all wilding right now. Damn. Y'all don't sleep? Well, y'all don't sleep, bro. Well, you guys don't sleep for real? Man, y'all, yo. Shout out to Cheryl Haggard. You know what? All right, let's do it if that's what y'all want to be doing. All right.
Was the worst president, largely because of what's happened at the border. He's allowed, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the gentleman behind me who know this better than anybody, much more than 20 million people into our country. Many from prisons and jails, many from mental institutions, insane asylums, and many terrorists. And this was, when I left, this is a very famous chart now because this chart probably saved my life. But this chart is showing, the arrow on the bottom shows that this was the lowest. This was the last week in office for me because of a horrible, horrible election where I got many millions more votes than I got the first time. But didn't quite make it, just a little bit short. We got to clean up our borders. We have to clean up our elections, or we're not going to have a country. But that's my last week. The arrow on the bottom, you see, that's the lowest point. As the gentlemen were talking, that's the lowest point in the recorded history of the border. This was done by Border Patrol. This wasn't done by Trump. This was done by Border Patrol working with ICE and law enforcement. And that's what we're going to do again if you take a look, interestingly, at all of the wall that's laying on its side, that could have been put up in a matter of weeks. It was all set to go. It was all cut out. And if you look at the top of the mountain behind us, it was all shaped, all ready to go. Could have been put up in a few weeks. Much of it's been sold for 5 cents on the dollar. It's very expensive. I worked with Border Patrol very closely. We worked Brandon. We worked with all of.
Shout out to Cheryl Haggard. You are the best. Thank you so much. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Let's get it.
People, and we wanted to design something that worked. And we actually had mountain climbers. We even had drug climbers. They call them drug climbers. They can get over a wall so incredible with 75 pounds of drugs on their back. They can climb up things. And we designed this after looking at a lot of different designs. And that's an anti-climb panel that makes it very tough for somebody to climb. This was the one they wanted, a little more expensive version, but this is the one that's a very important panel on top. And it's called anti-climb. And this was put in here just to shade us because there's a lot of rough people on the other side. So I figured you're the media, you want to be shaded. This gets taken off. This is just temporary to shade us from potential hazard. We know about hazards. But all of this wall was built at great expense, and all it had to be, erected. We just had to be stood up on its end, concrete on the bottom, goes down 6 feet. It also went down and shielded from tunnels because we went down about as far as it's.
This is what I'm saying. But why hasn't Kamala been? He has in 2021.
Practical for them to go down. They build tunnels under walls. We went down pretty deep. We'd go down a lot deeper than the wall, made it very tough for them. And we stopped that, and we stopped people from coming over. But when they refused to, I built hundreds of miles of this, by the way, as far as the eye can see. You look at the other direction, as far as the eye can see. And then I'd hear people say, oh, he didn't build the wall. We built the wall. We built much more than I was anticipated to build. And we were going to build an extra 200 miles. Much of this is that, which is much more than I said I was going to do, because as we built it, they would go around the edges. So we were going further and further out, and it worked. We had the best numbers ever, and we had them largely because of the wall, and also because the Mexican military helped us, which they never helped at any time. They never helped. And we were very proud of it. So we went from the best numbers in recorded history to the worst numbers in recorded history or any other history. And we have a Marxist that's running, and I don't think you can let her. Well, this country is not ready for a Marxist president. She will never build the wall. She doesn't want to build the wall. She's only saying if she changes her mind, it's only because she wants to get elected, because who wouldn't want to have a strong border? You need strong borders and strong elections, and we have neither. But we're going to have very strong borders, and we're going to have very strong elections soon. The people are fed up. It's common sense. The people are just fed up. And you saw it. Everybody coming from the airport saw the thousands and thousands of people lined up. It looked like Lindbergh coming in from what he did at the time. Broadway, it was amazing when you see all those people. It's a long drive from the airport, and so many thousands and thousands of people. The people in my car said, I've never seen anything like that. We're in the middle of an area that's not well populated, and to have thousands of people like that is pretty unbelievable. I hope you got to see it. And I hope the press rates the story fairly, because it's a story of disgrace. We had a border czar who was the border czar. She loved the title, but she didn't want to do the work because she's lazy. And probably more importantly than being lazy, she wants to have an open border. And you say, who would want an open border where criminals can pour into our country? And all you have to do is walk up there, if you have the courage to do it, and go to that open section, stand there for a little while. You'll be running back here very quickly. You really have to write this fairly, this story, because you people don't want to talk about the border. You don't want to talk about the bad things that are going on in our country. We're going to end up not having a country. You're not going to have any media. We don't have media. They don't have media. They do their own media. They don't need media. But you really should cover this story fairly. Before I begin, I have some, I think, very good words on the border, what to do and how to solve the problem. We had it solved. All they had to do is leave it. Leave it. Just leave it. But before I begin, I want to address the fake job numbers on top of everything else, fellas. Fake jobs. The fake job numbers that the Harris-Biden administration has been reporting for the last year. Thanks to a leaker yesterday, meaning probably in this case a patriot, they were forced to release numbers. They claimed falsely that they created 818,000 jobs. So they said they did almost 1 million jobs, 818,000 jobs that actually didn't exist. They were phantom jobs. They're called phantom jobs. The reason they did that is because I was even a little surprised their job numbers look better because I know the economy's lousy. Everyone here knows it. It's lousy. These people behind me know it's lousy. We have the worst inflation, I believe, in the history of our country. And that's absolutely killing people. But it's 818,000 jobs, almost 1 million. And these are just the jobs we found out about. There's a lot of other false things that now are being looked at. That number will increase. So they reported false numbers. And this isn't a revision. There's never been anything like this. This is a fraud put out by Harris and by Biden. And they were going to release the real numbers. It's called a revision after the election. But it got found out before the election. And I hope you're going to write about it. But it's a big story. And it's a story that's going to be going very far. People are very upset about it, including government officials are very upset about it. Even people that are Democrats are because it's a pure fraud. You know, when you have a revision, you have a few jobs one way or the other, and they get it straight at the end of the month. But this one was sheltered for a long time, and they wanted to release it after November 5th. I wonder why, when it didn't really matter too much. But even then it mattered. But so I hope you're going to report it. Almost 1 million jobs were phantom jobs. They were fake jobs, just like a lot of reporting is fake. And I hope you're going to report it because people have to hear it. They didn't want these numbers to come out. And they did come out, and I really, the whistleblower or whoever it was that got them to have to do it. Somebody today, a high official said, well, we don't really believe those numbers because Trump gave them. I didn't give them. I got them from the administration, from the Labor Bureau. And these are the stats that were just let out. In fact, officially, I mean, they just came out. They were released in officially released. Those are official numbers. Has nothing to do with me. I just happen to be playing the role of a reporter for a change. But I hope you're going to do something with it because I think it's a serious thing. It's the same as everything else. And I'm so glad that we decided to do this. It's a little dangerous to do. I hate to tell you, you guys are in danger with the kind of weaponry that we have, but I felt it was important to do. And this kind of stuff that they put up to shield us, I'm going to make you feel not so good. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what comes through there, but at least they can't see you. But it's dangerous territory. And these people have an unbelievable courage. The Border Patrol, ICE, the police, local law enforcement, unbelievable. I don't even know how they do it. They talk about, I was courageous. These people are courageous. They go through this every day. And the amount of horrible injuries sustained in fights and shootings are just incredible. Not reported, but incredible. We're here today on the southern border in Arizona where Comrade Kamala Harris, I call her comrade because she is a radical left Marxist. She wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do. But she's the most radical left person who has ever run for high political office in our country's history. And by the way, the governor, who's done a poor job as governor, Minnesota, Walz, he's done a poor job, very poor job. His numbers are horrible. People are fleeing his state. I love his state. We should have won his state twice, but a lot of hanky-panky goes on there. Hasn't been one since 1972. Richard Nixon was the last one to win it. But every time I go in there, we have massive crowds and everything's good, but nobody seems to be able to win it. So I know why we didn't win it. People don't like to talk about it. But he's a horrible governor, has bad job numbers, bad numbers for leaving, a lot of people leaving the state. And he's insisted, he put a bill. I'm sure the sheriffs would be very happy when they hear this. He signed a bill fairly recently where boys' bathrooms have to have tampons in boys' bathrooms. I don't even like to bring the subject up, but it's a subject you have to hear about. That's what he wants. He's a radical left guy who lied like hell last night, and she'll lie tonight. We're doing a review of her tonight on Truth because she'll lie just like the rest of them lied. They talked about what I said about soldiers. I never said anything. I love our soldiers. They made the story up. It was fiction. We had 26 people countering it, but nobody cares. They made up everything, so many different stories. They made up about Project 25. They've been told officially, legally, in every way that we have nothing to do with Project 25. They know it.
Well, why do they keep lying that he has something to do with Project 2025 if he doesn't?
But they bring it up anyway. They bring up every single thing that you can bring up. Every one of them was false. He brought them up. But they've unleashed a deadly plague of migrant crime on our country by not doing their job. And all of that plank and all of that very expensive wall, it's also got tremendous electronic capability inside of it. It's got wires for cameras and everything else that you can have. It's the Rolls Royce of walls, I can tell you. It's very hardened steel outside, 7,000-pound concrete inside of the concrete, all different, all very hard to get through. And it's sad to see it sitting here. We have crime going on up the road. In this direction, it's as far as you can see is wall. We have no problem there, but they come in where they refuse to put it up. That was when I first realized that they want open borders. I thought nobody could be so foolish or stupid to want open borders and have the world's population, the world's criminal population pour into our country. That's what's happening. But it shattered so many families' lives and stolen so many incredible young lives. And it's also really badly hurt our black population and our Hispanic population because these people are taking their jobs. The jobs now are down, way down for the black population and the Hispanic population because we have millions of illegal aliens that have poured into our country. They've taken the jobs of African Americans and Hispanics. And that was obvious to me. Next is going to be unions. You watch. The unions are going to start going well because those jobs are going to be taken too. We're honored. Thousands of others are out there, and they are grieving also, but they're not out with you and sitting in this hot sun. I will say this, that at least it gives us a good reason. We're doing something for those incredible people that we'll be talking about very shortly because we can't let it happen to other people. We can't let what you're going through happen to other families. And you know what you're going through, as we discussed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. All for no reason whatsoever. And these are hardened criminals pouring into our country. And then they always say, Sheriff, oh, the illegal immigrants don't commit crimes like people that live here. It's so wrong. They don't report them, but it's so wrong. They make our criminals look like babies. That's about the only thing good. Our criminals all of a sudden don't look so tough to us, right? These are the roughest people, and they're the roughest people from all over the world. Their jails are being emptied from all over the world. The criminals are being taken from their cities. And by the way, their crime rates are way down. Their crime rates came way down. Venezuela, all of these countries, their crime rates are down. Their prison population's down. Soon they won't have any prison population because 100% of it will be in our country. With the statement, if you ever come back, we will kill you. That's the statement they tell them. If you ever come back to Venezuela and other countries, we will kill you. But it's all over the world. The Congo in Africa, many prisoners let go from the Congo in Africa, rough prisoners. All over Europe, they come from all over, rough sections, the jails. You have to see jail populations are way down. So we've done a lot of trips to the border over the years and told a lot of stories about border victims, including the stories of the amazing angel moms who have never been appreciated. They're incredible women, what they've gone through. They're going through a similar thing. And many of them, I asked about time, but this time, because many of them, this took place a long time ago with borders and horrible people coming in. And I don't have to tell you about the crimes, but the level of viciousness of the crime was unbelievable. But they said time doesn't heal. You know, the expression time heals all wounds. It doesn't. I spoke to some people, they say they're worse now than they were 15 years ago. And this started largely during Obama. And then we stopped it. We had it stopped. And then the first day in, they just said, we're not doing anything. We're not doing anything. And all they had to do is let our people that we had in place, the best people. I was listening to people like Tom Homan, who was, just an incredible patriot, tough, smart, gets it, good man, but he's tough. I've been listening to all these people. They've been friends of mine for a long time. They know it better than anybody. But the level of criminality is unbelievable. It's an onslaught of violence at a level that nobody's ever seen before. For nearly 4 years, as border czar, Comrade Kamala has overseen a nation-wrecking border invasion. This is nation-wrecking. This isn't just like, we're going to fix it a little bit later. Gets to a point where you can't fix it. She's allowed at least 20 million people, all illegal aliens, into our country, including millions and millions of unvetted fighting-age men from.
Thank you guys for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Ryan, Francisco, Jordan, Alex, Shane Baker, Aquastar, Junior Gonzalez. You guys are the best. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Travis, you know what time it is. Alex, did I say your name? Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. We are currently watching Trump at the Arizona border. 2 days ago, I guess. Yesterday.
Over 158 different countries. 150. Most people didn't realize you had that many countries, right? Just recently, Kamala let in the head of a Peruvian gang who was wanted for 23 murders. Welcome to the United States of America. On her orders, Border Patrol is being forced to free tens of thousands of illegal aliens from custody week after week after week. And these are very violent criminals, too. These are the most violent criminals that you'll ever see. Every day brings another story about innocent Americans being tortured, raped, murdered, and massacred by illegal aliens that Kamala Harris has set free in our country. Don't hold them. They're told. Don't hold them. Let them free. They'll behave. Well, he killed 20 people. Oh, but over here it's different. Since Comrade Harris took over the border, there has been a 43% nationwide increase in violent crime and a 60% increase in rape. And the FBI should be ashamed of themselves when they report numbers, because in order to keep the violence numbers down, they didn't report some of the worst cities in the country like Chicago and others. What a disgrace. The FBI did that. In New York this June, an illegal alien released into our country by Kamala approached two 13-year-old children with a machete in broad daylight in front of other people, forced them into the woods, tied them together by the wrist, and raped them over and over again. Over and over again. Two Kamala migrants were just arrested for the rape of a 46-year-old woman in Coney Island. I know Coney Island very well. That's right. Sort of started. My office was out there. Brooklyn, throwing her to the ground and raping her with a knife to her throat. One of them had previously been arrested for raping another woman, but instead of being deported, he was released into our country and told to enjoy your life. In Fort Wayne, Indiana, a woman who was offered a ride home by two illegal aliens was instead kidnapped, held down, and raped, then driven around while the illegals discussed how they planned to kill her. They wanted to kill her. They didn't want to have a witness. And she miraculously escaped by throwing herself out of a rapidly moving car, was badly hurt, but she escaped. At least those people came from another country, and they were very violent with an unbelievably violent background. Violence like you've never seen. In the Bronx recently, an illegal alien who Kamala set loose into the country approached a 36-year-old woman while pretending to ask for directions before he wrapped his arms around her throat, pinned her down on a park bench, and raped her publicly on a park bench. And she said, he wasn't trying to rape me, he was trying to kill me. In Michigan earlier this year, an illegal alien broke into a residence and sexually assaulted two young girls, doing tremendous damage to these two young, beautiful girls. In Virginia, a few weeks ago, a 54-year-old mother of four was leaving a convenience store when she noticed an illegal alien trying to steal her car. When she tried to stop him, he ran her down, ran her over, and left her dead on the ground. She was dead, and her family is devastated. In Texas last month, a Venezuelan illegal alien criminal let in by Comrade Kamala shot a female police officer multiple times with a rifle. And she'll never be the same. And that's being nice about it. A few months ago, I met with the devastated family of Laken Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically murdered. Kamala Harris let in the illegal alien animal who murdered Laken. This monster was in Border Patrol custody, under very strong custody. They didn't want to let him go. But under Kamala's policies, he was set free to kill. And that's what he did. Kamala let this bloodthirsty killer go free. And then he murdered beautiful Laken, number one in her class, nursing school. Everybody aspired to be like her. She was the best student, the best everything. Beautiful girl. Then there's the heartbreaking story of Rachel Morin. And we're joined today by Patty and Michael Morin, Rachel's mother and brother. And I met with them. We had lunch. And they're devastated at a level that nobody can really imagine. Rachel was a cherished 37-year-old mom, beautiful woman of 5 incredible children who adored their mother more than anything in the world. They loved their mom. Earlier this year, while Rachel was out on a run, she wants to keep herself in good shape, and she ends up getting killed. In her neighborhood, she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into America by Kamala Harris and her policies of stupidity. Savage person who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across our open border. Just walked right in.
You guys keep talking about Trump is selfish, he's a con artist, is whatever you call it. He's at the border right now. He's not even in power, bro. He's just campaigning for the presidential seat, and he's here doing a campaign. You gotta respect this man, bro.
They didn't have this then. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles where they were very badly hurt before murdering Rachel. And the area where Rachel lived in a very different part of this country. It was cold-blooded murder. Patty and Michael, I would just first of all, thank you for being here. I know it's tough, but they want to let people understand what's going on here because this can't happen to other parents and sisters and brothers and husbands. So if you would, I'd love you to say a few words. Thank you. Please.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
No. Hi. I was just thanking President Trump for the invitation to come and to share Rachel's story. Rachel was 37 years old. She had 5 children. She worked. She owned a small business. She worked very hard to support her family. And the trail that Rachel ran daily was a trail that we as a family would walk over the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a very safe, small trail, very public, very open. Moms with baby carriages go down this trail. It's very safe. I was in Kentucky. We had a grandbaby that had passed away. When I got a phone call from my son, and he said, "Mom, there's somebody here that would like to speak to you." And when I said hello, the person on the other end said, "Hello, Mrs. Warren. This is Detective so-and-so. I'm the lead detective on this case. There's no easy way to tell you this, but we found your daughter's body. And if they find the body, you know that she's dead. But they wouldn't say, 'We found Rachel. She's alive.'" And so they found my daughter's body. And when they found it, it just recently has come out that she was brutally beaten, raped, and then stuffed into a drain pipe. We're 18,000 miles, 1,800 miles from the border. And because of this open border, we've had not just my daughter, but we've actually had 2 in the same county that we're from, where illegal immigrants have come in and have caused rape and murder of our citizens. And the reason why I came here today and I accepted the invitation is because I really want our words to be heard, and I really want you to take to heart what we're saying. We're not here for a political stand, although we are. We're here because we're losing our moms, our daughters, our children to criminals. And that shouldn't happen. We should be taking care of our country, our people. And the only way I believe that's going to happen is if President Trump is reelected as president. And we close up this border and we put policies back into place that were there before, instead of this open border thing. We're going to end up being a third world country if it continues this way. And I hope, I hope that you would just take my words to heart, because it's devastating to lose a child, but even more devastating when you see the pictures or you see the body and you really understand what's happened to that person. So please take to heart, this is a very, very important issue. And it's one that's either going to make or break our country. It's not so much, it's about America, it's about Americans, it's about us taking and protecting ourselves and looking out for each other. It's about protecting our families. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Boy, and a story after story like that. Also with us is Alexis Nungari and Hoamel Rivera, the loving mother and uncle of precious Angel Jocelyn Nungari. Jocelyn was a 12-year-old girl from Houston whose life was stolen by two criminal illegals that Harris freed into our country for no reason whatsoever. They were known as monsters. 2 months ago, after walking to the convenience store, these criminal migrants kidnapped Jocelyn, tied her up for 2 hours, violently assaulted her, and strangled her violently to death. Charged with Jocelyn's wicked murder are two illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border. Just walked across like there was nothing to it. Couldn't do that 5 years ago, 4 years ago. They were in Border Patrol custody. They were gotten, they were nabbed, and were then released into our country. Alexis, we cannot fathom your pain. There are so many people that are going through this pain, but we pledge to always hold Jocelyn in our hearts. And Alexis, I'd like to have you maybe come up and say a few words. Thank you very much.
So I would love to thank Donald Trump for giving us this invitation to be here and to say a few words. To the staff that's been so kind to help us in this very hard time. My daughter was just 12. She had dreams to be famous. She wanted to be a famous actor. She was so funny. She was her own personality. And it's been very hard. It's been very hard. June 17th was the day her life was taken. She was left with no clothing from the waist down, was thrown in a bayou, left was strangled to death. We believe, yes, she was assaulted off of DNA kit that has been, but it's still very, very early, and it's still very, very raw, and it's still very, very surreal. And they had no reason to do anything that they did to Jocelyn. There was over 300 detention beds that they should have been at because they were detained and they were released when they shouldn't have been released. One had an ankle monitor, didn't stop anything. So now I have to go through the rest of my life with my son, always asking for his sister. And I just really, really, really want everybody to please take into consideration how important border control is, because we're losing very innocent people to heinous crimes that shouldn't be happening in the first place. So please, please, I really hope everybody can.
Guys, what do you think about this? This is so touching. Is this what the border is actually causing? Man, this is just sad, bro. This is just sad.
Hear my pain, to just please, please, he needs to be in office, and we need better control. We need to stop this. We need to stop losing our littles. We need to start losing children, mothers, sisters, because now I get to grieve every single day. Every milestone that hits gets harder because she's not there for it. She was going to be a 7th grader. She had her whole life ahead of her. Her whole life ahead of her, and it was viciously taken away by two evil, evil, heinous monsters. So thank you again for taking the time to listen to my words. And please help him make a change. Thank you.
So Jocelyn is in heaven now, looking down on us right now. And in her name and her memory will be fighting to protect every American daughter and child. That's why we're here, because this will happen and has happened by the thousands. There are thousands of people that are in horrible situations like this. As Kamala gives her convention speech tonight, she will not mention the victims. She won't even talk about them, although now that she sees us, maybe she will. She'll not say their names or express remorse to their families. Kamala says she wants to talk about the future. No, these people want to go back to the safe past. We don't have a future with open borders and all of the other problems this country has. The crime problem, just like they rigged the 818,000 jobs number, they rigged the crime numbers too. That's also been a proven fact, just came out. But she's stolen the future of Lake and Riley and Rachel and our precious Jocelyn, just taking their lives away for no reason. When I left office, I gave Kamala Harris the strongest and most secure border in American history. These people have done an incredible job. They worked with lots of others. And if you came here illegally, you got caught and you were deported or put in jail, depending on what. In some cases, we put them in jail because we didn't want, they were so violent, we didn't want to take a chance that they'd come back. But generally, they were deported and brought into countries that wouldn't accept them before me. With me, they accepted them. They wouldn't take them back, but with me, they accepted them. They said, you're going to have a lot of problems if you don't. We ended catch and release. We had remain in Mexico. The greatest policy, remain in Mexico. How good was that? Everybody remained in Mexico until they were checked out, and either they came in or not. Most of them didn't qualify. Title 42, Safe Third agreements, and 500 miles of border wall that was very, very difficult to even think about getting over, around, or under. The final gaps of the wall were about to be sealed. Then Kamala came in and dismantled every single Trump border policy and halted all wall construction. And there it sits, but much of it's been sold. This is just a small example of what it was, what it is before they lift it up. So you can see on the ground behind me the sections of wall that taxpayers paid for, a lot of money. But Kamala refused to put up, just refused. She wouldn't do it. Everybody called. I even made some calls. I said, you got to put it up. You got to put it up. But she didn't want it open. She wanted a wide open border. What Biden and Kamala have done to the families here with me and so many others, thousands and thousands of others, not only killed, also really badly hurt to a point where they'll never lead a normal life again. It's shameful and it's evil. Every year under Harris, a new all-time record of illegal immigration has been set. Every single year, our great borders are. She'll blow away Biden's reputation as being the worst president. She'll be a president that'll make him look good, just like Biden made Jimmy Carter look good. To get illegals into America as fast as possible, Harris has flown hundreds of thousands by airplane. You know, then they say, oh, well, we didn't want them to go. But then we found out a few months ago that they're flying them in over the border by airplanes to all over our country. Well, that means they do want them to come in, and flying in some very dangerous people. It's close to 1 million people, we think. Close to 1 million people were flown in over the border, and she's trying to say, well, we're in favor of borders. She just started.
What? People were flown in? Goddamn. Is that facts?
This a short while ago. She's even launched a smartphone program that gives fast pass entry to thousands of illegal immigrants, all coming very quickly. You use the smart pass and you get immediate access into our country. Can you believe this? And then they're trying to say we believe in borders. They're flying right over our heads, right into the middle states, all over, every border. And you've heard this, every border, you look at the different states and put another way, every state is a border state now when you think about it, because they just come right past here and they get taken to other states that never even thought of a problem like this. And those are not happy campers. According to a new DHS report, Kamala Harris also lost more than 300,000 migrant children that she allowed to be trafficked into our country. These children are gone. Many of them are dead, and nobody does anything about it. 300,000 children are missing. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if that were a Trump administration? Be the biggest story in history. Nobody even talks about it, just like they don't talk about the fact that Joe Biden got $27 million from different countries. And they don't talk about that, him and his family. Just came out from Congress. Nobody talks about it. I do have some good news, though, for the people standing behind me in particular, and maybe for some of the press that wants to hear good things. The Supreme Court just ruled that you're not allowed to have illegal aliens vote. Just came out just before I walked up. So illegal aliens are officially not allowed to vote in our country. And I give great credit to the Supreme Court. They have great courage in doing what they're doing. It's not easy, but that was one that everybody was hoping for. You know, a vast majority of people agree with that. It's a very small amount of people that don't. Who would want that? So thank you very much. And she's really provided Harris deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens living inside the United States. They've got immunity. They really have immunity. And importing MS-13 directly into our cities. MS-13 is the most vicious gang we feel. If I ask the sheriffs behind me, I think probably considered the most vicious gangs in the world. Wouldn't you say, Brandon? It's never seen anything like it. It's not even believable. I won't tell you about it. It's not even believable. As the DA of San Francisco, Kamala Harris was the godmother of deadly sanctuary cities. She was considered the godmother. All they're doing is protecting criminals, which set loose illegal alien criminals rather than hand them over to ICE, who are doing an incredible job. Under a program Kamala set up, an illegal alien arrested on drug charges in 2008 was set free to enjoy job training. A short time later, that same illegal alien attacked a 29-year-old beautiful young woman, Amanda Kiefer, stealing her purse and fracturing Amanda's skull. It was vicious and horrible, and Amanda's here with us, and I'd love to have Amanda come up and say a few words. Thank you.
I'm Amanda Kiefer. I don't feel like I belong on the stage with the folks here since I seem to have gotten off kind of easy with just a fractured skull. I didn't lose loved ones, but the night I was walking to dinner in Pacific Heights, it was a nice neighborhood. You wouldn't expect broad daylight or something violent to happen to you on the way to dinner. My purse was stolen, and I stepped into the street, and the car we jumped into came at me. I jumped up on the hood to avoid getting run over, and he floored it and hit the brakes. The police were great. They had caught him and his accomplice in a really short time, because I remember being on a gurney in the hallway of the hospital, and I had to ID them. They were laughing as they fractured my skull. What was really the worst part about it all, though, is when I found out that taxpayer money was paying for job training for this guy who avoided going to prison for the first felony he committed for jobs he couldn't legally hold. It was kind of a wake-up moment for me, and I moved out of San Francisco because I didn't feel safe here. And I don't think our country is going to be safe under Kamala Harris.
Story after story. Kamala has called for the abolishing of ICE, the closing of every ICE detention facility, and the releasing of some of the most vicious criminals anywhere in the world by doing so. She supports free health care for illegal immigrants and has promised to give illegals mass amnesty and citizenship, which will obliterate Social Security. Oh, Social Security is going to be obliterated by all of these millions of people that she wants to put on. And also Medicare will be obliterated. I'm going to save Social Security. I'm not going to touch it. We're going to make our country strong, but they're going to obliterate it. She also feels extremely strongly about defund the police. She wants to defund the police. And anytime somebody wants to defund the police, you're never going to get them back to being normal. Police have to be taken care of. They're the best thing we have going to protect us. They know exactly what's going. When we do deportation, they know every person out there, and they know the middle name, and they know everything about them, and they know all of the bad ones. They know the really bad ones. It'd be a great help. We have to get the criminals out of our country immediately. Kamala is always going to have open borders. If Comrade Harris has the chance, she will allow more than 100 million illegal aliens into our country. Our country will be overrun, and essentially it won't be a country. It will be not governable. With us today are leaders of the National Border Patrol. Known them, you've met them. I don't have to go over, but I want to just thank them for the incredible job they've done. I've worked so well with them. Paul Perez has been unbelievable. Past President Brandon Judd, unbelievable. Sheriff Mark Daniels has been incredible. I watched him on television today. He did a great job of explaining this crazy situation that we're in. Sheriff Chris Heiser. So I want to just say you're here, and Paul and Brandon, Mark, and everybody. I want to thank you so much. It's incredible the job you do. Such a dangerous job. I actually did. I came in. I met one of the Border Patrol who was badly wounded. I said, "Are you okay?" It was a while ago. He said, "Yes." I said, "What happened?" "Well, my leg is broken, my arm was broken, my back was broken, my neck was broken, my skull was fractured." He went through a list of things. I said, "That's unbelievable." When we win this November, we will end the Kamala Harris border nightmare once and for all. We'll get it back very strong. We will also end the inflation, a bad economy, and we will be respected very shortly all over the world again as we were by other countries. The choice is simple: Kamala's mass amnesty of criminals or President Trump's mass deportation of criminals. I think that's pretty easy, in addition to all of the other things. There are many other things that are equally as bad but not as obvious. With your vote, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history. We will impose tough new sentences on illegal alien criminals. These include 10-year mandatory minimum sentence for anyone guilty of human smuggling, a guaranteed life sentence for anyone guilty of child trafficking, and a death penalty for anyone guilty of child or woman sex trafficking. We'll also impose the death penalty on major drug dealers and traffickers. In other countries, on their immigration papers, there is a statement that says, "Death for drug traffickers." Big letters, big bold letters, 10 times the size of everything else on the page. I saw it this morning. And those are the countries where they have no problem with drugs. Many of them, actually. We will also impose the death penalty for anyone killing our police, sheriffs, Border Patrol, ICE, or law enforcement officials. The death penalty with a quicker trial, not a trial that lasts for 15 years and everybody gets exhausted. We will liberate our country from the illegal alien drug dealers, robbers, murderers, gang members, and child predators. And we will make America safe again for our citizens and make it greater, stronger, better, more beautiful than ever before. And I want to thank you all, and especially our four very special people. And sheriffs and law enforcement, I want to thank you so much, because this job is so dangerous. It's not even believable. You pull over a car, they open the door, and they start shooting you. That happened in Long Island with a great young man with an incredible family. I went there. Same thing. So we have to stop it. We have to bring our country back. We have to use common sense. You don't have to be conservative or liberal or progressive, as they like to say now. They don't like the term liberal. Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. We have to have strong protection in our country or our country's going to wither away and die. We need a military. We need our great police to be loved and respected, and they will be again. Right now, if somebody does something that's a little bit on the tough side to stop something that's very bad, they end up losing their pension, their life, their car, their house. They lose their job. They lose everything. We're going to give immunity to many, many people so that they can do the law. But again, I want to thank you. I want to thank the media for being here. I hope you can report the story the way it is. It's a very sad moment for our country. We have some very bad people trying to get into office, and if we don't stop them, our country has no chance of greatness. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, you said that local law enforcement will be able to help find the bad undocumented migrants.
Yeah.
What was your administration?
What do you guys think so far? I feel like the stories are very touching. I feel like him being here at the border is a big deal. Total big deal. And I just feel like this is noble of him to do.
Go about the mass deportation of migrants across the
We'll work with locals, and they're going to bring them to us, and we'll get them over the border, and we'll make arrangements with the countries, and the countries will accept them back.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. We have been streaming for like 5 hours now. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. You know what time it is. God bless you guys. S. Murphy, Jeremiah, C. Roselles, Antoinette, Shane Baker, Sherry Haggard, Fancy Hulkage, Louis. Put your name in the chat. Put your name in the chat. Put your name in the chat. Put your BF, Junior, Rick, Alex, Abraham, Angelic, Shane. Okay, I already said Shane. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Back, and if they don't accept them back, we do no trade with those countries, and we charge them big tariffs.
Mr. President.
Comment on the appearing end of RFK Jr.'s campaign. Did you talk to him in the last couple of days? Does he plan on endorsing?
I haven't, but I'm here.
Hayes. Shout out to Hayes. I've seen Hayes. Hayes has been here for a long time. Shout out to my boy Hayes. Shout out to In Due Time, TDP, Hackling Spirituality, Raina, Chris V. You know what time it is.
I'm hearing reports. I have a lot of respect for RFK Jr. You know that. I've known him a long time. Very smart, a little bit different, and that's okay. But he's a very smart guy. He's loved by a lot of people, and I'm hearing that he wants to leave. Don't forget, he was treated very unfairly. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary, the Kennedy name and him in particular. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary, and they made it impossible. They said you have to get 70% of the vote just to qualify or something. They created standards that nobody could have met. Biden couldn't have met him. And I think he would have lost Biden, and they really treated him very badly. Then he went out as an independent, and it's a tough thing to do, independent. You know, it wasn't set up that way, the country. It's really a two-party system, whether people like it or not, Republican, Democrat. And I have spoken to him in the past over the last number of months, but not recently. But there are rumors that he's going to make an endorsement. That would be a great honor for me. Great honor.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Tomorrow at your rally outside of Phoenix?
I don't know. I can't say that. But I know we're in the same state, so we're not very far away. But I can't tell you that yet. No plans have been made at this point. Brian?
Yes, sir. As a parent, I'm hearing these stories. You're a parent yourself.
Man, y'all look at Trump. He's sweating. Look at him. Look at him right here. Man, you're going to have to respect this man right here. He's sweating. Dang.
What's going through your mind when you're hearing all these just horrible stories about losing their children?
What was going through my mind is that, and I almost hate to say it in front of them, I don't know how they take it. I don't know how they can take it. You understand that? I think probably most of the people still. No. How do you take it? How do you do it? It's, it's like devastating when you see what happened. And these are incredible people. These people are incredible people. I got to know them. They're unbelievable. And they loved, like, as much as you can love someone. I spent time with all of them. And what goes through my mind is I don't know how the hell they take it. Yes.
When you talked about Edinburgh, Texas earlier, visiting them, it was a big deal for those small border communities. It's a big deal when you come here. Obviously, the border means a lot to you.
A lot. Always has.
So why not support that bipartisan border security bill? And how do you get people on board with all the things that you talked about, the policies that you just laid out? How do you get people to come to the table?
Ready? The bipartisan, and it wasn't bipartisan, they had a couple of people on the other side. It was weak, it was ineffective, and it would have allowed, as you know, millions and millions of people to pour through, and largely unvetted. It was a horrible bill, it was a weak bill, and they don't need a bill. All Biden had to do is look to the border and say, close the border. He didn't need a bill. He knows that.
What the hell is that sound?
You're vaccinated, you're safe. You're unvaccinated, you're at risk. Simple as that. I got infected about 2 weeks ago. It was my third infection, and I am vaccinated and boosted.
They didn't want a bill. The bill was terrible. If it was good, I would have approved it. The House passed a bill before that. I'd approve that bill right now. That was a real bill. But this bill was a weak bill, and it was a shame that they got a Republican. They got somebody who's a very good person, by the way, but they got him to lead it. But it didn't make any difference. If they wanted to close the border, which they don't, they'll have 100 million people come in and totally destroy, ruin our country. If they wanted to close the border, I didn't have a bill. I said, close the border. I said, Brandon, close that border, Brandon. And what happened? He closed the border. They all did. Paul, the whole group of them, this group is incredible. They closed the border. I looked at him. I said, we don't have a bill. We don't need a bill. Close the damn border. They closed the border. They could do the same thing.
It's happening now, though. The encounter numbers are extremely low right now. So that's
No.
done.
Right now, what's happening is people are waiting to see what's going to go with the election. And wait till you see what happens after the election, one way or the other. But right now, you take a look at the numbers for the last year, they're horrendous, absolutely horrendous. And it's also election time, don't forget. They want to put on a little bit of a squeeze. All they do and all they want to do and all they have to do is say, Biden, although I'm not sure, you take a look at, nobody even knows where he is. He's on a beach someplace, but he could even do it from the beach. Close the border. And the border is closed. They will close the border immediately. That's what I did. But we had great people. We've lost a lot of those great people because they want to be respected, and they weren't respected because of this administration. And the worst person in, far worse than Biden, was Kamala. That's why I call her comrade, because she's a radical left person who really wants to have an open border. She'll never close the border. She'll never drill for oil and gas. She's not going to do it. She might do it for a couple of months. She stopped, and that's where the inflation came in. Then she went back to the Trump policy. What they don't say is that if I were there, I'd be now 4 times higher than I was at that moment. But the gasoline prices are still very high right now. But they would have been double if they didn't go back to the Trump policy of drilling. But we would have been close to 4 times higher. We would have been energy dominant. We were energy independent. They would have been energy dominant. But if I want the border closed, if I'm the president, I don't need a bill. I just have to say close the border, and they close the border.
Mr. President, if you get back to the White House, are you confident that you can reach a consensus with Democrats and how to fix the border?
Well, I think right now you look at it, and I'm one that believes that we want to unify our country. But when you have an issue like this where some people, and I don't happen to believe it's the Democrats. I think it's Democrat leaders that want the open borders. I think it's Democrat leaders that say, we don't want voter ID. We talk about elections. I always start, we start with voter ID. We don't want voter ID. I said, no, everything has ID, identification. They said, we don't want any identification. We don't want it. Now, there's only one reason, so we can't even negotiate after that because they don't want voter ID. So I say to them, why don't you want? Well, we just don't want it. We think it's discriminatory. They have all sorts of excuses. They don't want it because they want to be able to cheat. And we want voter ID. And we want same-day voting. And we want paper ballots. And we want proof of citizenship. Very simple. France did it. France went to 38 million votes, and they did it because they had mail-in ballots, and they were very unsafe, very bad. They had tremendous problems. And they went 2 years ago with an election and worked out incredibly. 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes. They were all counted, and there were no problems. That's where our country should go. But the Democrats don't want to go there because it doesn't allow them to cheat. Okay, how about one more?
Mr. President, you have a lot of support from your policies.
There was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming?
No.
And what are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. No, thank you very much for saying it. But no, and I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes. But I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. So
Mr. President,
I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah.
you have a lot of support.
Families and children under your mask.
Yeah, we'll work on that. You know, they're missing so many children right now under this administration, over 300,000. Many of them are dead. You know that. Many of them are dead. Many of the hostages in Israel are dead. This is why Hamas isn't talking. You know, Hamas doesn't want to negotiate very much because I think they probably don't have very many alive right now, and so they don't want to really get into too much of a negotiation because I think many of those hostages, unfortunately, are dead. But the 300,000 children that are missing, many of them are dead, and many of them are in sex rings and all sorts of things going on. It's a terrible thing. They have done such a bad job in this government in terms of everything: foreign relations, border, crime, jobs. And today you found out that the job numbers are fake on top of everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very
Mr.
much.
President, you have a lot of support for your policies here. Sheriff Daniels is someone that I've spoken with, I've interviewed before.
Yes.
He's very much in support of your policies. But when it comes to something like mass deportation, how would you work with blue states and blue cities that might not be as supportive as some of the folks here?
Let me tell you, they're much more supportive than you think. I've watched New York, Eric Adams. I've watched the body language. A lot of people that are in charge of that, they want to straighten it out. They can't live like this. New York has hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants in their midst. Many of them are very, very hardened criminals. And I've watched the mayors, I've watched governors talking, and it's almost like they're talking because they're demanded from Washington. They want it out much more than people would understand. They want them out. They don't want to see their cities overrun. New York is overrun, Chicago's overrun. They're all, and you would be surprised. And the people, including Democrats want to have a secure border. Democrats want to have a secure vote. It's the leadership that doesn't. So I think that'll be a very easy situation to solve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, nobody can argue that that speech at the border wasn't effective and it wasn't necessary to be had because obviously he is the only person willing to go to the border. Have you guys seen it?
Well, thank you very much, and a very big hello, Arizona. Hello, Phoenix. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. You built our country. 74 days from now, can you imagine? 74 days. Then we gently move into that beautiful White House and we take over our country and we make it great again. We're going to win Arizona. We're going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we're going to win back our beautiful White House. We're going to win it back. We're going to win it back in record force. Everyone here tonight is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. You know, this is the greatest political movement. It's called Make America Great Again. And it's right now bigger and better and stronger than it ever was before. You know, we won in 2016 and we did much better in 2020. A lot of people don't understand that, but we understand it. Millions and millions more votes. But those two are nothing like the spirit that we have now. It's amazing. And that's because we've seen how bad government can be. That's why it's combinations of a lot of things. But the job they've done in destroying our country is unbelievable, and people have seen it. And because of that, there's never been anything like this. Right, Carrie? Right? Our movement is not about Democrat versus Republican. It's about patriotism and common sense. You have a common sense with a party of common sense. You say what you want. Nice to say conservative, but really, with a party of common sense, we want fair elections, free elections. We want strong borders. We want a great military. We want great education. We want a nice home and low interest rates or low taxes and no regulations. That's why we're welcoming support from millions and millions of disaffected Democrats, and they are joining like wildfire. Now it's a little different than it was. You know, we had somebody, I was up 18 points, and they said, Joe, you can't win. You're getting out of the race. No, I want to go and give it a shot. No, Joe, you're getting out of the race, Joe.
Shout out to Jordan. Jordan, now you see I'm the last man standing, Jordan. Shout out to Jordan. Shout out to Penny Deal. Shout out to Delene. Shout out to C. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Let's get it. We're currently watching Donald Trump at Arizona. No, at Las Vegas. This is Las Vegas, right? Arizona or Las Vegas. I don't know. But then RFK is gonna speak after this, so don't miss it. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Joe, and if you don't do it the nice way, we'll do it the tough way, Joe. And he said, okay, and now I have a new opponent. This never happened before.
Shout out to Jamie from Thailand, Chris V, Jordan. You know what time it is. Have a good night, Jordan. BF, let's get it.
We spent $100 million and a lot of time on defeating him. And as soon as he was gonzo, it all started with the debate. The debate. All that time, all that effort. A friend of mine said, you did a terrible job in the debate. I said, why do you say that? Everybody said I was brilliant. They said, no, you got him out of the race with that debate. It's all right. We have to do what we have to do, right? We have to do what we have to do. And now we have somebody that, in theory, should be easier to beat, in theory, because she's a radical left Marxist, and everybody knows it. But we're welcoming the support from millions of disaffected Democrats, independents, moderates, old-fashioned liberals who still believe in things like, little things like borders. I was there yesterday. That's a scary place. Sir, it's about time that you get out of the sun, sir. We're going to have to get you out of here, sir. Let's get the hell out of here. She was the border czar. She presided over the worst border in history, not American history, world history. Democracy, liberty, and of course, always the right of free speech. We don't really have free speech right now. The press, look at all of them. Look at all of them. Look at that. Wow. Man. That's a lot of press. That's a lot of fake news. That's a hell of a lot of fake news. Gone forever is the old Democratic Party of FDR, JFK, and that's right, even Bill Clinton. Kamala Harris's Democrat Party is the party of free health care for illegal aliens, communist-style price controls, defund the police. All her life, she wants to defund the police. A little while ago, she changed, didn't she, huh? Banning gas-powered cars and sex changes for minor children without parental consent. How about that one? How would you like that? Without parental consent. Can you imagine your kid comes home without parental consent? What happened to my baby? What happened? The truth.
Now that one we're not gonna take, okay? I feel like every parent should have a right to, to speak on their children. You shouldn't like do something to children, then the parents shouldn't be able to know. Come on, man. I don't think that's right. I believe parents should have a say so in their child's life. Anyway, subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Let's get it.
True divide in American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group, and you know who her group is, and citizens of all political backgrounds who love our country, share traditional American values, the values that you have right here in this great state, and look past our differences to unite around a thing called our great American flag. And we should speak to our great congressmen and congresswomen. They ought to make it illegal to burn the American flag. If you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. 1 year, that's all, 1 year. You burn the American flag, because in Chicago at the Democrat deal, they were burning flags all over the place. You burn the American flag. They say it's unconstitutional to do that. I think it's constitutional. You burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. Nobody's going to be burning the American flag anymore.
I 100% agree on that fact. Nobody should be burning the American flag. For real.
Our opponents worship the deep state. We want to obliterate the deep state. Slight difference. Our opponents, thank you. Our opponents join with warmongers and neocons to wage endless wars, these wars that never end. We don't even know who the hell the country is that we're fighting. We believe that America is strongest when America is at peace. We want peace through strength. That's what we want. Like we had 4 years ago. We didn't have any wars, except we wiped out ISIS very quickly. It was supposed to take 5 years to beat ISIS. I did it in 3 weeks. They support coercive COVID vaccine mandates and want to fire you. If you don't obey, you get fired. We oppose these mandates as a fundamental violation of our God-given rights. We don't want the mandates. We don't want the mandates. They want to arrest their political opponents and silence those who disagree. We reject censorship in all forms, and we believe in freedom, open debate, and fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Our opponents slander us as a threat to democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. No, they're a threat to democracy. How many times have you heard, it's a talking point for them, right, Deb? It's a talking point. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. And those guys say it too, because they're the same thing. They're like they're a subsidiary of the Democrat Party. Meanwhile, they rig their primaries. They force out Joe Biden. They force him out of the party. Joe Biden got 14 million votes in an unconstitutional coup, and they appoint a nominee who never got a single vote. And when she ran against this guy, and I'm no fan, he was the worst president in the history of our country. He let in millions and millions of people through her. Let in millions of people would destroy our country. But we're going to get those people out, the people that came in here from jails and prisons and mental institutions. But they threw them out. They ran against each other for the primary, and she never even made it to the first state, the great state of Iowa. Never made it. And now she's the one running. A little strange, isn't it? You see, that's really a threat to democracy if you get right down to it, right? In our movement, we know that democracy does not mean rule by the Democrat establishment. It means rule by the American people. Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man who has been an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a long time. I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Are you guys ready to watch RFK? Yo, that intro was just so. That intro was like a rock star's intro. Anyway, subscribe to the channel, like the live show. RFK, ladies and gentlemen.
He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I feel like whoever did the intro for RFK Jr., they had just like the best intro arranger, bro. The best intro I've seen in a long time.
Man, whoa. And he deserves it. He deserves it. For the past 16 months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in. They put up rules. I've never seen rules like he had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, little things like that. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country, and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth? And I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think it's true. I don't think I've ever introduced anybody that got applause like that. Amazing. It's true. Amazing. Soon after I was, can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety. during the course of his campaign while being denied protection by the Harris-Biden administration. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And they will also...
Someone just said Harris needs to step down. Oh my God, Lord. Y'all be wild. Harris needs to step down, Brody. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. You know what time it is. We're currently watching Trump and RFK Jr. right now.
Conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month, but I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that. And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life. So I just want to ask Bobby to speak for a little while. I'll stand aside. I'm going to stand aside. But I can only tell you, I've known him a long time. We've been a little bit on the opposite side of the equation, but I will say this, he is a brilliant, I still think of him as young. He's not that young. I always call him young, but he's not that young. But he is a phenomenal person, a phenomenal man who loves the people of this country as much as anybody can love the people of this country. So, Bobby, please say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. Now, a few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, how many of you are going to vote for Kamala? Put it in the chat. If you're voting for Kamala, put it in the chat. If you're voting for Trump, put it in the chat. By the way, let's subscribe to the channel, like the live show. And what city are you watching from? Let's get it.
Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States. And the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Wow, that was something, huh? That was something. Fantastic guy. You know, he did well, and the polls are good and all, but you have to remember we have sort of like a two-party system. It was designed that way, and it's awfully tough. And as well as he did, he'd be at 10 and 15 and 16 points sometimes. That's a lot. That's a lot. But if he were in a regular system, like as a Democrat or perhaps as a Republican, but not against me, of course. But if he were in a regular system, there are a lot of people that maybe liked him the best, but they said, we can't vote. So with all of those votes he was getting, here's a lot of votes that he could have gotten. I think he's going to have a huge influence. We're leading now, but I think he's going to have a huge influence on this campaign. Actually, much bigger than you'd see in the polls. And those numbers are big to start off with. But Bobby and I will fight together to defeat the corrupt political establishment and return control of this country to the people. And to all who supported Bobby's campaign, I very simply ask you join us in building this coalition. It's a beautiful coalition in defense of liberty and safety, prosperity and peace. It's going to be an incredible coalition, and the relationship has been so good for so long. I have no doubt it's going to work and work well. But we have to win. We have to take our country away from these people that are going to destroy our country. We won't have a country left. So thank you very much. We need your vote. As you all know, this week the Democrats held their convention. You probably saw it, their party. The media says the big message from their convention was that we need to turn the page from the failures of the last 4 years. Do you believe it? They forgot. They've run it for the last 4 years. She was saying last night, we will stop the abuse. We will stop the high taxes. I said that you could have done it 3.5 years ago. In fact, you could leave that nice auditorium that you're in and go to the White House right now. You want to have a strong border? All you have to do is say to the incredible Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement, close the border now. You don't need bills. I did it. And we had the best border in history. Put up that chart. Put it up. That chart. I love that chart. I love that chart. Put it up. But I love that chart. Not everybody realizes, but that chart is very meaningful. Even beyond the numbers that are on the chart, it shows the least numbers of illegal immigrants pouring into our country. Again, prisons from mental institutions, terrorists, where the bottom arrow is. But you know what? That chart is meaningful in many ways. Some people understand what I'm talking about. I love you, darling. I love you. I'm going to sleep with that chart tonight, Deb. I'm going to sleep with that chart. But isn't that a beautiful sight? Look at that. Look at that arrow. And then look what happens when that was my last week in office. And look what happens after I left. It's like a rocket ship. Look at that. Isn't that terrible? No vetting, no checking. We have no idea who they are. They just pour into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We need to failure. They have had calamity and failure and say, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out. Get out, Kamala. She's the only person ever to get a nomination of a party without getting one vote. She didn't get one vote. Hey, maybe she's smarter than we think. You know, you could look at it that way. Vice President Kamala cast the deciding votes, causing the worst inflation in decades, costing the typical American household $28,000 dollars. Think of this, higher prices. It was inflation, $28,000. As border czar, she flooded America with savage illegal alien criminals who have been raping, pillaging, and killing our cities and our towns. 3 years ago this week, she was the final vote on the catastrophic Afghanistan withdrawal. And we were withdrawing, but we were going to withdraw with dignity, with grace, and with strength. We would have been out faster, but we were going to keep Bagram. But that was the most embarrassing event in the history of our country, leading to horrific war and humiliation all over the world. When Putin saw that, he invaded Ukraine. It brought a lot of people back because they said the United States is run by incompetent people. The United States is no longer respected. It's no longer strong. That's what they said. A lot of these things that you're seeing now wouldn't have happened except for the horrible, horrible event of Afghanistan. You know, I was dealing with the leader of Afghanistan, Abdul, and I said, Abdul, you can't kill our people. He was killing our people. I had a strong talk with him. I'm not going to get into it exactly. We went 18 months without one soldier being sniped at or shot at. Not one soldier injured or killed. And then we had a tremendous election where we did probably 10 or 12 million more votes than we got the first time. You know, most presidents don't get as many votes the second time because people get bored, but they don't get bored with me. They get bored. No, they get bored. Like Barack Hussein Obama got far fewer votes the second time, and he won. He won. Have you heard of him, Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. He was nasty to me. You know, he was nasty. Michelle was nasty. They're all nasty. Nasty people. They were very nasty. I was surprised. I thought he was, and I was sort of nice to him. I said, no, you know, I like him. Good. It didn't matter. They were nasty to me. And, of course, last night, Kamala mentioned my name, I think, 21 times. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention anything but my name over and over and over again. She blamed me for the border. I haven't been there in 4 years. You saw it. I had the safest border, the best border we've ever had. She blamed me for the border. They lied so much. They lied about everything. She said I was involved with something called Project 25. I don't even know what the hell it is.
I was waiting for him to talk about they were nasty to me. I was waiting for him to say that. I was also waiting for him to say, you know, Barack Hussein Obama. But anyway, you know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel. We are currently watching Trump in Arizona.
No, they really were nasty. And then they say to me, sir, please stick to policy. Don't stick to personality. You should be nice to people, sir. You have to be nice. I call them up. My geniuses, they get paid a fortune. Actually, not that much. But I call up my people. I say, they're knocking the hell out of me. And you say I shouldn't get personal. I have to get personal, don't I? I have to get personal. I have to get personal. They get personal. But I'm going to do my best. So they're allowed to get personal with me, but I'm not allowed to get personal to them. They call me names that are so bad. Our great First Lady says, but you're not that way, darling. They love our great First Lady, I will tell you that. They do. They do. But darling, you're not that way. I said, I know that. And if I say something just slightly out of order, like, she didn't do a very good job last night, please never, ever mention look or anything like that. If you ever say she didn't look really great. That's the end of your political career, so I wouldn't say a thing like that. How about her opening where she said, thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her, Deb? Debbie Lesko, she's a winner. Is that Sheriff Joe? Oh.
I feel like one thing we all can agree upon is he has energy. And when I mean energy, he had two campaign this day. He also had the border stop a day before this day. He also had another campaign a day before the day he went to the border. He's always doing something. And if you notice, he actually was talking and campaigning and rallying around the nation during DNC. And he's been campaigning for the presidential seat for 2 years now. And he's 78 years old. I just hope when I get older, I have this energy he has. First of all, I know he's a billionaire, he's wealthy, he has the best doctors, and according to like history, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink, he doesn't do drugs. So of course you can tell the difference. Like if you check Bill Clinton and like RFK Jr. and these guys, he's older than these guys. And these guys don't have the same energy that he has. So you gotta respect Trump. And he's still cognitively sharp, smart.
That's Sheriff Joe. Look at that. A legend. You know, Sheriff Joe's looking at these clowns where they have no idea what they're doing, where people come in by the millions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2,761 votes and counting. And out of the 2,761 votes, 29% of those people believe that Kamala will win the presidential election in November. And 71% of 2,762 people, actually 763 people now, believe that Trump will win the election in November. 71%. Every poll that I've seen, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, have Trump winning by far. But if you check mainstream, it's different. So I don't know.
He had nobody come in. Remember, he dressed everybody in pink. Remember that, right? Is that right, Joe? They had a dress in pink. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing. It wasn't bad. I mean, you know, you got a lot of killers that had a dress. But pink underwear, pink undershirt, and a pink outfit. Because he didn't want them coming into our country. Do you remember Arizona when Sheriff Joe was at the border? You didn't have people coming in. I think for the 1 year he had one person come in, but they got him. Now we have 3 million people coming in through your border. Oh, through the whole thing, it's ridiculous. It's not. Joe, it's an honor. And I'll tell you, people didn't treat you right. You are a legend, and you did a job like nobody else. True. Great going, Joe. And we love your wife. I lost his wife a few years ago, and she was a hell of a woman, right, Joe? But she's looking down at you, and she's proud of you. She's saying you did very well with this group of people. But I've known you for a long time. There was nobody like him. He understood the border better than anybody, and he ran it fairly. He ran very fair, but he ran it strong, and they respected him. They didn't even try. So thank you very much, Joe. Your wife she's proud of you. She's proud of you. Very proud of you. We're grateful to be joined tonight by the founder of Turning Point Action, a gentleman named Charlie Kirk. Thank you, Charlie. What a job he does. I said, Charlie, do me a favor. We got this thing won, but do me a favor, make sure they don't cheat. The only way they can do anything is if they cheat like hell, and we've been victims of that. Make sure they don't cheat, Charlie. We don't need the votes. We just want to make sure that they don't cheat. Hello, Sheriff. How we doing? How are you guys doing? Good. Thank you. We need every sheriff to get over there, every law enforcement official, because we got the votes. We got to make sure everything's on the up and up. Charlie and his team of people, I mean, he's got hundreds of thousands of young people. It's actually quite discriminatory. Charlie, have you ever been sued by old people for not accepting them? He's got the youngest looking group of people, and they're warriors. They're unbelievable. The job Charlie has done is incredible. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. The job he's done is really incredible. Also with us is an incredible congresswoman who has decided to go onto a certain board. Do you know what I'm talking about? The most important board maybe in the whole country. And she's going to make sure everything's on the up and up. Debbie Lesko. Debbie, thank you. Congresswoman. Thank you, Debbie. You make sure, Debbie. She just won a big election by a massive, well, you won that election easy. She won it pretty easy. Another person who's a friend of mine, he's a warrior for a long time. He's great. He loves his state, loves our country. Andy Biggs, Congressman Andy Biggs. Thank you, Andy. Thank you. And two other warriors, a young one and a little bit older one, but boy, they are tough. You don't get tougher than Eli Crane and Paul Gosar. Paul Gosar. Great. Thank you, Eli. Great. Great. Beautiful. Great people. And the next congressman from Arizona.
And another thing is, when Trump actually speaks, he speaks for hours. Like, this whole speech is like an hour, 22 minutes. He talks for a long time because he's interacting with the audience. He's, getting energy from them. He's giving them his energy. But if you watch Kamala's speech two nights ago, she was reading the teleprompter. I'm not saying there is not a teleprompter here. I'm just saying it's different because he's relatable. He's connecting with the audience. He's saying his own story, taking himself off of the script. But Kamala didn't do that. And I don't know. This might just be the deciding factor. Also, the debate is supposed to be set for September 4 on Fox, September 10 on ABC. But Kamala said she doesn't want to do Fox, so they only have to do ABC and some other network. I think September 23 or September 24.
His 8th district, Abe Hamadeh. Wow. He's going to be good for a long time. He's a young gentleman. Great, Abe. Great job. Great job. Great heart. He went through a tough one. Arizona GOP chairwoman, she is doing a job. Gina Swoboda. Gina. She is doing a job. And a very good friend of mine, the next senator from Arizona. I really believe this. Look, she's running against, we don't have to do a big, I was going to bring her up. I was going to say, come on, Carrie, speak. But she just spoke for half an hour. What the hell am I going to do here? But I will tell you, she's running against a guy who's a rubber stamp for, it used to be Biden. Now, who the hell knows? I don't even know. Do we know who it is? Who a rubber stamp for somebody. But Ruben Gallejo is horrible. He's an open borders maniac. He's a defund the police maniac. He shouldn't be allowed to even run in this election against her because Carrie Lake is incredible. She's incredible. She's tough. She's smart. She's got heart. And she should be your next senator. I hope you win this sucker because you are winning. You're running against a guy that cannot carry your shoes. I'm being nice. You know the expression, can't carry her shoes. And you're going to have a big victory, and we're going to work together, and we're going to make sure we win this state. I say this presidentially, if we win this state, which we're expected to, we're leading and all of that, we win the presidency, and we have to take Carrie Lake with us. Go get him. Go get him, Carrie. Go get him, Carrie.
I mean, why would you say you hate old people? Damn. We are all going to get old. Except you don't want to get old. But goddamn.
Very important. And honestly, and forget, we all know Carrie. She's been a newscaster for 22 years. Everybody knows her. She's she's never had a problem. She's solid as a rock. This guy is a freaking loser. He's a loser. So with that, we'll go on. But good luck, Carrie. We love you. Special. Since Democrats didn't talk about Kamala's horrendous record last night, we will. For nearly 4 years, Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term, I don't know if it's good. Is it good or not, tell me? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I love these free polls. Instead of spending $250,000 to a pollster that doesn't even poll, you know what they do? They take your money, they say, let's see, all right, 49 to 51, all right. It's one of the greatest businesses in history. I get a free poll here. Do you like the name? She's a radical left lunatic, okay? She's a defunder of the police. She wants to defund all the things that we talk about. Do I call her Comrade Kamala Harris or do I not? Ready? Ready? What do I do there? You tell me. You could tell me better than anybody. Okay, ready? I'll say yes or no. Yes. No.
Yo, Trump is so wild, bro. Trump is basically the wildest ever. Like, who says these types of stuff? Only Trump. Like, if he didn't have good policies and he actually was like not smart, brilliant, and actually would make sure this inflation goes the fuck down and create a better economy, I ain't gonna be voting for this man. But I gotta vote for you, my dog.
She's a radical left lunatic, okay? She's a defunder of the police. She wants to defund all the things that we talk about. Do I call her Comrade Kamala Harris or do I not? Ready? Ready? What do I do there? You tell me. You could tell me better than anybody. Okay, ready? I'll say yes or no. Yes. No. Comrade Kamala Harris. Has overseen a nation-wrecking border invasion. This is a nation-wrecking. It's an invasion. You know, one of the ways I built hundreds of miles of wall. I was there yesterday. I looked up and down. I said, man, I built a lot of wall. And we could have put up 200 miles more. but they didn't want to do it. And that's when I said, I think they really want open borders, but we built much more wall than I said I was going to build. And you couldn't see the end of it yesterday. You couldn't see the end. We had a news conference, but it's a dangerous area. It's a dangerous area because of her, because of him, but he put her in charge, whether she's borders are, and that's what she was called. Only recently did she say she doesn't have that. But you know what? She has been the worst manager, and the Border Patrol never even saw her. They never even met her. She's in charge of it. They never even met her. And you suffered the price. She's allowed at least 20 million illegal aliens into our country, including millions and millions of unvetted fighting age men from 159 countries. It's no longer just South America. They come from Africa, the Congo. They come from a lot of coming from jails in the Congo. Let me tell you, these people, the nice thing, they make our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. That's how tough they are. They come from the Middle East. They come from areas that we're fighting. They come from enemy terrain. They come from all over the world, and they do come from South America, but not only from South America, 159 different countries in the last year, and they're totally unchecked and unvetted. Every single year she's been in office, she has set an all-time high illegal border crossings record, triple and quadruple what the year before, where I'd have like 150,000 and she'd have 2.5 million. What she has done to this country, nobody can tell you. She destroyed San Francisco as the district attorney. She destroyed California. You know that. This is a woman that's going to she destroyed California. She had a policy, if you steal less than $950, you're allowed to keep it. You can go, we're not going to prosecute. So criminals are walking into stores, mean, nasty guys, rough guys, and they take calculators and they calculate. Let's say I want to get up. They walk out, then they walk back in. The whole thing, this is who we're going to have running our country? I don't think so. And nobody lies like her. She's a liar. She makes up crap. She's the one going to raise. She said Donald Trump is going to raise. You know why? She said I was going to raise it. Because I'm going to put tariffs on other countries coming into our country, and that has nothing to do with taxes to us. That's a tax on another country. And I did it with China, and we had no inflation. I had no inflation. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and not one other president took in 10 cents. They were all, China, we're afraid of China. We're afraid of China. According to a new DHS report, Kamala Harris also lost, and this is impossible to believe. Listen to this. 325,000 migrant children are gone. They're missing. She allowed them to be trafficked into our country. Many of these children are now in sex slavery or they're dead, probably mostly dead. They will never see their homes or their parents again. They were swiped out of their homes. They were taken.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the live stream. We've been on live now. We've been streaming for 6 hours. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Let's get it. Let's go. Also put it in the chat. Why are you voting for Kamala? And why are you voting for Trump? Put it in the chat right now. And don't forget to like the live stream and subscribe to the channel.
300, this is a government number, 325,000 children, sex slaves, or they're dead. Many are dead. Hamas has so little respect for Kamala and Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden, that the hostages that they're talking about all the time, I believe they're largely gone. I believe they're largely gone. So sad. When you look at what happened, when you look at that attack on October 7th, I believe they're gone. And the reason they're not negotiating, it says Hamas has decided not to negotiate because what they want back are the hostages. And I think those hostages, for the most part, aren't around anymore. And so they said, oh boy, we can't really negotiate because we don't have the hostages. The hostages are largely gone. How sad, how terribly sad. If they feared and respected Joe Biden and Kamala, they would never have killed those hostages. They would have never attacked. They would never have attacked when I was president. Iran was broke. Iran was broke. I told China, if you spend any money on buying oil from Iran, you'll never do business in the United States again. And we're going to put a 200% tariff on you. And Iran was broke, and they had no money for Hamas, and they had no money for Hezbollah. You can check your numbers. Look at it. When my last year, they had no money. We had no terrorism. You know, for 4 years, I didn't have any terrorism. Do you notice that? None. And when they asked Viktor Orban, the prime minister of Hungary, very strong guy, what is the reason that things are so bad now? The Middle East is blowing up. Russia's blowing up with Ukraine. There's wars starting all over the place. Looks like bad things could happen in Taiwan with China. What's the reason? He says, you got to get Donald Trump back as president. You won't have any problems. That's what he said. It's true. It's true. They respected your country. They respected your leader, but they respected our country. Now they laugh at our country. Our country has become a joke. She's provided deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens living inside the United States and is importing MS-13 gang members, known as the most violent gang of them all, into our cities and into our high school. Think of it, they're coming into our high schools. Kamala has set loose thousands of Venezuelan gang members who, according to law enforcement bulletins, have been given a license to shoot American police officers. You know that, right? Under Harris, ICE deportations are at the lowest level in history, the history of our country. She supports deadly sanctuary cities. Now, of course, she's flip-flopping on everything. You do know that, right? You know that, Joe? She's flip-flopping on everything. Debbie, right? She's a flip-flopper. Andy, she's a flip-flopper. She flip-flops on everything because she was polled. She said she didn't do too well. That's probably why she was the first out of 22 people. I can't get over it. She was the first failure. And now she's running. Oh, we're going to beat her. I look forward to the debate, too. I do look forward to the debate. Look forward to it. She called for abolishing ICE. These are great patriots who are tough as hell. You need tough people. She's compared ICE agents to the KKK. She wants to repeal the federal law that makes illegal immigration a crime, making illegal immigration totally legal. It's okay to come into our country. She wants to release all of the thousands of criminal illegal aliens that are locked up in detention centers, and these are the toughest of them all. She wants to release them into our country. We have detention centers for the toughest of them all. She says, we're going to release them. Now, maybe they'll ask her tonight, oh, no, I would never do that. She might change. She's changing and everything. But don't forget, if the election ever went haywire, if they can find a way to cheat enough and she wins, in quote, she wins, she's going to do everything that you wouldn't dream of, including no fracking. She didn't discuss fracking last night. No fracking in Pennsylvania.
Another thing is, why didn't Kamala talk about the economy, the border, Ukraine, inflation yesterday at her speech? Why didn't she do that? That's the only thing I feel like, she didn't do. She talked about her background and stuff like that. And then she started talking about Trump. But you didn't even talk about, what you've accomplished for the past 4 years, your performance. So that means you don't even believe you've done anything. God damn.
I can't imagine she could do well in Pennsylvania. 500,000 jobs are involved with fracking, and a huge amount of their budget, everything's involved with fracking, and she's against it. In her speech last night, she lied about almost everything. She lied when she said, I was going to raise taxes. No, I'm lowering taxes. She's the one. She lied and said that Oh, this is the best. I'm going to be the one, and I was already there. I didn't touch your Social Security, and a lot of Democrats wanted me to. She lied when she said that I want to cut Social Security and Medicare. No, she wants to cut it because she wants to have the illegal immigrants coming into our country to go on Social Security and Medicare, which will destroy Social Security and Medicare. It's Kamala Harris who cast a tie-breaking vote to cut Medicare by $266 billion. She cut your Medicare, remember this, by $266 billion, and then promised mass amnesty last night to 20 million illegal aliens and make them American citizens, which will absolutely obliterate your Social Security and your Medicare, ultimately leaving those programs bankrupt and our seniors desperate and poor. And remember, when you talk about all of those hundreds of billions of dollars, you know what she's putting that money into? The Green New Scam. She took it out of your Medicare. She's putting it into one of the greatest ever, one of the great voices of sport. Stand up. Let's see if anybody knows who the hell you are. Good job. You're a good man. He's done a good job. But she took it out and she wants to put it into, she put it into the Green New Scam. She said the border was safe under her direction. You know, they're the party of disinformation and misinformation. They'll say something 100 times. The border was safe. Did you see last night? The border's safe. The first time she said that was about 2 months ago, and she went like this. The border was safe. She started choking. It's horrible. They are the misinformation, disinformation. They lie. They keep saying the same untruth over and over again. And you know, you're not like in my business. You're not in this political business like these people. You're in other things. You're lawyers and you're carpenters and you're electricians and you're drivers and you're doing a lot of things. By the way, no tax on tips. Remember that? No tax on tips. No tax on tips. She tried that one, and yet in Congress right now they have bills to destroy people that don't. Do you see what's going on? It'll never happen with her. It's guaranteed to happen with me. No tax on tips. But actually, it's the most dangerous and unsafe border anywhere in the world. There's never been a border like it. No country ever. If a country had a border like that, they would fight with sticks and stones if they had to keep the people out. She believes that if you say things enough over and over again, even if they're stone cold lies, like Project 25, he believes in, I don't even know what the hell it is. I know it's a group of people that got together and they're slightly on the conservative side. And it's unbelievable what they do. It's really unbelievable. She would destroy our country if she was ever elected. Our country will go down the tubes. We'll be in a depression like 1929. We will not have a country any longer. Yesterday, I was at the border with the victims of Kamala's migrant crime wave. One of them is here with us tonight. Michael Morin is the brother of Rachel Morin, who you know about. Rachel was a cherished 37-year-old mom of 5 absolutely incredible children, beautiful woman. Last summer, Rachel was out on a run when she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into America by Kamala Harris. Let her in. Said, let her in. The animal who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across the open border, just walked right in, no problem. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in cold blood. Michael, I promise you in Rachel's memory, we will stop this invasion and we will keep these savage criminals the hell out of our country. Thank you, Michael. Please. Thank you. So sorry, Michael. So sorry. Say hello to your parents and everybody, okay? Thank you. So horrible. We are so sorry, Michael. Thank you for being here. According to her own administration statistics on crime victims, Kamala Harris has presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are government numbers, by the way, including 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and 56% increase in robbery. During the riots of 2020, she encouraged her followers to donate to bail criminals, looters, and arsonists and killers. People died, including Sean Michael Tillman, a dangerous repeat offender who went on to shoot and kill a Minnesota man 6 times in the head. He shot him 6 times in the head and torso. And Kamala, let him out, let him go. While Kamala Harris was DA of Sanctuary City, San Francisco, 20 years ago, maybe the greatest city in the world. Today it's unlivable. She ignored the pleas of victims' family. Please, please please don't do this to us. And refused to seek the death penalty against an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, one of the worst murderers they've seen in years, who murdered an innocent man and his 2 sons and didn't even remember he did it. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon.
They already have a debate date, Shane Baker. They already have a debate date. The debate is supposed to be on ABC on September 10. The debate is supposed to be on ABC. The presidential debate against Kamala and Trump is supposed to be on ABC September 10. Trump proposed a September 4th on Fox, but Kamala and her campaign team said no. So they have to do on September 10, ABC. Trump actually wanted 3 debates, 4, 10, and like 21 or something like that. But Kamala declined the Fox because she doesn't want to go to Fox, of course. So they want to do ABC and some other, I think ABC and C-SPAN or MSNBC or something like that. But anyway, subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Let's get it.
And rape of an unconscious person as a non-violent crime. Comrade Kamala Harris destroyed single-handedly, with some help from the worst governor in our nation, Gavin Newsom, both San Francisco and California.
Why does he keep calling this guy Gavin Newsom, bro? Like, tell me why he keeps calling this guy Gavin Newsom. I thought his name was Gavin Newsom, but Trump calls him Gavin Newsom. God damn, Trump.
Itself, he's a terrible governor. What a governor. For years, but you know, she might have picked a worse one. If you look at the numbers in Minnesota, we hope we're going to win Minnesota. You know, it hasn't been won since 1972, Richard Nixon. But we're doing well there, too. But the governor is horrible. You know what he did? He approved a bill to give tampons in every young man's bathroom. Right? Think of that. This is what we have. This is our vice president, our potential president. Tampons in boys' bathrooms. For years, Kamala Harris has pushed legislation to strip police officers of protection, trying to bankrupt them and ruin their lives for doing their jobs. No protection, no immunity, no nothing. She even endorsed defund the police. I will never defund the police. I will only fund the police and fund them with plenty of money and pride. I will always back our law enforcement heroes in blue. We are pleased to be joined tonight by the president of the Arizona Police Association, Justin Harris. Oh, no, he's not a relation. Justin, are you a relation? Last name is Harris, spelled the same. I'm very concerned about this. I'm not really. But Justin Harris is a great gentleman who has a special announcement. Justin, would you please come up? Thank you. It's an interest. I'm not worried about it.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm a little concerned about that illegal immigration chart you put up there. Was that a spike in immigration or the inflation?
Sort of both.
Kind of both, right? Wonderful job those Democrats are doing. My name is Justin Harris. I'm a veteran police sergeant here in Arizona with 25 years of experience in service. And I also have the privilege and the honor to serve as the state president of the Arizona Police Officers Association. The Arizona Police Officers Association is the largest law enforcement association in the state of Arizona, and we represent over 12,000 law enforcement professionals, the men and women that currently serve in our communities each and every day at the local, county, state, and federal law enforcement levels. We cover the entire state. And on behalf of the Arizona Police Association, we are proud to welcome President Trump to the great state of Arizona. And to the wonderful city of Glendale, home of Luke Air Force Base. Folks, these men and women in Luke fly those beautiful F-16 Fighting Falcons of the 309th Fighter Squadron and those beautiful, beautiful F-35 Lightnings. Nothing like hearing those jets flying overhead, which that's the sound of freedom and American ingenuity.
Another thing is he's always standing for a long time. He's been standing for like 2 hours, dog. How old are you, man? And y'all say this man isn't fit? I don't know any 78 years old man that would be standing for this long, talking for this long, interacting with the audience for this long. I don't know how he does it. But anyway, shout out to everybody watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. Shout out to Paul, Abraham, Justin OG, Gabriel, Alex Mosley. You know what time it is. Matt Bowie, Ty Ruff, Wahaha, Reverse Nachos, Paul Fancy, Stacy, Matt. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Currently, we are watching Trump hold a rally in Glendale, and he is actually campaigning for his 2024 presidential campaign. And we also heard RFK speak, so let's watch.
Also a special thank you to the Glendale Mayor, Jerry Wires, and the entire City Council for their unwavering support and advocacy for our police officers, active duty military, and our veterans. You're not going to find stronger advocates for our military, our veterans, and our police officers anywhere in the world other than Glendale. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Also, I wanted to give a special thanks to the men and women of the Glendale Police Department, the best and most professional police department in the country. Okay, thank you. With a special thanks to Police Chief Chris Briggs and the other 8 West Valley Coalition departments that allowed us to use their law enforcement officers here today to keep us all safe. Thank you, gentlemen and women. Law enforcement today is perhaps the most complex occupation on earth. It's an honorable profession of service and commitment to others, those who step in the gap between good and evil and to protect our communities, and we do so knowing the risk. Officers are required to make split-second decisions under the most uncontrolled, chaotic, and stressful situations, often at great risk to their own personal safety. Given the literally millions of contacts between officers and the communities annually, with a few exceptions, Officers make those decisions correctly as trained and in accordance with the law. But high profile does not mean high frequency. Currently, in this day and age of instant information, social media, and videos, there's an unrealistic expectation of absolute perfection. It is not possible to be perfect every time because we hire from the human race. People are not perfect. Good people can make mistakes. However, the constant orchestrated villainization of police officers has eroded the public's trust. It has encouraged an air of obstinance, disrespect, and assaultive attitudes and behavior towards police officers. What was that name we called her? Was that Comrade Kamala? Was that what it was? Kamala, Comrade. Well, what we do know is she supported defunding the police, and the best term is they wanted to reimagine policing. I don't know what that means. She is part of the radicalized movement to degrade public safety and make our communities less safe. In contrast, under President Trump's first term in office, he always had our backs. Thank you for that. He never rushed to judgment, and he never, ever in a lifetime called to defund the police, ever. And we owe him a debt of gratitude for that. Let's also forget, when President Donald Trump was president, he closed the borders and locked the door. Border czar Kamala Harris opened the door and let everybody in. Border czar Kamala Harris is allowing millions of illegal immigrants into this country, turning each and every state into a border state and flooding American streets with drugs and crime. The Democrats haven't quite figured this out yet, but it's not rocket science. But open borders equals more crime. Close the border. And my gut tells me that there's a gentleman standing up here on stage today that's going to do exactly that. President Donald Trump has in the past and will again make America great again by tackling lawlessness head on. Ceasing the endless flow of illegal immigrants across our southern border and ensuring the police departments across the country have the funding, the training, and equipment necessary to do our jobs. And he's not going to reimagine us doing that. President Trump will stop the multi-million-dollar illicit trade that occurs each and every day at the border. Thanks to Comrade Kamala, with these open borders, the only group that she's enriched is the Mexican cartels, which have expanded over 160 countries across the world. They've done this by using human beings and human trafficking and treating them like dogs. The flow of illegal drugs in this country is unmatched in history. And they also have illegal vaping devices that are harming our communities and killing.
Yo, why is Trump looking like that, bro? Trump looking like, yo, bro, this speech, yeah, that's enough, bro. We get it. Why is he looking like that, man? Anyway, shout out to the gang. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. You know what time it is. Let's get it.
Our kids all being imported from China through the cartels. This has to stop. Kamala Harris, as border czar, deliberately obliterated the U.S. border to flood the country with illegals. They canceled the wall. They implemented catch and release and terminated Remain in Mexico and effectively shut down ICE, pulling those agents off of the front line, putting them in administrative duties to do paperwork and change diapers. Meanwhile, the front door of our country is wide open. President Trump will stop this. I've got a serious question. Has the border czar, Kamala, even toured the southern border? Didn't think so. Has President Donald Trump toured the border? Yes, he has. And I heard the cartels went running. On average, there's over 5,000 illegal immigrants are being released into the country every day. Our country. We don't know who they are, don't know where they came from. We can't even account for them. For 38 straight months, the monthly border encounters have been higher than even the highest month seen under the Trump administration. You can't tell me this isn't being done deliberately, because it is. In 2023 alone, more than 900,000 illegal immigrants were released into the interior of the U.S., unaccounted for, waiting for court dates, and nobody knows where they're at. That's the entire city of Mesa flowing into our countries, and that's the only ones we know about. Illegal drugs are flowing into this country at an alarming rate, with only 5% being intercepted at the border. Okay. You got it. Folks, let me finish up here, please. This country, our family, our communities, and everything that each of us holds dear and near to our hearts cannot endure another 4 years of a clueless president that cares more about the color of her curtains than the safety and prosperity of our great country and its people. It is clear who supports law enforcement, law and order, and that's President Trump. His unwavering shown commitment to the rule of law of the men and women to place their lives on the line every day. So if you support national security and want to secure our borders, vote Trump. If you support law enforcement and safe communities, vote Trump. If you support getting our country back on track and making America great again, vote Donald J. Trump for president. And this is why the Arizona Police Association and our 12,000 members, family, and friends are proud to extend our endorsement to Donald J. Trump for president of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much. Wow, that's a great endorsement. Means a lot. So just in closing, I want to say that from the moment we take back the White House from Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden, crooked is a $4 bill, used to say $3 bill, now we say $4 bill. I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion of our country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than President Dwight D. Eisenhower in the 1950s, who was a big believer in borders. We will defeat inflation and we will make America affordable again. You're going to have an affordable country again. We will make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. It won't even be close. Remember, as I always say, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia. And we will use it to reduce taxes and energy costs for our people. We will reduce your energy bills in 1 year by more than 50%. That's here and that's everywhere in the country. And that includes heating, air conditioning, electricity, and gasoline for your car. I will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower more than it has ever been, ever before. We will bring back jobs to America. We will no longer allow foreign countries to take our jobs and to steal our wealth. We will make our own products, and we will buy far less from foreign countries than we are buying right now. We're going to make it here. Other countries that make us pay a tax to do business with them will be charged the same tax when they send their product into the United States. It'll be called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. And if China or any other country charges us a 100% tax or tariff, then we will charge them a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200%. In the words of a great president, William McKinley, the protective tariff policy of the Republicans has made the lives of our countrymen sweeter, brighter, 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 and it's the best our citizenship and our civilization can ever have. Better destiny for our people. We ought to take care of our own nation, and we have to take care of our industries first. We have to take care of our country first. It's about time, and it's going to happen starting on January 20th of next year. I will not let Mexico, China, or any other country sell cars into the United States to the detriment of our auto workers all over our country, including in Michigan and South Carolina. United Auto Workers, you're going to vote for Trump because I'm going to bring you back more auto production than you've ever seen in this country before. I will end the ridiculous electric vehicle mandate, cut every job-killing regulation of the Harris-Biden administration, and make our auto manufacturing business bigger, better, and stronger than it has ever been before. And if you relied on Kamala, there would be no auto industry. Within 3 years, you'll never make another car. When I am back in the White House, we will pass large tax cuts for our workers, and there will be, as I said, no tax on tips. And that means if you're a restaurant worker, a bartender, hospitality worker, caddy, barber, mover, driver, or anyone else who relies on tip income, your tips will be 100% yours to keep. You will no longer be harassed by your government. And I will fight for and protect your Social Security and your Medicare with no cuts and no changes in age. We're not going to move it up. They want to move it up 5 years. We're not doing it. Darling, when do we get our Social Security? Well, they just moved it up 5 years. You're not going to.
People keep lying, saying he wants to increase Social Security age and stuff like that. He wants to cut Social Security. No, he said he's not doing it. But anyway, people are still going to say he's a con artist, is a liar, blah, blah, blah. But subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Let's get it.
It's going to happen with me. It's going to happen with them. They're going to destroy your Social Security. And we will have no tax on Social Security benefits for seniors. They destroyed our seniors and everyone else with their horrible inflation. And then they give you small dollars with Social Security and they want you to pay tax. I don't know. We don't need it. We can do it. We have so much else, including that liquid gold. Oh, we're going to go hunting for liquid gold. We will cut wasteful and unnecessary spending, and we will terminate the Green New Scam and spend that money on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt. No fake infrastructure that has caused massive inflation with no benefit whatsoever to our population. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and we will restore peace through strike, and it will happen quickly. I will have that war ended before I go to the White House on January 20th. I will have the war in Ukraine ended as president-elect. And we will end the weaponization of government against the American people, including myself, by the way. They've weaponized the government against the political opponents. Can you imagine? But you just saw we won the big case down in Florida. Everyone said, oh, they weaponized it. They got their Justice Department to go after their political opponent, but they're not doing well. I'm the only one that ever happened to where my numbers went up. What do you think about that, Mr. Congressman? I don't think it's ever happened. They go after me and my numbers go up. Somebody's got to explain this. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful once again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency because right now it is under siege. And this is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe and unleash safety, prosperity, peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest costs, low inflation. And that's for everyone. We're talking about everyone. We want to make sure everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, support our great police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools, and we will keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, and we're going to restore. Those people don't allow it. The fake news doesn't allow it. We will restore free speech in our country, and we will secure our elections, Mr. Congressman. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with joy and opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, a new name. We must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. We have to put an end to it. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get out to vote. We want a landslide that is too big, too rigged, too big, too rigged. Right? Right, Deb? On November 5th, we will save our country. We will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again, so strong. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Well. Jessica is here saying, is this live or pre-recorded? It is live. We've been live for what? Like 7 hours straight. This is wild, bro. Anyway, thank you so much for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. We will be back. Yeah, we will be back today. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much for staying here. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Alex, Messi, Art Bro, Gabriel, Savage, Q, Jessica, Momo, every one of y'all, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Whoever you want to vote for, make sure you're not voting by your feelings and emotions. Make sure you're voting by policies. Voting for policies, okay? Vote for policies, not emotions. All right. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful, well, morning or night, anywhere you are. Be good. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. God bless you. God bless your family. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Be good. All right.